Chapter 201 The Magic Rune Club recruits new members. Later that afternoon, a brand new poster appeared on the bulletin board, and the headline could be read from afar: New recruitment for the Magic Rune Club. A group of young wizards gathered under the bulletin board, and an enthusiastic student read it aloud so that those in the back could hear it as well. The first members of the Magic Rune Club are hereby recruited, with the following requirements, any one of the following 3, merit-based. 1. Rough mastery of 30 practical ancient runes, to the extent that they can repair golems, or proficiency in 1 practical ancient rune, for reference, see below. 2. Independent creation of an alchemical item. 3. A 7-foot-long essay based on explorations of ancient magic runes, with optional reference books. Selection, final Saturday morning of this month. Location, Ancient Runes Classroom. Magic Rune Club Head, Felix Happ, September 7, 1993. At the bottom of the poster, there's a moving picture and a long list of books. Harry, Ron, and Hermione squeezed to the front of the crowd and looked carefully at the words and pictures on it. I think the first requirement is the easiest to meet. Ron said as he stared at the end of the first entry on it. You just need to be proficient in a single practical ancient magical rune. His words drew a murmur of approval. It's not true. Hermione retorted sharply, pointing to the motion picture on the left side of the bottom of the poster, a small wizard holding a magic rune, but then the symbol turned into a puff of fire. It's the hardest of all the requirements. Instead, I think the third requirement is the easiest. Are you kidding me, Hermione? That's a 7-foot thesis, 7 foot. There's nothing wrong with my eyes, Ron. In fact, I've written longer papers. Many students recognized the ancient magic rune class assistant, especially for those who had taken ancient magic runes for more than a year, and they were very familiar with this witch handwriting. Privately, many people complained that the second-year Granger is the professor of the ancient rune class because her beautiful and neat handwriting often appeared on the assignments of the class for 5 years. Miss Granger, I would appreciate it if you could explain, specifically, the meaning and difficulty of each clause. 7th year Percy appeared, a badge symbolizing the perfect of the boy's student body on his chest, and said in a reserved and formal tone, your words will be a compelling reference. Ron said to Harry, chewing his tongue, look at him, he looks like the spokesman for the Ministry of Magic, except he's missing a bulging stomach. Harry looked at Percy and thought about the image of the belly of Uncle Vernon on Percy, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hermione saw everyone turn their attention to her. Oh, of course. She said nervously, hey, ahem. Professor Happ's Magic Rune Club places more emphasis on the practical magic rune, and his 3 requirements basically revolve around that. The first one examines the mastery of practical magic rune, and as far as I understand, I mean I've seen your assignments, there are quite a few people above the 5th year who meet the requirements, except for that last part. The second one you all understand, but to reach the professor's standard, you definitely need to utilize more practical magic runes. The third one is to examine your understanding of the practical magic runes. I personally think is the easiest way. For students below the 5th year it is the optimal choice. After 10 minutes or so, Hermione broke away from the crowd and found Harry and Ron, who were standing far away waiting. My God, it's the first time I've been treated with such enthusiasm. Hermione said, not knowing whether to be happy or annoyed. Ron muttered from the sidelines, I would love to switch with you. Come on, let's go to the Great Hall for dinner first, Harry said. At that moment, a voice interjected. So, you Muggleborn just made a big splash. Draco Malfoy appeared at some point, a sickly look on his face, and next to him was Pansy Parkinson, and 2 of his minions, Crabbe and Goyle. Shut up, Malfoy. You'd better think about your old man and how to explain to your own Death Eater friends. Ron said with a contemptuous look on his face. Draco's expression darkened as Ron poked him where it hurt. After 3 days of brooding since he had spoken out of turn last Tuesday, his father had sent a sternly worded letter forbidding him from mentioning any subject with the word Dark Lord in it. Erase this man from your memory, you know. Or I'll pick you up. A sentence in the letter stated this. Draco ignored Ron, he looked at Harry and said, if I were you, I'd go and visit that silly big guy more often, maybe you'll only see him in Nocturne Alley later. Harry said without thinking, Hagrid's not going to get fired. Just wait and see, Potter. He sneered twice and said to Hermione, you're just a little smart for a Muggle, what else do you know besides memorization? I can do a lot of things, you want to try? Hermione mouthed an odd phrase, and a light glow emerged from her palm. She's also number 1 on the second-year answer space list, in all subjects. Yeah, that's nothing in your opinion. Oh yeah, and she could be your examiner if you want to join the Magic Rune Club then. Ron taunted him and said. Draco, who was as uncomfortable as he swallowed a fly, said slowly, it's a shame, it looks like you won the Daily Prophet Prize at home, making you significantly more confident. Draco, ignore these lowlifes, my grandfather's servants were richer than his family, and to be called pure blood alongside them is simply the greatest humiliation I've ever received in my life. Pansy Parkinson dragged him away as she said condescendingly. Ron furrowed his brow and said with an incredulous look on his face, "Are they sick, and why do they piss people off every time they show up?" Even after dinner and back in the common room, Ron still dwelled on the matter. "Ruined my day, Hermione, I mean it if you become one of the examiners for the selection." "Hey! Get your cat away from me!" Less than 3 feet away from him, a large cat with ginger fur and a face that looked like it had been squashed is crouched over with its eyes fixed on his pocket. Hermione picked up her cat unhappily. "Crookshanks, behave." She sat down on the other side of the small round sofa. Harry looked down at a piece of parchment with various names on it, with various lines drawn between the names. Hermione took one look at the top and said worriedly, "Harry, are you still obsessing about that fugitive? I just can't figure out how my father could have chosen such a man as his best man." Harry hammered the table angrily. Even though almost a week had passed, he could not forget the anger that he had. Hermione reassured him, "A lot of people change, Harry." Ron asked curiously, "I remember you said you were going to find it out from Professor Lupin on Saturday, how did that go?" Harry said sullenly, "I didn't see him, Professor Lupin was ill, and I knocked half a dozen times on the door before he replied in a hoarse voice." "But he didn't explicitly reject you, did he? Find a chance to try again, right after class, or the next weekend," Ron suggested. Harry nodded. He was thinking the same thing. There is supposed to be a defense against the dark arts class today, but Professor Lupin looked so haggard that he feared the professor would suddenly faint while he is in the middle of the class, and he felt too embarrassed to make a request. 202, Chapter 202 Letters and Research. Ron came over to look at the parchment and said unexpectedly, "How come there is my dad's name?" On the parchment, the names of 2 people, James Potter and Sirius Black, occupied the center, and from their names led to various associated characters, such as James led to Harry, and from Harry drew the names of various sources of information, such as M.R. Weasley, Minister Fudge, Professor Lupin. Harry explained, "Before we got on the train, Mr. Weasley told me to be wary of Sirius and made me swear not to look for him, so surely he knew more. Do you want me to write him a letter?" Ron asked warily, a little afraid, to be honest. "I'd like. Potter. Come over here." Professor McGonagall came in from outside and waved towards Harry. The two went to the corner and murmured, Harry's voice becoming more and more agitated. Halfway through the morning, he returned, with a grim expression, and placed a sneakoscope on the table, picking up a quill and adding a new name Professor McGonagall on the parchment. "She knows it, too, and yet she fools me like a child." Hermione looked at the pocket sneakoscope and suddenly said, "It was made by Professor Hap, commissioned by Dumbledore, and it contains Sirius Black's hair hidden inside. She promised Professor Hap that she would not reveal it in advance, but since the sneakoscope has been delivered to Harry, there is no need to hide it." Harry chuckled in exasperation, "So, everyone is trying to keep me in the dark, the one involved." "Come on, Harry, they have their reasons. But we can also look into those past events ourselves, can't we?" Hermione said. Ron's eyes widened, "Do you know what you're talking about, Hermione?" "It's important, Ron. We might be able to analyze valuable information from it, like the magic Sirius Black is good at. In case we meet him narrowly, it's better than not knowing anything about him." Hermione overbearingly assigned tasks. "Ron, you write to your father, while Harry works through Professor Lupin." "What about you?" Ron asked sensitively. "I'll ask Professor Hap if he knows something, but it's unlikely. Harry's father had already graduated by the time he enrolled." Hermione crossed her fingers and said, "Oh yeah, and Hagrid, do you remember? The night Malfoy got hurt, we ran to comfort Hagrid, and he ended up getting excited and throwing us out." Ron said with a look of approval, "It will work, Hagrid is a big mouth, he will spill the beans." Harry suddenly reminded the two, "Snape must know it too. He hates my father, and he hates Professor Lupin, so maybe." "What a great idea, let's run over and question him." "Dear Professor Snape, were you beaten on the arse by a man called James Potter when you were at school? We'd like to know more about a friend of his." Harry dumbfounded. Neville walked in, with a letter in his hand. Looking around for a moment, he came to Harry. "A letter from grandmother, addressed to Professor Hap. I don't know whether to give it to him or not." Neville's round face showed a hesitant expression. Felix saw the letter the next day. He opened the envelope in front of Neville and pulled out the letterhead. Neville stared at him unblinkingly. "What did she say?" "Asking me to come to Madame Putafoot's tea shop at the weekend and meet to talk more about it." Felix grinned. Neville swallowed. Can I follow, it's about me, isn't it?" He barely managed to get the words out that the trio had devised for him yesterday. "Oh, no, you're not allowed to enter Hogsmeade yet. And you just agreed to that?" Without further effort. Harry said with a glare. I. Neville stammered, I think Professor Hap has a point, I really amn't allowed to go to Hogsmeade Village. You could have asked him to take you with him, he's a professor. I didn't think of that at the time, said Neville, rubbing the back of his head. Harry sulked alone. On the other hand, Felix is poking a glass vial with great interest. 3 days had passed, and the acromantula inside it had grown as big as a walnut. I know you can understand my words, Mr. Spider. Felix said. Wizard, what do you want to do? The Mr. Spider said gruffly, its pair of large claws opening and closing with a click-click-click sound. A lot, but I need your cooperation. No way, Wizard, you can't humiliate me. It said fiercely, while waving its claws in anger. If it had said this with its original size, I think it would have been quite intimidating. Felix smiled, I have to remind you that you attacked me first, the reason why I kept you is that you are still useful, if you are useless. The Mr. Spider tensed up as it once again remembered the fear of being tortured, shrunken, by this wizard, so, you will let me go. If it's satisfactory, why not? Do you look delicious? Okay, I promise. It quickly changed its words. Next I will stimulate you a little with magic to bring you back to your original state, and you have to describe the corresponding feeling, understand? Understand. In Felix's perspective, a blue magic power which appeared to be extremely orderly coiled inside the acromantula's body, like a chain, which blocked its body from recovering, but the magic power on the other hand helped it dissipate at an extremely slow rate. After all, magic power is a featureless source, and the acromantula itself is a magical creature, containing magic power in its body, and it's also desperately trying to get rid of the imprisonments on its body. Later, this process becomes more rapid. From the data obtained in the previous 3 days, the time period is between 5–8 days. If I can make my magic automatically draw from the free magic power, will it be permanent? Felix speculated, but it is totally unrealistic, at least he can't even touch a shadow of it right now. Felix tried carefully, the blue magic power is very stable and seems to ignore him, the original owner. Instead of cancelling the magic with a zooming spell, he infused his magic into the acromantula to help it fight and wear down the blue chains. Wisps of blue mist appeared from the acromantula's body, and soon it became the size of a watermelon, but it didn't dare to move a muscle, allowing Felix to poke him here and there. Every few minutes, Felix would ask the Mr. Spider how he felt. How does it feel? Nothing. After another moment. And now? It's like walking from the sun into the nest, much more comfortable physically. Acromantula liked the cool, and damp environment. Was it hard before? The transformation process was hard and very uncomfortable, but after a while, I didn't feel it anymore, I thought it's done. The acromantula said. Felix looked at it quite surprised, although he knew that the acromantula could speak human language, but did not know that they could express their intentions so clearly. Do you usually chat and have tea parties in English? Felix asked curiously. I don't know what you're talking about, Aragog taught us, acromantula said. Felix understood a little, the wild acromantula definitely do not have this kind of ability, being able to speak some short sentences would be good. But Forbidden Forest batch seems different, their source is from Aragog, and Aragog was raised by Hagrid in his childhood. This gave him some new ideas, maybe they could be kept ensconced? When he politely suggested this to Hagrid, he said cheerfully, that's what Hogwarts does now. I'll go every month or two and check on Aragog, it's too old and probably doesn't have much time left. In the meantime, I extracted some venom from the acromantula, that's good stuff, part of the school's expenses come from this. But Aragog doesn't allow much extraction at once, he has to think about hunting for future generations too. Felix looked at Hagrid dumbfounded, this is completely different from what he thought. Hagrid said happily, finally, there is something you are not aware of too, Felix. Most of the intelligent communities in the Forbidden Forest keep in touch with Hogwarts, and Dumbledore asked me to manage this part. For example, unicorns, I usually send them some herbs, tonic, they do not mind if I take some hair, the good things are taken away by Ollivander, the rest is not much use, I will use it to make some mats, rags, and so on, it is very good. Centaur, they act as a barrier of the Forbidden Forest, watch out for the presence of werewolves, trolls, and other dangerous creatures trying to enter the outer forest, and will inform me when they can't be solved. They are also good at healing, which is not quite the same as the wizard's method, and can sometimes be useful. As for the centaur's divination, I don't know much about this. The same goes for herbs, Professor Sprout scatters some seeds each year into the Forbidden Forest. 203, Chapter 203 Flitwick's teaching about 17 duels. For the young wizards of Hogwarts, the dueling class on the second and fourth Thursday of every month is definitely a large competitive social event that tones up their bodies and minds and gets their hands busy. In the eyes of some, this class is already on par with a Quidditch tournament. At least they could actually participate in it, rather than being a spectator on the field. The Great Hall is packed with students clustered in groups, talking enthusiastically with each other before the professor arrives. Harry then saw Percy talking at the top of his lungs about how he had achieved his 12 Owls certificate, and Hermione's eyes lit up as she glanced over. "I'll be back in a minute," Hermione said as she left Harry and Ron behind. They saw her squeeze into the crowd and whisper something. Percy initially looked a little off with a careless look, but his eyes soon widened. The two quickly passed the crowd and ran towards a corner of the Great Hall where 4 long tables were stacked. As they passed the twins, Percy stopped to warn them, "I don't know what you are using to avoid my sight, maybe a tracking spell or something." The twins looked at each other, and Fred elbowed George and said, "You hear that, George? The tracking spell, yet another productive day." George gave an exaggerated salute, with one hand behind his back. "A noble deed, Percy. Just an addition to the great cause of mischief, we'll leave your name on it. A badge as big as a..." "No, his badge is big enough, we'll just write down the words big-headed boy, straight off the bat." Not far away from there Harry snickered out loud. He hurriedly averted his eyes and stared at Ginny. Her face quickly turned red, and seemed to be about to faint in the arms of her best friend Luna Lovegood. "Do you need me to tell you a snide joke?" Luna said with a very abrupt gaze. Harry is accustomed to it. He knew this little girl usually like this. "Any brilliant insights, Luna?" He glanced hastily in Percy's direction. They were already standing beneath a suit of armor and whispering. "Your brain is a mess. A group of wandering Raxperts must have nested in your head lately." Luna shook her bracelet in a serious manner. "I can help you chase them away." "How?" Harry said, catching a glimpse of Professor Hap's figure appearing in the Great Hall doorway. "You need to be quieter and become less attractive to harassing Raxperts first." "Thanks, I don't think I have any of that weird stuff in my head," Harry said quickly. Professor Hap and Snape walked in, which he expected, and no, there is another professor, Professor Flitwick, who he just missed. From the distance, Hermione hurried back, and the young wizards stood consciously according to their houses. Felix enchanted himself with an amplifying charm and said loudly, "Welcome back to dueling class, young wizards. I see many familiar faces, and quite a few new ones." At the front of their respective houses, a row of little beanie kids looked around restrainedly and curiously. They were the new students of their respective houses this year. Harry then saw Colin Creevey pulling his brother, the boy named Dennis. "Before the lesson begins, allow me to introduce you to you all, as we welcome our third permanent dueling class professor, Phileas Flitwick." The pint-sized Flitwick took a few steps forward. He dressed formally today, which is a formal little suit, and he twirled his wand gracefully as if he is holding a baton. From Ravenclaw House came a loud cheer. A cluster of sparks released from the crowd, and finally composed a Ravenclaw House's symbol eagle. Harry thought that they must have borrowed the design from the answer space. Both looked very similar. Students from the other houses were also clapping as hard as they could, and when it came to popularity, Professor Flitwick is definitely the best of the 4 heads of the house. Thank you, Professor Flitwick got so excited that he burst into tears, and he took out a handkerchief with an embroidered Ravenclaw design to wipe the corners of his eyes. "I'm so excited today, it's like standing on the podium for the first time." Today is a special session for Professor Flitwick. Felix and Snape intentionally downplayed their presence, allowing Professor Flitwick to show his charisma. And Flitwick bowed to the 2 professors, and then cast a spell to his heart's content. In his hands, spell casting seems to be equated with art. After a few minutes of showing off his skills, Flitwick got down to business. He shook his wand. From the tip of the wand spilled large puffs of bronze smoke. Smoke condensed into vague figures, standing on the gilded stage. These bronze-colored figures faced each other in pairs as if they were engaged in a duel. There is a small wizard in each pair, and that ought to be Flitwick. The young wizards counted carefully, and there were 17 pairs. Flitwick said in a sharp voice, "Allow me to examine the moment of glory in my memory, which was more than 60 years ago. After 17 duels, I was awarded the title of Wizard Dueling Champion in 1931. He waved his wand and made the first pair of bronze figures move. The tall wizard raised his wand to cast a spell, and the shorter figure countered with a head lowered, and knocked down his opponent in just one blow. Flitwick acted as narrator. "See? My opponent was gullible, he thought I am short and surely not much better, but this was one of the easiest victories I have ever achieved. It was short, but it was also great. We can learn a lot of lessons from it. The first one, never take your opponent lightly in a duel. Many of you can figure that out, but not many wizards actually do so in reality. What else? That's right, seize the moment. I didn't stand still and defend, but instead I launched a counterattack along with the momentum. It also reminds us that a wizard is most vulnerable when attacking. You have to protect yourself and learn to leave room to maneuver. The next one won't be easy, does anyone know? Mind you, it has to do with my unique height." Flitwick looked expectantly at the young wizard on the stage. Harry's eyes lit up. He'd heard a similar phrase from Professor Hap. He raised his hand first, and when his name got called, he said with some excitement, Combine personal characteristics to create a fighting system that best suits your needs. Flitwick smiled, very good, Potter. That's right, personal characteristics, that's important, each of us is unique, you have to embrace everything about yourself, the good, the bad. I used to struggle with my height and size, the vast majority of the time I had to keep my head up during duels. Being small posed another disadvantage, I couldn't move fast enough, and my arms weren't long enough for my opponent to easily judge the range of my spell's reach. The young wizards listened quietly, wondering how Professor Flitwick had solved these problems. But I came out of the shadows later, I accepted my imperfections, and after a while, my height became my advantage instead. Few wizards have experience dueling with short people like me, they always respond wrongly, either because of their mentality or their habits. My size makes it easier for me to dodge spells, and I no longer aim for a speed of movement, but work out for a more flexible pace. Flitwick said with an emotional face. Loud applause rang out off the stage. He heard someone from his house shout, "Head, you are the best." He couldn't help but wipe the corners of his eyes again. Next, let's watch the second duel. I met a very interesting person, we later became friends. More than an hour passed, and the students all felt immensely rewarded as Flitwick presented the young wizards with a picture of a real duel scene from his own personal experience. Harry, even though he could fit these words into a paper, word by word, and give it to Professor Happ. But such things can only be thought over. Felix walked to the center of the gilded stage and said with a smile, "With less than half an hour left, the two professors and I have discussed the next step and changed it to a mentoring battle. The students will pick the professors to get one-on-one guidance, and I'm sure after a full year and a summer last year, many of you are confident about your level." He looked around the room and saw an eager face. "So, show it off. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 204, Chapter 204 Mock Duel? Guidance." The young wizards looked at each other, but none of them volunteered to go up the stage. At the foot of the stage is a cacophony of whispers. It is an opportunity to have a fair and square fight with a professor, the question is, who to choose? Felix smiled, would anyone like to try? It's a rare opportunity. Harry's heart itched, and his lips went dry. He had received special training from Professor Happ back in the summer, so naturally, he knew that there is a huge gap between them. But exactly how much of a gap, he never managed to see. Moreover, just now, he suddenly had an idea, could he get the information he wanted through one-on-one guidance? While he is hesitating, the first person emerged, it's Percy Weasley. He bowed solemnly, as the prefect of the boys' student body, I would be happy to set an example for the others. Very well, Weasley, which professor do you choose? Felix looked at him encouragingly. Professor Flitwick, Percy said without thinking. He thought before he went up, of the three professors, Snape is recognized as unfriendly to Gryffindor, against him although there is no danger to life, making a fool of himself is inevitable, so ruled out. And Professor Happ rarely makes a move, but his disarming charm last year is too impressive, Percy worried that Professor Happ will use that level of the spell to confront him, so it's also ruled out. When you think about it in this way, Professor Flitwick is the most appropriate option available. He is cheerful and gentle, not too strict with the young wizards, and he rarely deducts points. The few times he taught in dueling classes last school year, he also seemed to be comfortable enough to teach without leaving his students in the dust. I'll take Professor Flitwick, Percy repeated. Soon, Flitwick and Percy stood facing each other, and Flitwick reminded him, don't forget what I've taught before. As he had spent over an hour going over his fighting style in detail. Percy nodded, and the two raised their wands and saluted, then officially began the duel. Percy struck first, and a disarming charm broke through the air, but Flitwick just sidestepped it, keeping his eyes fixed on his opponent's hand. Nearly at the same time, a bright spell hit Percy, but he had rehearsed before going on stage, and after casting the disarming charm, he jumped aside without thinking, and at the same time chanted the incantation of the shield charm. Prodigo. As soon as the shield charm formed, it met Flitwick's spell head-on. Good response, Percy. Flitwick praised him as he consciously controlled the rhythm of his attack, and it took almost 3 minutes before he crisply defeated Percy with the Incarcerus spell. Flitwick commented, your spells are fairly adept and have their own set of logic, but I can see that you don't have much experience in actual combat, and you're a bit hasty in your reactions at the spot. Percy broke free from the ropes on his body, straightened the folds on his robe, and said rather formally, thank you, Professor Flitwick, I will take care of that in the future. He gave a salute and stepped out of the gilded ring as the young Gryffindor wizards cheered excitedly. We're the first. Percy, how did it feel to face the professor, was it stressful? Someone asked him. Percy explained, it was a bit stressful, but you simply couldn't think about it, you had to put your full attention on it. With the first hands-on experience, the young wizards became enthusiastic, their timidity all gone, and soon a second student took the gilded stage. Still a Gryffindor, it is Oliver Wood, a tall man who is the captain of the Gryffindor House Quidditch team. He scratched his head with some embarrassment. I'll choose Professor Hap. Felix saluted as he faced him, and Wood whispered, Professor, have mercy, I'm most afraid of you. So you're still going to choose me? Hey, anyway, it's time to graduate, it's very impressive to talk outside. Wood said nervously. There is respect, very good. As soon as the duel began, Wood chanted, Expel liar. A red light grazed his hair and swept through, snuffing out the words that followed after, the power of the spell making his hair stand up to its roots. He looked at Professor Hap in horror. If this hit him, he wouldn't break in two from the middle of his body, would he? He looked at the professor, who is smiling all over, as he gestures for him to continue. Soon, an utter suppression is witnessed by the students, and in the first few minutes, Wood is interrupted by various silent spell casting without even being able to cast a complete spell. It was only when Wood chanted a disarming spell with his eyes closed, without a care in the world, that the duel began to become normal. Professor Hap then no longer stopped Wood from reciting the spell, and they continued to duel back and forth, shooting spells of various colors at each other. The dueling strategy Professor Hap adopted was the type of defensive evasion counterattack that he had introduced in his previous dueling class, and every move could be theoretically justified. Combined with Flitwick's words earlier, they had more clarity, and even the freshmen could visualize something. After 7 or 8 minutes, Wood conceded defeat in a sweat, and Felix commented as usual, Wood, you are not proficient in nonverbal spell, and your intent is too obvious when dueling, moreover, you do not have an established style. In the performance just now, you cast 12 kinds of spells, whether it's disarming charm, shield charm which is a good type of dueling spell, or a trip jinx or tickling charm which is a minor mischief spell. Of which the disarming charm 3 times, the shield charm twice, the trip jinx twice, and the tickling charm once. It's not that you can't use minor mischief spells, but you have to choose your spells carefully. Like the trip jinx, it can't subdue your opponent straight away, which means you waste excellent chances to strike and hit. In addition, your spell power is not particularly outstanding, which means you have no main spell. Wood humbly accepted the lesson and wiped the sweat stain from his face. The next Gryffindor student wanted to take the stage, when the other 3 houses stopped it, and a Slytherin student stepped right up to the spot, a 7th-year head of grade, Geoffrey. Professor Snape, please guide your students further. He said respectfully. Snape lowered his hand which was crossed over his chest and drew his wand from his black robes, his coat flipped as he walked to the center. Facing the Slytherin students, Snape obviously slackened, otherwise according to his temper, he would send a direct curse to knock his opponent over. But this time, he seldom attacked but put up a defensive stance. Geoffrey's first spell hit the ground 3 feet from Snape. Snape said coldly, Are you worried about hurting me by mistake, Geoffrey? Attack with every spell you can think of, dueling is a serious matter. Next, Geoffrey began to attack from different angles, shooting spells of various colors across the room, and the young wizards witnessed a stunning defensive demonstration. Snape rarely used protective spells such as shield charm, his eyesight is extremely sharp, always easily picking off the flying spells one by one. Faced with a black mist of suspected dark magic, his wand tapped on it, turning them into a large white mist of water. Snape emerged from the watery mist, his hazy face became clear, and he stepped closer to Geoffrey, casually flicking the oncoming spell with his wand and flicking it to the side. Soon, Geoffrey is forced to the edge of the stage and has to bow his head and admit defeat. That was brilliant. Did you see that? The Slytherin students applauded enthusiastically. Harry couldn't hold back his eagerness and rushed to the ring. Snape looked at Harry with a mocking expression, lowering his voice so that his words could only be heard by the other party, Can't help it, at last? As much as your father loves the limelight, perhaps this will make you feel special, you know, the feeling of being a savior. I don't feel like I'm special, it's just every trouble finding their way to me. Harry said, like the one that escaped from Azkaban, Sirius Black, who I knew nothing about previously. Don't mention that disgusting name, Snape said coldly. Harry said in an affirmative tone, I saw the records of your student days, you don't see eye to eye with each other, but there must be a deeper reason. Snape's expression elevated, his lips pursed rigidly, as if he held back from uttering a mean comment. 205, Chapter 205 Harry's Battle. Harry demanded, You must know something. Snape waved his wand to silence the surrounding noise, and he said, word by word, You're too nosy, Potter. Do you really think you're savior after being touted a few times? If it weren't for your mother's sacrifice, you'd be nothing. Harry's stomach churned, he felt glad and sad, glad that he had bet right. Snape really knew more about the inside story, but sad when he mentioned his mother, what happened as he didn't know about it. And Snape mocked him profusely, describing him as a villain who got away from death and who stole a reputation that didn't belong to him, which made his lungs explode. He couldn't help but clench his wand, itching to give Snape a bat bogey hex right away, he thought the name of the spell matched Snape too well as he looked like a big dirty bat. Snape noticed Harry's movement and his cold eyes narrowed as he said mischievously, "Want to have a go, Potter? I'm willing to give you that chance." Harry took 2 deep breaths of air and said stiffly, "No, it's not you, the one I'm looking for." He took a few steps away, turned his head to look at Felix, who is not far away, and said aloud, "I choose Professor Hap." Snape's face looked astonished, as he judged according to Potter's characteristics he would surely be enraged, then he can teach him a lesson in a fair and square manner. To be honest, he was looking forward to that scene. But the boy unexpectedly refused, how dare he? Snape reluctantly retreated to the edge of the stage as Felix and Harry came face to face and saluted with their wands up in front of their chests. Harry whispered, "Professor, if I can hold out for 2 minutes, will you promise me one thing?" Felix looked at him and smiled, just like in special training. "Exactly." Harry said quickly. He didn't have any expectation of getting information about his father and Sirius Black from Snape, it just happened, now it is his real ruse, just like when I invited you to look at the Firebolt prototype from the Quidditch boutique with me after my first success. I let it slip that time, to boost your confidence, Felix said. "I know, but I've made progress too," Harry said. After a short conversation, the 2 men saluted each other, took 7 steps in reverse, and turned to look at each other. Felix had no intention of making the first move, and Harry understood that everything would be just like the basement of the Leaky Cauldron bar. He waved his wand violently and shouted, "Incarcerus!" A rope as thin as a snake flew towards Felix. He did not look at the result, and then took 2 steps back, followed by a silent disarming charm. Felix smiled and stood still, the rope just touched his body, it quickly softened, he then tilted his head, dodging the red arc of light. Smoothly waved out 2 spells, 1 crimson and 1 gold. Protego. Harry had prepared the shield charm early, one of the spells grazed the magic barrier, the other spell hit straight on the shield charm with a muffled sound. Harry's mind silently recited the count, this is his summarized pattern, in the special training, Professor Hap never knocked him down at once in order to train him, rather, there is a certain interval, which gave him a glimmer of hope. Silently counting to 8, he dodged, and a powerful spell directly shattered the shield charm. He lamely got up from the ground and raised his hand to fling out 3 to 4 stupefying charms. Stupefy. 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 Felix's magical barrier appeared in front of him, blocking Harry's spells. Then he reached out and pushed out his hand in front of him, and the magical barrier turned into 7 or 8 blunt-headed arrows that flew at Harry. Whoosh! The arrows let out a whimpering, harsh whistle. Harry used a freezing spell to freeze the arrows in midair, and he immediately swooped to the side. The arrow paused for a second or two and continued on its intended trajectory, smashing into the wooden floor with a questionable, muffled thud. Snort, snort, snort. It took less than 30 seconds before and after, but the two showed a powerful interaction of offense and defense that left many people scratching their heads in disbelief. Professor Hap is undoubtedly very relaxed, and the young wizards are not surprised by this, but Harry left the crowd incomprehensible. The familiarity he showed in dueling surprised everyone. Harry truly looked wretched, spending most of his time dodging, tumbling, and stumbling backward, but he always found time to counterattack, releasing spells far more often than the students before him. And his expression also looked calm, completely lacking the panic of the previous few. Harry kept running around the stage as he tried to pull away from Professor Hap. 2 minutes is a long time, and Harry had to play it smart, which is something he had never been able to consider before. Despite knowing that his spell would be useless, he kept firing back, trying to interfere with the frequency of the professor's attacks. But to his despair, Professor Hap never slowed down in his attacks, almost once every 7 or 8 seconds, never changing because of his interference. I'm still too far off. This way, I am still not Sirius Black's opponent at all. Harry's mind became agitated, and he desperately reminded himself that it is not the right time yet, but he just couldn't help thinking about the future. As he ran, he got hit by an Incarcerus and tripped to the ground. His glasses flew off and Harry looked up in confusion, vaguely seeing a blurry figure across the room raising his wand. No. He struggled to raise his wand and shouted, Expelliarmus. A blazing red beam of light is fired, like a wrist-thick laser that faintly emits white light. The spell spanned more than 10 meters and collided head-on with the disarming charm Felix had sent over. Hey! Felix did not budge and raised the power of the magic spell, making the power of the two disarming charms equal. In the young wizard's view, Harry surprisingly tied with Professor Hap for a moment, their spells clashing fiercely, sending out crackling bursts and magical arcs of light. The great hall boiled up. This is Harry's disarming charm? How did he practice it? Legend has it that he used this spell to destroy the Dementors that tried to attack him. He's only in his 3rd year, no wonder he's the savior who defeated the you-know-who. Do you think he can win? You think too much, but I think it is possible in the future. Standing in the corner, Snape looked at the scene in shock. He never knew that Harry could make this kind of intensity of magic. This is far beyond the level he usually shows. Immediately after, he noticed the appearance of another person. It is Lupin. He looked very haggard, his grey hair seemed more conspicuous, and his clothes were patched. He had appeared in the Great Hall at some point and is looking at Harry with concern. The two eyes met, and Lupin nodded amicably, then stared at Harry unblinkingly. In the gilded ring, Harry desperately maintained the spell. He did not know how long had passed, each second felt like a century, but he wished he could hold on a little longer. Maybe he already lasted 2 minutes? That way, Professor Hap wouldn't deny his request. Harry thought to himself. Felix's spell remained terribly steady, never weakening a hair's breadth from start to finish. Harry watched as the magic that belonged to his side got suppressed in return. He gritted his teeth and held on as his vision began to drift, and the sky spun, a feeling he is no stranger to. In the next second, he would fall on the carpeted floor. It would be uncomfortable, but not really painful. Dang! Harry smashed on the floor. That hurts. His eyes teared up. He realized with a jolt, he is not in the basement of the Leaky Cauldron bar for special training, but in the gilded ring of the school Great Hall, with only bare hardwood planks beneath him. Harry! He heard a gentle shout as someone crouched over, but he could no longer tell who it might be. He passed out completely. Felix looked at Professor Lupin, who had lost his composure, and lunged at Harry, as he stood afar from him. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 206, Chapter 206 A Conversation with Lupin. Harry woke up from his bed in the hospital wing and saw the white ceiling when he opened his eyes. Here you go, Harry. He heard Hermione speak, and he reached out to take them. It would be his glasses. Harry's vision cleared as he put on his glasses, and he saw Hermione and Ron sitting off to the side. Madame Pomfrey is mixing potions on a small table at the foot of the bed, and Professor Lupin is leaning over to check his condition. Across the aisle, Professor Hap sat in the bed opposite in a relaxed manner, flipping through a Daily Prophet. Professor. Drink it first, son. Madame Pomfrey said, and Harry struggled. I think I'm fine. Oh, yeah. She said absent-mindedly, that won't stop you from drinking it all, come on, or I'll replace it with a draft of living death. Harry drank the entire cup of liquid in one gulp. He looked at Felix and asked eagerly, Professor Hap, am I lasted for 2 minutes? Felix put down the paper and smiled, you did do well with that last one, I was planning to keep the time close. It took Harry 2 or 3 seconds to catch the professor's meaning, and he revealed a startled look, so, I. Well, Felix winked at him, you can take your time to consider the wish, not too difficult, or I will refuse. Harry blurted out, I want to know about my father and Sirius Black. He glanced at Professor Lupin next to him who is looking at him in shock and whispered, thank you for visiting me, Professor Lupin. Professor Lupin said gently, it's nothing, I happen to be free tonight. Harry, about your father. Madame Pomfrey brought over a blanket, it's a little chilly at night, put this over yourself. She turned her head to the 2 professors and said with an impatient look on her face, the patient needs to rest, so you try to keep it short. Professor Lupin changed his tone and said, Harry, I know you have some questions, this weekend, you can drop by for a visit. I'll excuse myself, for now, Professor Hap, how about we go together? Felix stood up, of course. The 2 walked out of the room in pairs and as they walked around a corridor, Lupin paused, Professor Hap, we need to talk. About Potter? Yes, about Harry. Lupin said calmly, I can see that you treat him very well. But don't you think that some of your ways are not appropriate for a 3rd year? You mean? Felix looked at him curiously. The special summer training, if you'll excuse me, they were in the same compartment as me at the time and I heard a bit of it. From Harry's description, he fainted a dozen times during your special training. Felix said carelessly, probably more than that, if the data I recorded is correct, it should be 32 times. Lupin looked at him seriously, don't you realize the seriousness of the problem? He is only 13 years old. What does age means? Will Black leave him alone and wait for him to become an adult because of his age? Felix scoffed, if you're worried about his health, that's not necessary, I'm well prepared. Lupin suppressed the anger in his heart, Harry will be safe by staying in school. Besides, not everything can be brushed off with well prepared. Have you considered his mental capacity, what were you doing when you were 13? Felix looked at him expressionlessly and said softly, in my opinion, your reasons are all excuses. At least, I won't pin my hopes on others, and be comfortable enough to pretend nothing happened to me. Lupin calmed down, hesitated, and said, I do not want my words to show some kind of prejudice, but you come from Slytherin, and also Snape's students. What are you trying to say, Lupin? Felix knocked on the window frame in front of him, I'm in a hurry. Lupin took a deep breath, I'm more concerned about Harry's well-being than anyone else, and you're simply too much of an influence on him. On the other hand, Snape and his father were mortal enemies when they were at school, and I'm worried that Snape's attitude will affect you. Felix's gaze fell on the window. Severus can't influence me to do that yet. Of course, I don't intend to change my teaching philosophy. Professor Lupin, you're way out of line. What does Harry's problem have to do with you? Let's part ways here. He took a few steps forward and counted silently in his mind. 1, 2, 3. I knew Harry's father. We were good friends, far beyond even the boundaries of that word, and I am grateful to him. Lupin said suddenly. Felix, who had his back to him, curled his mouth as he looked back at Lupin. You expect to convince me with vague statements? Harry's father, James Potter, is a brilliant child in school. He learns everything at the drop of a hat, and Sirius. I mean Black too. Lupin stood with him side by side, looking out the window. The sky had gone completely dark. Well, I was on the edge, and it was James who accepted me. James and that guy were young and flamboyant, very popular with their classmates, and James went on to join the Quidditch team. However, on the other hand, they also became targets for Slytherin. Felix asked with interest, can you elaborate on that? Lupin thought for a moment, carefully choosing his words. Slytherin, during that period might not be quite the same as what you've been exposed to. The pure blood theory was so popular that many students joined the ranks of the Death Eaters as soon as they graduated. We privately referred to them as Death Eater Reserves. Felix nodded and said, I did hear something about that. James and that guy, Sirius Black, he was still a good guy back then. Lupin said arduously, they quickly became a Gryffindor brand. James is big-headed, liked to make mischief, he is cynical towards Slytherin, and he always defended the students in the same house, while Black, he strongly resented the rotten family he came from, also have no good feeling towards Slytherin. He even broke off relations with his family at the age of 16, I just did not expect that he would end up betraying James. He shook his head and didn't go on. And Felix has understood his unexpressed meaning, so he said with emotion, a teenager who filled with a sense of justice turned into an evil one, how can it not make the heart saddened? Lupin continued, James and Black offended a lot of people, of course, most people hate them because of their mischief, but they didn't care about it. Peter and I also participated in some. Looking back now, I wonder at how stupid I was. You're not just going to tell me about some of the experiences you had when you were young, are you? Just about there, James and Black had a nemesis at the time, the current potions professor, Severus Snape. They fought with each other openly and secretly, and for some reason, this rivalry reached a high intensity in the last few years. Because of Harry's mother. Felix interrupted him to ask a question. From what he had snooped around, it seemed to be mostly emotional entanglements. If you'll excuse me, I found out some information privately. Lupin stared at him with a complicated expression, and only after a while, he said, you are really an extraordinary Slytherin, Professor Hap. I don't mean that to be derogatory, but you obviously know some inside information but keep your mouth shut. Felix said briefly, I have limited knowledge to get a glimpse of the whole picture of that year, but it can be used to distinguish some suspicions. Please continue, Professor Lupin. Lupin said somewhat breathlessly, it's far more complicated than that. I'm considered one of the most knowledgeable persons, Professor Hap, and I hope that our conversation will not leak out. At least I won't spill the beans. His eyes traced over the corner of the corridor with a playful smile. But what if someone else happened to be right here? Harry's mother, Lily Evans, she and Snape had been good friends even before they started school, and James met Black from the beginning of the school year, and by a wonderful stroke of fate they sat in the same compartment in their first year, but the meeting wasn't a pleasant one. After he entered, James had complained to Lily, reminding her that she shouldn't make friends with Slytherin, that they were a bunch of dregs, but Lily didn't pay him any heed. It didn't take long for me to become friends with James and the gang, and I pulled in Peter. The four of us were inseparable, somewhat like Harry and his two best friends. He smiled and remarked that it would be one of the best memories of his life. As I said before, James and Black quickly rose through in popularity and gained many fans. As for their relationship with Snape, let's just say it was somewhat similar to Harry and Malfoy now, with Snape bringing too many points for Slytherin which James disliked, being unkempt, studying dark magic, being a Slytherin, making Slytherin number one, and stalking his house girl. Why stalking? I remember you saying that Snape and Harry's mother were good friends. Felix asked. True, but you can't expect 11 or 12-year-old boys to analyze things calmly, not to mention James and Sirius. He paused, they're both impulsive in nature. The conflict between James and Snape soon escalated, James cast a jinx on Snape, Snape also researched various jinx to fight back, and Lily has always defended Snape, looked at James with all kinds of displeasure. So after several years, James' spring came, he showed a smile, he suddenly got attracted to Lily, who had been at odds with him, and tried to talk to her, but how would Lily care about him? James soon changed himself, he became less arrogant and did not flaunt himself all the time, in short, showed a mature side. He and Snape's fight also moved to the shadows, not allowing Lily to see. Well, we didn't feel anything wrong, when Snape had already shown a strong talent for potions and was loved by Professor Slughorn, who gave him a lot of tips. We agreed that if he graduated, it would certainly make the Death Eaters much stronger. In the middle of this, because of some rather nasty fight, Lily and Snape broke off their friendship, and James took advantage of that, if you'll pardon the term, but it means pretty much the same thing. James and Lily hooked up, and his relationship with Snape became more complex, a personality disagreement, a battle of philosophies, and finally mixed with emotional issues. If you ask me, the person Snape hates the most is James, followed probably by Black, who was the one who acted as an undercover agent for the you-know-who and leaked Harry's house address to the public. God, I don't even know how to tell Harry that James trusted him so much and made him Harry's godfather, Lupin said with red eyes. Professor Hap, Lupin said sincerely as he looked at him, we haven't had much contact, but I can tell that you are a serious and responsible professor, and some of my students love you, even though they are not old enough to take your elective class. I am telling you these past events in the hope that you will not be influenced by Snape. And please believe me that my feelings for Harry are sincere. Felix remained silent for a moment. Professor Lupin, you think too much. Harry is a student I think highly of, and I am equally looking forward to his future. Lupin left. Felix's eyes looked around the corner, sighed softly, and left from another side. In the corner of the corridor, Harry sat wordlessly on the floor. Ron and Hermione looked at him with complicated expressions. 207, Chapter 207 Old Lady Longbottom. When he returned to his office, Hogwarts looked extraordinarily quiet at night, the forbidden forest in the distance looked darker than the night, and Felix carefully examined the acromantula in the large glass enclosure, recording the latest data. Wizard, when do you plan to release me back? The acromantula said in a gruff voice. Soon, when the experiment is done, Felix said perfunctorily. After spending another Friday in teaching routine, it came to the second weekend after school began. Felix dressed up and arrived at Hogsmeade Village at the right time. He made a deliberate path to the main entrance of the school and saw some Dementors on both sides of the castle iron gate. This thing is more sinister than he imagined. It seems to be wearing a tumbling cold mist. The moment you get close to it, you can't help but feel your body stiffen and your mood rapidly deteriorates. When Felix consciously operated occlumency, the Dementor's influence on him plummeted, and these cloaked creatures draped in rags also seemed to have lost interest in him. But his feelings of disgust towards this creature multiplied, with a strong urge to destroy them. Pushing open the door of Madame Putafoot's tea shop, the place referred to as the dating paradise by Hogwarts students, and Felix came here for the first time. In a way, it did have a murky beauty. The interior is foggy, the layout is twisted and cramped, and everything inside is decorated with slightly tacky lace. Felix is not very fond of this style of decoration, but it must be admitted that the owner has done a good job in creating the atmosphere. In addition to a couple of young male and female wizards, he is relieved to find a few solo customers enjoying their refreshments. He came to the counter and saw a smiling, short, chubby, middle-aged witch. Mrs. Putafoot. It's me, dear, what would you like? Mrs. Putafoot said, with her black hair combed together like a bun. Check the appointment with Mrs. Augusta Longbottom for me, at 10 o'clock. Madame Putafoot bowed her head and looked over the records that only she could read. Indeed, she mentioned it to me, 10 o'clock in the morning, at the card table by the window, and you are a quarter of an hour early. I know, give me a coffee first. Which seat is it exactly? Felix asked. Just to your left, along the aisle, there's a lace-bow menu near that little round table. Felix took his seat and looked out of the grey window, his index finger tapped on it, and the glass glowed over a palm-sized area, allowing a clear view outside. He silently thought about what was on his mind. During his conversation with Lupin on Thursday night, he accidentally spotted the trio, which is why he intentionally guided Lupin to tell the story of the intimate days. And I don't know if Harry can bear it, but the brutal truth is better than false peace of mind. Whether it's decadence or uprising, it's your own choice, you can't blame anyone else a bit. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he saw an elderly woman holding a large red handbag appear on the street corner. As soon as she entered, she loudly asked Putafoot whether anyone had come, and Mrs. Putafoot pointed to his position and said a couple of words, after which the elderly woman came striding over. Felix stood up and shook her hand. Hello, Mrs. Longbottom. Hello to you too, Professor Hap, we met during the summer. Mrs. Longbottom extended her dry, hawk-like hand, then she took off her tall, old engraved hat, put it together with her red handbag, and sat down opposite him. Lady Putafoot brought over a cup of black tea, as is your habit, Mrs. Longbottom. Oh, Putafoot, you are still so thoughtful. Mrs. Longbottom said. She looked at the coffee in front of Felix and suggested to him, the black tea here is good, I like it very much, you can try it. There will be a chance, madam, Felix said. After a few pleasantries, the two got down to business. Felix said, "Madam, you should have received my letter. Neville's wand seems to have been inherited from his father, and it doesn't really work well with him." Lady Longbottom stirred her black tea with a small spoon. "You are right, my son." Felix paused and said tentatively, "It may be that I don't know the Longbottom family tradition, perhaps." "No such thing at all, son." Lady Longbottom pursed her lips tightly. It was Neville Boy who insisted. The slightly sluggish, introverted, timid little round face? Felix looked a little puzzled. He looked at her calmly in silence. Mrs. Longbottom thought for a moment. "It's no disgrace. My son and daughter-in-law were tortured and driven mad by that man's goons, and they were hospitalized in St. Mungo's for years. Neville grew up with me, and before he went to school, I took him to St. Mungo's every other week to visit his parents." "Wait, you mean, his parents are still alive?" "Of course." Mrs. Longbottom said proudly. "They were tortured by 4 Death Eater scum with a cruciatus curse. Very few of them made it through alive. Frank and Alice, I must say, they are both fine." Her voice boomed, provoking a number of stares. "The cruciatus curse," Felix repeated softly. "That's the curse, one of the unforgivable curses that can make you feel worse than dead." Mrs. Longbottom said, "Frank and Alice are the most courageous people I have ever seen, and they didn't spill a bean. I'm proud of them. I'm just a little sorry. Obviously he is dead, and I remember Frank saying he wanted to celebrate after the victory." She held up her cup of black tea to hide her face. After 2 or 3 minutes, she calmed down, except her eyes were somewhat red, and her face looked even prouder. "We got off topic and wasted your time, Professor Happ." "It's nothing. I admire those who are strong-willed," Felix said. "Thank you. Where were we? Wand? Oh yes, the wand. When Neville was about 4 or 5, I think, he came back from the hospital, went through the closet, and brought out his father's wand, which I had hidden away, with the core of unicorn hair, and it is exceptionally loyal. I thought he acted on a whim and went along with him. But he wouldn't let go of it from then on. When school started, I wanted to take him to buy a wand, and he refused with all his might, saying he wanted to take his father's wand with him." "Did you not persuade him, madam?" "I tried. The boy is usually quite cowardly, but he was particularly persistent in this matter. And, before school started, he managed to cast a simple spell with that wand, which, given his previous performance, was nothing short of a miracle, and I agreed." Felix thought about it and suggested to her, "Maybe we can buy another wand, and as for the one from Neville's father, just let it be a spare wand." Mrs. Longbottom said with a stern expression, "I don't think another wand would help him much, and I'm ashamed of his report card he got back this summer. He didn't inherit his parents' talents at all, and I suspected at one time that he was a squib, then because of an accident, he showed a talent for magic." Felix said mildly, "But like you said, he wasn't really a genius in the first place, and the slightest influence can make a huge difference, let alone a wand." He took out a stack of parchment from the ring. "This is Neville's performance in learning the spell in dueling class, recorded by himself. The data on it is surprisingly honest, and gives me a clearer picture of his situation. From the data, it looks like Neville learns a spell 3 to 5 times slower than the average person, and it's hard to tell if there's a wand factor." Mrs. Longbottom looked carefully, turning it over one by one. "In addition to Neville's handwriting, there is another person's markings and summary words." She looked up halfway down the list. "You've convinced me, Professor Happ. It's really Neville's greatest good fortune to have met you." Felix shrugged his shoulders. "I'm also curious about how he'll perform once he gets his new wand, and besides, Mrs. Longbottom, I have an unpleasant request." 208, Chapter 208 Patient. Half an hour later, Felix and Mrs. Longbottom stood in front of an old red brick department store. The nameplate showed its name is Perch and Dow's Limited, which looked decayed and cold, with a big closed for refurbishment sign hanging on the dusty door. Felix looked through the window and surveyed the tattered plastic mannequins in front of him. The ugliest one, which had crooked facial features, eyelashes stuck to its face, and wearing a green nylon dress. "I guess this place never opened," he said in an affirmative tone. "What a silly thing to say, the Ministry of Magic went to a lot of lengths to find an appropriate place." Old Lady Longbottom said absent-mindedly, her hands tangled together as she kept rubbing the thin leather cords around the big red purse in her hand. "Are you really sure about this, Professor Happ? I have experienced disappointment too many times over the years. I cannot give you a definite answer, madam. This is my last-minute idea for compensation. After all, my request may seem not so anywhere near humane," Felix said. Old Lady Longbottom pursed her lips. "You mentioned the accidental magic riot. Are you sure there is no danger? Is there any danger in accidental magic riots for little wizards as they grow up?" Felix asked rhetorically. The old Lady Longbottom said with a serious expression, "You had reached my knowledge blind spot. My experience tells me that every little wizard will go through this step, and there is no need to worry. but the artificial creation of magic riots. She shook her head, seeming to find it incredible. Felix explained, "Ma'am, it may be that I have a special physique, I have personally experienced more than one accidental magic riots, and even though the whole experience is unpleasant, I have benefited from it. In fact, I realized its value very early on and also raised possible speculations. Only this experience remained strictly unique to me, with no other supporting evidence. It wasn't until this summer that I finally came across a very rare exception." Lady Longbottom pursed her lips, "If you can cure, no, I won't ask for more, but I need Dumbledore to be present, whom I believe and trust." Felix curled the corners of his lips, "No questions whatsoever, ma'am." Old Lady Longbottom addressed the particularly ugly mannequin, "I've come to visit Alice and Frank Longbottom." The mannequin nodded slightly and waved at them. The two then walked through the window glass and entered St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Felix found himself in a waiting room, and he looked around with interest. A dozen male and female wizards sat on wobbly wooden chairs, and two healers in green robes recorded their symptoms. In front of him on the left is the information counter, a woman with blonde hair standing behind it, a long line in front of her. Behind the woman is the emblem of St. Mungo's, a wand crossed with a bone. The surrounding walls have portraits of healers and a few taglines. At this moment, a middle-aged male wizard is showing his right hand to the healer, a black kettle biting hard on him, with dark green blood oozing from the wound, and he is yelling angrily. "Can't you see a curse? I'm cursed, an anonymous birthday present sent to me, don't let me know who it is." "Ouch, this stupid kettle," he kept flinging his arms. "Don't move, you're shaking it so much I can't see it properly." The young healer with the writing pad looked carefully for a moment. "You're required to go to the spell damage unit on the 4th floor. Felix looked at the signpost. Artifact Accidents Unit ground floor. Cauldron explosion, wand backfiring, broom crashes, etc. Creature-induced injuries unit 1st floor. Bites, stings, burns, embedded spines, etc. Magical bugs unit 2nd floor. Contagious maladies, e.g. dragon pox, vanishing sickness, scrofungulus. Potion and plant poisoning unit 3rd floor. Rashes, regurgitation, uncontrollable giggling, etc. Spell damage unit 4th floor. Unliftable jinxes, hexes, and incorrectly applied charms, etc. Visitors tea room and hospital shop 5th floor. "We're going to the 4th floor, Mrs. Longbottom said to him, as they made their way up on a crooked staircase to the 4th floor, passing through some double-door wards until they saw a very long hallway where the doors were locked. A healer with a gold and silver floral ribbon on her head emerged from the closed ward, smiling as she greeted, "Mrs. Longbottom, here to see your family? Let me take you in." "Thank you, Miriam." The healer, Miriam, chanted Alohomora and led them into the ward, passing over several beds to the far end where there were 2 beds behind a floral curtain. She lifted the curtain and said cheerfully, "Frank, Alice, your mother is here to see you again." Felix saw the Longbottoms for the first time. Both were dressed in pajamas, their faces thin and gaunt, their hair half white, Neville's father blankly sitting at the end of the bed, as if he could sit like this until the world's end, with an occasional glance from his eyes. Neville's mother, on the other hand, responded more distinctly, holding a snack bag in her hand and carefully studying it. But both of them didn't respond remotely to the healer's words. "She's probably just looking at the pattern on it," the healer said, "most of her memories are gone, which you should understand." "Miriam," Old Lady Longbottom said, "can you give us some time?" "No problem." She closed the curtain and left. Old Lady Longbottom went to the bed, and took Neville's mother's hand, as she caressed the dry hair on her head. "This is one of the after effects of the Cruciatus curse, aging faster than normal. I fear they will go ahead of me." "If you don't mind, madam?" Felix asked softly. "What? Oh, sure, what do I need to do?" the Old Lady Longbottom asked nervously. "Nothing." Felix snapped his fingers lightly and suddenly the world spun and everything in the room distorted, colors and shapes tangled together like some kind of abstract painting. But soon, everything returned to normal. No, not normal. Felix's expression became solemn as he tried to pull Neville's father into the thinking room, which he partially did. In the half of the space that belonged to him, there is no trace of a problem, but the other half, which is empty, is nothing but a shattered world. In his vision, there is darkness as serene as the starry sky of the universe, darker than the densest ink, and large chunks of memory floating in midair. They are fragmented, like a curtain that has been torn completely apart. Felix stood at the edge of the room and watched the scene, which is strange as it could be, a hazy glow flashing now and then with scattered images of men and women. A baby with a small round face, Old Lady Longbottom, a few fierce faces, Dumbledore, an ugly man with a fake eye, Lupin, a man who looks a lot like the grown-up Potter. The most appeared still a woman with a round, friendly face. She looked very young, with a very gentle gaze. Even if the appearance has changed, Felix immediately recognized her, Alice Longbottom, sitting in the bed nearby. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 209, Chapter 209 Sources of Confidence. After a long time, Felix withdrew from the thinking room. To the outside world, he looked like he had been dazed in place for 10 minutes, but old Lady Longbottom held her breath, and her lips quivered as she inquired, "How is it?" I saw Frank suddenly, not moving a muscle. Felix pinched his temples and sat down somewhat wearily in the chair next to him. "A vast project, but he gave a broad smile, "I have a cure." Old Lady Longbottom let out a suppressed cry, she covered her mouth with a death grip, her eyes suddenly misted with water, and took a few steps back to sit on the hospital bed. "Is it true, Professor Happ?" "Mr. Happ, I wish I don't want to ask too much, as long as they can recall something." "No, ma'am, no. I had a plan before I came here, so either nothing can be done about it, or it can be completely cured as a matter of fact." Felix said in a relaxed tone, "Although it would seem like I'm not being modest enough by saying this, my biggest concern is dealing with a fragmented soul. If that were the case, even if I had got some guidance from a great master of magic once, the chances of them being healed would still be minimal. Fortunately, though, the worst-case scenario didn't happen. I just need to complete a puzzle, and probably a bit of power of emotion." The old Lady Longbottom calmed down as she cautiously said, "Can I understand your concept of treatment? After all, Frank and Alice have been sentenced to death by the most authoritative healers in St. Mungo's." She originally wanted to keep these words inside and pretend to trust Felix completely, so she could get herself a few months filled with hope, but as a tough witch with a strong personality who had personally sent her son and daughter-in-law to war, she had her own perseverance. "Of course, and please don't resist." Felix snapped his fingers again and pulled her into the thinking room. Half a minute later, she abruptly said in a bright tone, "That's a thinking room, powerful memory magic? It's a miracle, I already believe you can do it. I'm going to look for Miriam." "Oh, please don't do that for now, ma'am. I don't want too many people to know about this. It is not successful yet, is it? Not everyone is much open to an outsider's instructions." Felix said tactfully. "You're right, Mr. Happ." Old Lady Longbottom considered his suggestion seriously, and she did not want to make an issue out of it to avoid intervention from St. Mungo's, but she prepared to consult Dumbledore. It's nothing to do with trust or lack of trust, but Dumbledore, as the founder of the Order of the Phoenix, has the right to know about it. Moreover, he may help to check the omissions. "Mr. Happ, in your opinion, approximately how much time is needed to be able to see the results?" "I can spare one morning a week, and frankly, I'm willing to spend more time. It's really an interesting project. Maybe when I succeed, my thinking room magic will reach an incredible level." Felix's voice trailed off. He had always believed that the room of requirement was Ravenclaw's thinking room, and so he had been considering how to make it come to reality. On the night he recovered the zooming spell and obtained the rune orb, he touched a glimpse of this realm pulling thousands of magic runes out of the thinking room, but this particular state never succeeded again. Now, he saw hope for it again. Felix said to old Lady Longbottom, "I can't guarantee a specific time, but I think they should be able to recognize their family members around Christmas at the very least. I'm looking forward to that, Mr. Happ. It might be the best Christmas present I've ever received in my life." "I don't want to throw cold water on it, ma'am. But we'd better keep our optimism limited, lest the unexpected happens." "Is that your motto, always be on your guard?" "I'm thinking of a friend who also has a pessimistic view about the future." "No, I just prefer to mold my future with my own hands." As they walked out of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, the two discussed the matter of artificially creating a magic riot in passing. Felix hadn't thought it through yet, and he only offered some general thoughts. "What I'm doing might hurt Neville's feelings, so I'll have to get your approval," Felix said, even though he looked a little evil, but he said it anyway. "If I didn't know you to a certain degree, I would have thought. Moreover, aren't you worried that Neville will misunderstand you?" She couldn't help but inquire. Felix shrugged, "I will ask his forgiveness afterward, whatever he might think of me." Old Lady Longbottom looked at him with a complicated expression. "I may never able to fathom the thoughts of a Slytherin, even a good man like you. According to you, if it succeeds, the boy will stimulate a stronger talent, or at least not too much worse than others." She added, "And you risk a lifetime of misunderstanding, Mr. Happ. The boy is more stubborn than you think." Felix calmly reminded her, "Ma'am, I'm not trying to brand myself innocent. In fact, I'm discussing with you how to hurt a child to the greatest extent possible, even if it's only temporarily. I am also his grandmother, and I have reasons for doing so, but how would you be perceived by others if they knew about this? Some would pounce on you, and I know that boring crowd." Yes, Felix said softly, "but I won't stop just because I'm conscious of what the bystanders think." At his invitation, he and old Lady Longbottom used the apparition to come to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The two then made their way into the castle. She looked at the castle nostalgically, I used to stumble on this grand staircase when I was at school, and I remember a huge, ugly stone gargoyle in front of the headmaster's office. They soon came to her words. Ugly huge stone gargoyle. Felix extended his wand, a silver beam of light went through the gap in the stone gargoyle and disappeared. Half a moment later, the silver beam came back, turning into a silver-white rain swallow. It landed on Felix's shoulder, held its head high, and made a clear, crisp sound from its mouth, iced lemonade. The stone gargoyle suddenly came to life and spun out of the way, revealing the spiral staircase on the inside. "Let's go, Dumbledore is waiting for us," Felix said. Pushing open a gleaming oak door, Dumbledore smiled at them as he rose from his chair. "Lady Longbottom, I am surprised by your arrival." Old Lady Longbottom pursed her lips. "Dumbledore, I need to draw on your wisdom." She began to recount the things they had talked about. Dumbledore listened quietly, occasionally a look of surprise flashed, but he made no attempt to interrupt her and waited until she had finished before he smiled and said, "So, I'll be seeing 2 friends of mine soon. As for artificially constructed magic riots." He frowned and looked at Felix. "As I reminded you, any study of magic itself has the potential to induce extremely dangerous results." "I was the one who agreed." Old Lady Longbottom insisted. "That boy Neville, I believe if he knew, he would make the same choice. Only we could not tell him in advance." Dumbledore fell into silence. A long time he said emotionally, "Perhaps I am too sensitive. Judging from my point of view, your approach is not very dangerous, although, it may." He looked at Felix and asked a similar question. "Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood, Felix?" Felix said calmly, "This thing is win-win for us, and it's perfect research for me, so I don't mind being the one who pushes it through." Dumbledore muttered in a low voice, then he said, "Felix, later on, you stay, we can discuss this part in detail. As for Lady Longbottom, you..." "I'm going to find Neville," she stated snappily, "and take him to purchase a new wand through Minerva's fireplace, and get back quickly." The door closed behind her. Dumbledore's expression turned serious as he stared at Felix and said in a quiet voice, "Are you sure about the Longbottom treatment?" "To be honest, after the tragedy, I have tried many times to mend their shattered memories, but the Longbottom couple's condition is so bad that there is nothing I can do." Felix chuckled lowly. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I once received a selfless helping hand from Lady Rowena Ravenclaw. For him, apart from the thinking room magic, there was one thing that he had not revealed to old Lady Longbottom, and that would be the memory node, or rather, the soul node, inherited from Lady Ravenclaw. This is his greatest source of confidence." 210, Chapter 210 Troubles and Guesswork. As Felix exited the headmaster's office, he still mulled over Dumbledore's final advice to him, never try to play with people's hearts. He shook his head, ready to go check on Hagrid's big dog. The guy should be restored to 5 or 6 feet tall, right? The other side. A lot of people in the Gryffindor common room were still discussing what had just happened when, right before their eyes, Professor McGonagall had dragged Neville Longbottom away with a scary-looking old woman. From the helpless expression on his small, round face, it appeared that he is about to head towards the torture chamber. "That's Neville's grandmother, I met her on my holiday," Harry introduced. "She was very strict with Neville." Hermione said softly, "I think Professor Hap convinced her, so she came to take Neville to buy a new wand." All 3 of them knew about Professor Hap's suggestion for Neville to replace his wand, and they had accompanied Neville to send the professor's letter together. Ron hit the nail on the head. "He should have changed it a long time ago, and you don't even know how great it's been since I got a new wand. But speaking of which, Neville's grandmother seems pretty tough, but why haven't we seen his mom and dad?" Harry said, "Probably killed by the Death Eaters." At the time, Neville's grandmother mentioned a word, saying that Neville's parents were tortured by the Death Eaters and never leaked the information. "The Death Eaters," Ron said in disgust, "what a criminal bunch." "Yeah," Harry said disgustedly, "just like that Sirius Black." Ron and Hermione looked at each other. Harry had been acting out of character since Thursday night. Ron said, "Harry, my letter was mailed out, except my dad hasn't replied yet." "Well, thanks," Harry replied breathlessly. Hermione looked at the time. "Excuse me, I'm going out for a moment." She left hurriedly and returned again about 7 or 8 minutes later, yawning and looking around, walking past their seats a couple of times. Ron said unhappily, "Hermione, I thought you turned into Neville, your memory is much worse all of a sudden." "What?" "Oh, I was just thinking about something. We talked about Thursday night's episode, Harry, let's sort it out again, and frankly, I don't know what you have to be so depressed about." Harry said dejectedly, "I used to wonder why Snape hated me so much. 10 days ago I thought it was because he and my father were mortal enemies at school, and then in the blink of an eye I found out it also involved my mother." Hermione opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Ron said, "It's you who took the bull by the horns, Harry. It's understandable when you think about it. Snape and your mother is a neighbor, there is a certain friendship, he may even have a crush on your mother." But the two separated from each other further and further apart. As for your father and Snape is another matter. He concluded, it's really just two people Snape knew, one was a neighbor and one was a nemesis, only they happened to be your parents respectively. Harry said, I always feel weird, I never thought I could be related to Snape. It's just a previous generation's friendship and hatred, think outside the box, Harry. Ron said, I can climb into kinship with any Death Eater if I want to, I mean the pure bloods. I'm afraid I'm going to die of anger if I dwell on this all day. He made a vomiting expression. But, according to you, if Snape liked my mother, Harry couldn't help but shiver as if he had slimy flobberworm crawling all over him, why were the two not together afterward? Ron said suspiciously, what's the connection? Are you looking forward to Snape becoming? Harry covered his mouth in exasperation, and Ron said playfully, still mopey? Makes you wonder. Harry said in a bad mood, if you say that again, I'll stuff Aunt Petunia's smelly socks in your mouth while you sleep at night. Then, he mumbled something half-heartedly, thinking of how to explain the twisted emotions in his heart, and finally gave up completely, I'm just not feeling well. Hermione pondered, Harry, I think your concern is purely superfluous, the two of them simply cannot come together. Why? Harry asked urgently, he had been plagued by this strange feeling for the past few days, even more than his hatred for Sirius Black, and he couldn't wait to seek more proof. It's because of the war. Hermione said, don't forget the time period, it was the time when the Death Eaters were most rampant, and Slytherin House was the equivalent of a boot camp for Death Eaters at the time. So? Ron asked with interest as he pulled out a packet of fruit juice and handed it to Harry and Hermione. Hermione gave him a blank look, you didn't think of the camp issue? Do you really think it's a personal affair? According to the pureblooders' philosophy, Harry's mother is a Muggle-born, the lowest of the low, naturally standing on the opposite side of them. And Snape, is he a pureblood or a half-blood? She asked, looking at Ron uncertainly. Ron carefully recalled, I do not remember the family of Snape, maybe he inherited his father's surname. Then it would be a half-blood, Hermione said, but in any case, he took the side of the purebloods. Harry said sensibly, he didn't, and if he was a Death Eater, there's no way he could have escaped Dumbledore's sight. Well, Hermione amended her words, according to Professor Lupin, Snape at least partially shares the pureblooders' philosophy, doesn't he? Think about it, Harry, how could they possibly be together? Their circles are completely two opposing camps. Harry enlightened and the problem that was bothering him is solved. They soon began to discuss how Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban with great enthusiasm. The only thing that can fight the Dementors at the moment is the Patronus charm, but he can't possibly be holding a wand, Hermione said. Ron guessed, maybe it's some kind of high-level dark magic that was taught to him by the you-know-who. Hermione thought of the pile of dark magic books in Professor Happ's thinking room and decided to ask Professor Happ privately if he knew. By the way, Harry, do you always have that sneakoscope with you? Yeah, Harry pulled a walnut-sized golden sneakoscope out of his pocket, it looks like it's broken, never changed. Ron rushed to say, don't you dare, if it really changes, then we'll be in trouble. A few guys in the common room worked on their homework, in between Wood came to Harry once to tell him about the latest Quidditch training program. Wood mysteriously pulled Harry aside and talked about something with a raised eyebrow. When Harry returned, Ron couldn't help but ask, he looks happy. That's right, Harry said as he carefully slipped the parchment filled with training plans into his book. According to him, there's a good chance that troll captain from Slytherin will get a detention with the professor, and he's going to keep an eye on that. After almost an hour, Neville returned, his face unreadable. Neville, this way. Harry waved at him, how's the new wand? Neville muttered, fine. He pulled two wands, one old and one new, out of his pocket, but they look surprisingly alike. Hermione carefully distinguished, cherry wood, needless to say, the core of the wand is unicorn hair, as for the size. She compared the measurements, 13 inches. That's right, right. Neville looked at her with amazement. Hermione said cheerfully, I spent a lot of time studying wands during my last school year. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 211, Chapter 211 Fame. But Hermione's good mood did not last long, a sister from the 5th year ran up to her and asked, I heard that you can break the solid wood armrest with your bare hands? This should be the effect of practical magic rune, right, can you demonstrate it? Hermione looked at her dumbfounded, you are asking me to demonstrate breaking the armrest with my bare hands in public? This schoolgirl also realized that something is not right, she whispered, it is okay to do it in private, I prepared 2 copper flasks. Hermione as a whole felt bad, watching a lot of people have the tendency to gather around her, she panicked and said, there is an important matter, I have to go back to the dormitory, I'll be right back. Then she immediately ran away in a hurry. After hiding in her dorm room for a while, she finally figured out a solution. This time, She prepared herself mentally and returned to the common room, cleared her throat, and said aloud, regarding the proficiency level mentioned in the Magic Rune Club announcement, it's roughly like this. She drew her wand and slowly sketched out a golden magic rune in the air. A group of students gathered around her curiously. The rune took shape gradually and remained frozen in midair as everyone watched it in silence. Hermione explained, to do this step is already difficult, for which you have to constantly be familiar with the rune and figure out the meaning of the practical magic rune to make it, then it can be stable and exist for a short time. After a few moments, Hermione reached out, the golden magic rune flew into her hand. This is the magic rune that means light, something we are taught in the 3rd year. Now, the key is to bring out the meaning of the magic that it represents. The rune on her palm burst into a massive white glow. The young wizards were enthralled, and Hermione heaved a sigh of relief as it seemed to be working well, and finally, no one bothered to let her demonstrate. At that moment, the twins suddenly appeared. Fred inquired, Hermione, I remember that you also mastered a powerful magic rune, which one is it? Hermione pouted and looked at him, and did not say anything, but suddenly a glow of light covered her hands. She now has more control over the magic rune that means Wild Bull strength. Fred shrank and asked jokingly, you're not thinking of? Yes, that's what I think, Hermione said with certainty, and she took a step forward. Fred saw the situation is unfavorable, so he dragged George a little aside and hurriedly slipped away. A fair number of Gryffindor students laughed gleefully, and the twins' friend Lee Jordan whistled excitedly. Later, the group returned to their seats, murmuring and discussing. Almost 5 days had passed since the Magic Rune Club recruitment announcement was posted. Many students who intend to sign up have already started to act, but there are still a few who remain on the fence. This wait-and-see approach is actually about not wanting to write a 7-foot essay and wanting to see if there is a better way in most cases. By better way I mean inquiring about shortcuts to become proficient in a practical magic rune quickly. Ron got fascinated by this, and even though Hermione had told him no less than 10 times that it was impossible, he still continued to indulge in it. Hermione angrily reminded him, and Harry, you can't possibly expect to write a 7-foot essay within the last few days of the month, now you have barely 2 weeks left. Unless you're not going to join the Magic Rune Club, you know that the first recruitment requirements are the most lenient you can get, it won't be so easy after that. Okay, Ron yawned, but neither of us was able to borrow Professor Happ's book, and it's too late for both of us to get started. Hermione pulled out 2 identical books from her beaded pouch, which is none other than Explorations of Ancient Runes. Here, I'll lend them to you for now. Ron looked at her with admiration. Hermione, you're a god. How did you know we couldn't borrow the book? Harry also filled with disbelief. Yes, Professor Trelawney also said you have no talent for divination, really she needs to see this. Hermione kindly said, I bought this in the Flourish and Blots bookseller, not from the library's collection. You bought 2 copies? Harry asked. One for detailed study, I wrote notes all over it, and the other for my collection, Hermione said matter-of-factly. As a result, both Harry and Ron fought over the book with the notes written on it, and in the end, they would rather read it together than touch the blank copy of Explorations of Ancient Runes, which made Hermione furious. In different corners of the school, the young wizards had different attitudes toward the matter, some giving up early, others sloppily copying some top students, while some were secretly giving their best effort. In the following period, Felix appeared to be very busy, and those who could still see him during the classes would see him hastily leaving as soon as the bell rang. Don't even think about finding this professor after that. He also kept his word and handed over all the daily testing and grading work for the 3rd and 4th years to his assistant, which greatly reduced his burden. Felix had quite a few regular commitments at hand, a scheduled exchange with Nicholas Flamel, which took place almost once every 3 or 2 days. Dueling classes were made easier with the presence of Flitwick. Experimenting with the zooming spell, which the Acromantula had a lot to say about, could only be carried out in spare time. Other than that, he spent most of his time in the library, looking up information about memory magic. A lot of techniques were hidden in words, which even an author of the books were not aware of, but were discovered by him. He paid particular attention to Lady Ravenclaw's materials, and the 12 volumes of manuscripts she left behind were repeatedly mulled over by him. The effect was remarkable. He had almost digested the structure of the dense, stabilized memories that Lady Ravenclaw had left him. It is miraculous, to be honest. What he had originally intended to obtain was a patroness that could be infused with the caster's thoughts, and it turned out that Lady Ravenclaw had given him far more than he could have imagined. This was especially evident during the last 2 trips to St. Mungo. In the discussion with Dumbledore, he also expressed with confidence despite never saying the words out loud, the treatment is quite simple. Firstly, the memories will be roughly divided according to age, piecing together roughly what they might have resembled. Subsequently, the memory nodes will be used to stabilize them and keep them from collapsing. As long as the degree of completion is more than half, the rest of them can be completely recovered on their own. Dumbledore nodded in appreciation and said, Felix, you have solved a huge problem that has plagued the wizarding world. This method can not only be used to treat the shattered memories brought about by the Cruciatus curse, but it is also equally effective for some particularly stubborn memory damage. Felix froze for a moment. I didn't have time to think about that, I've been too busy lately. Mostly because no one around him needed it. Dumbledore shook his head. An old friend of mine was stolen of his memories by Lockhart's memory magic, causing irreversible damage. Not just him, there are many more examples of this type of memory magic abuse, most of them are not effectively saved. Felix, this is the achievement that can get you the St. Mungo Prize and the Order of Merlin badge. He said with a wink and a hint. Felix instantly understood what the headmaster wanted to say. This is a great opportunity to gain fame. With a little work, he will be crowned the nemesis of the Cruciatus curse, the end of memory damage, or the master of memory magic. Felix felt tempted. Felix's heart pounded, and his external labels, Muggle researcher and of course professor of Hogwarts, were widely recognized and had brought him great convenience in his normal social life. And in the eyes of a few, he probably still bears the not-so-friendly title of Ancient Magic Rune Trader, or Dark Lord Prepper. Well, the former referred by the bunch of Ancient Magic Rune Association old-timers, the latter by certain pure-blood families he had intimidated. Although he hates boring social and political gimmicks, he does not mind expanding his influence. Whether it was the St. Mungo's Prize or the Order of Merlin badge, they were both well known. He held down his excitement and said non-committally, Dumbledore, that certain magic is important to me, and I do not want to publish it in the short term. Dumbledore understands this, he said calmly, no one will force you to give up your magic, Felix. In fact, the vast majority of healers are not at your level either. In the branch of memory magic alone, you are almost at the apex of the wizarding world. My suggestion is to put together a set of healing methods that are far below your own level, yet effective. 212, Chapter 212 Cedric Diggory. On the last Saturday of September, the Magic Rune Club recruitment assessment began. Hermione woke Harry and Ron up early, and after breakfast, the three of them hurried to the Ancient Runes classroom. Harry looked tired and Ron rubbed his eyes hard as he grumbled, Hermione, we went too early. And besides, both of us just need to turn in our essay, it's not like Professor Happ is going to grade it on the spot. Hermione looked at them seriously, of course, you're going to help, you know, the essay you wrote. She schemed and didn't say anything snarky, but her meaning is already clear. Harry flushed a bit, it took him and Ron 2 weeks to barely scrape together a 7-foot essay, and it simply killed them. The longest essay Harry had ever written was only 3 foot, and that was an essay on the complete history of wizards in medieval Europe that Professor Binns had assigned last year, and if he remembered correctly, Hermione had handed in an assignment that was 4 feet 7 inches, an assignment that she had written in very little letters. The Ancient Rune classroom door is locked, and a note is posted on the door, the Magic Rune Club assessment location changed to Classroom 7 on the same floor. Below the text, there is a sketch of an abstract figure pointing them to move ahead. The location changed. Harry looked at Hermione in wonder, and Hermione shook her head, I'm not sure, maybe it was a temporary change. A voice heard from behind, it sounded clean and clear, hello there. The trio turned around, a tall, lean boy stood behind them, he looked handsome over the top, with dark hair and a straight nose, except for a somewhat pale face, almost no flaws could be found. He offered his hand and introduced himself, I'm Cedric Diggory. Harry also extended his hand, I know you, Seeker and the new captain of the Hufflepuff team, Wood has mentioned you, and you stood out in the dueling class as well. Oh, I'm Harry Potter, by the way. Cedric smiled, no match for you, I don't think there's anyone at school who doesn't know you, these two friends of yours. Yeah, this is Ron Weasley and this is Hermione Granger, both third years, Harry said as he introduced Ron and Hermione. The two looked at Cedric curiously. They walked in pairs towards Classroom 7, Ron and Hermione talked less because of the strangers joining them, Harry is not really a talkative person either, but he is able to talk about Quidditch with Cedric. Harry looked for a topic, Cedric, are you new to the team this year? I remember Hufflepuff's previous Seeker being a senior girl. Cedric laughed, I joined the team earlier, and this is my 3rd year. Harry looked a little embarrassed, he didn't remember such a person in the Hufflepuff team at all. Good thing, Cedric explained his confusion, I was a chaser before, but last year several seniors left all at once, and it was hard to find the right person as a Seeker, so I stepped up as captain and assembled a new team. Harry somewhat understood, Wood also said in the previous conversation, Hufflepuff's new captain cannot be underestimated, so how could he be a newcomer? But no matter who he is up against, he is confident that he will be victorious and able to take the 2nd Quidditch Cup home. The two then began to discuss Quidditch tactics, which seemed like a strange thing to Ron and Hermione, the Hufflepuff captain discussing Quidditch tactics with the Gryffindor's Seeker, knowing that they would most likely be rivals in a month or so. Cedric said, to be honest, I'm a little stressed out, at the brink of, reading various playbooks all summer, I didn't have to think about that in the past when I was just a player. Harry also recalled the image of Wood desperately pulling the players through various tactics last year, and by the time the final was near, the twins thought Wood was a little hysterical and probably needed a 2-day stay in the hospital wing. Now he suddenly understood Wood. Harry casually introduced a couple of Quidditch books that he had read for fun last year, which he had found useful. Cedric happily jotted down the names. Well, there's one I haven't heard of, thank you, Harry. Speaking of which, Harry asked, can a Seeker also become a captain? I've always flown alone and might not be able to take into account what's going on in the field. Cedric happened to have read about this. It's two different strategies. Some teams will go all out to guarantee the Seeker's freedom to fly and stay out of team action, leaving him to his own game, which they think will allow them to spot the golden snitch faster. Some teams, on the other hand, need the Seeker to be involved in the team's offense and defense from time to time. Harry mulled it over for a moment. Sounds like the latter is a little more demanding. Wood never asked him to coordinate with the defense, the only thing he asked from him is to catch the golden snitch as fast as possible. You can't say that, Cedric explained, for the talented Seeker, that is, you, Harry, you can finish the game in half an hour, and if I had a talent like you in my team, I would certainly give you absolute freedom as well, because it's hard to pull off 150 points in such a short time gap. Hearing this, Harry almost understood the similarities and differences between the two strategies. Ron suddenly said from the sidelines, Harry's fastest time, it only took him 5 minutes to catch the golden snitch, which broke the school record. Harry remembered it with some embarrassment. That was his record against Hufflepuff last year, and he stole a glance at Cedric, the new captain of Hufflepuff, indeed a little upset. He hurriedly changed the subject and said, Cedric, did you write an essay too? Honestly, the whole 7-foot thingy, Professor Hap is too demanding. Cedric followed his lead and said, I met the first requirement, a rough grasp of 30 practical magic runes. Turning around a dark corridor, Harry noticed with delight that they had finally found the well-hidden classroom 7, and he breathed a sigh of relief that he wouldn't have to run out of things to say. The door to the classroom is half open, and they glance into the room, which is pitch black with no light visible. Are we in the wrong place? Harry asked. He felt bad. He could think of a similar scene when they were still in their first year. To avoid Filch, they mistakenly entered the trapdoor which leading the way to underground chambers where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden. At that time they saw a large dog with 3 heads. When the big dog stood up, its middle head could reach the ceiling. He later learned that the 3-headed dog is raised by Hagrid, and it also has a name, Fluffy. I don't think so. Hermione pointed to the note on the wall, which read Magic Rune Club Recruitment Test Site. They looked at each other and walked in with apprehension. Surprisingly, the interior of the room is a meadow with birds and flowers, as if they had traveled through space, and arrived deep into the Forbidden Forest. Taking a few steps forward, they saw the figure of Professor Hap. He is sitting on the grass with a small, low table in front of him. The professor seems to have moved all his tea sets and is sipping his tea in a pleasant manner. In front of him were a dozen golems, ranging from male to female, old to young. These golems were standing a short distance in front of him, rehearsing a play. Look, that's the East, and you are the Sunday. As they approached, they happened to hear this dialogue. 213, Chapter 213 Examination. Professor. Hello, Professor Hap. Harry, Cedric, Ron, and Hermione greeted him. Come sit down. Felix nodded at them as he waved his wand and 4 small low tables emerged from the grass and the 4 picked their spots and sat down. One by one, small teacups hopped into their hands, followed by a long-necked, thin-mouthed teapot bending gracefully and pouring out an amber liquid. Harry sipped the tea. He rarely drank tea, but he found it delicious. The long-necked teapot came over to refill him. He curiously scratched the teapot's large belly with his fingers, only to have it suddenly tremble, as if tickled. Clang clang shaking, tea spilled all over the small table. Excuse me, Professor? It became, all of a sudden, Harry said uncertainly. Oh, it's not your problem. Felix waved his wand to silence the teapot again. I've been trying to get them to move around and become more autonomous lately, but sometimes they seem too lively. Hermione asked in surprise, you gave them intelligence. Not that exaggerated, I should say a dull response, but in terms of feedback mechanisms alone, they are actually a bit more advanced. Felix pointed to the small platform in front of him. The 4 of them gazed at the golem. The drama continued. These actors seemed to really have their own intelligence. Some of them were full of emotion and delivered their lines very smoothly, while others seemed slightly perfunctory, stopping occasionally, as if they forgot the words, before continuing after a few seconds. Besides, the guy without the task will look around and look very unprofessional. For example, an eccentric old man like Golem, carried a wine jug, from time to time take a sip into his mouth. Harry stared at it for a while, finally confirming that the little flask is totally ornamental, and he said groggily, Professor, they can slack off. He searched his memory for a similar example, like a school portrait with its own hobbies. Felix explained, they're about as intelligent as portraits, but essentially, they don't have feelings and everything they do is designed. Of course, I have no intention of giving them the intelligence equivalent to that of a human, and being able to understand simple commands is enough. The four listened in confusion. Ron said enviously, sounds a bit like a house elf, can help you take care of the house or something, I once looked forward to having one, let it do my homework for me. Hermione said, Ron, they don't do those boring things. No Hermione, you don't understand, they do everything, they're multi-talented. Ron retorted, ask Harry if you don't believe me, Dobby should have mentioned it to him. Harry shook his head, Dobby didn't mention much about his life at the Malfoy, but it should have been pretty bad. He looked at Felix, Professor, is Dobby okay now? The day before school started, Dobby had resigned from the Leaky Cauldron Bar and currently worked for Professor Happ for some book publishing issues. Felix nodded and smiled, he's doing well, I'm thinking of giving him a raise. He waved his wand and ended the drama. Well, let's get back to business, you're all planning to join the Magic Rune Club, right? Yes, Professor. Harry pulled out a stack of parchment, here is my essay. Ron also pulled out a few sheets of somewhat crumpled parchment from his book bag, and he tried to smooth out the curled-up edges of the paper. Felix tapped on it, and it immediately became neat and tidy. Ron asked with great interest, Professor Happ, what kind of spell is this? Felix said in a relaxed tone, a simple little trick that isn't even considered as a spell. He turned his head to Cedric, Diggory, judging from your performance in class, you are fully qualified. Cedric declined, I've been practicing quite a bit in private and would like to show you the results. Felix agreed, he took out the half-finished golem from his ring, it only had light traces of magic rune on it, you have about 2 hours, I think that should be enough. Cedric took it with high spirits and began to work earnestly. Felix waved his wand to quiet his surroundings from distractions. Cedric, first taken aback, then understood and smiled at Felix to express his gratitude. One by one, the students taking the test arrived, and they were equally curious, surveying the space. A few 7th graders pointed and showed nostalgic expressions. A senior girl said emotionally, we had a practical rune class here last year, and I dug up 3 hidden boxes and put together a rare manuscript. The trio began to busy themselves with recording information about the people taking the test, and they saw many familiar figures. Harry then saw several of his teammates, Angelina, Alicia, Katie, I can't believe you're all here. He also saw the twins walking from a distance and jokingly asked, is it a team party today? Oh no, Katie and I came to give it a try, and Alicia is quite hopeful. Angelina said, as for Wood, he didn't come, I guess he's hiding somewhere working on new tactics. In his final year, he's definitely hoping to win another Quidditch Cup. As they spoke, the twins walked over with their shoulders on each other, looking like they were playing some sort of game, and when they got closer, Harry realized that their legs were glued tightly together. We're testing the limits of the sticking charm as a spell, Fred said with a squint. Isn't that cool? The 3 girls giggled and Angelina waved her hand, geez, you don't have to make me laugh. The twins exaggeratedly acted up, but ended up not controlling the distance and rolled together on the ground. Ron rarely saw the twins suffer badly, so he took the initiative to come over, smiling and squatting in front of them, holding a piece of parchment, excuse me, the test you have chosen is. The twins lay on the ground, and Fred said gleefully, silly boy, we came to see the fun, and got an internal invitation long ago. Ron looked at them in surprise, you guys are telling the truth. Of course, I think Hermione also got a place. But she wrote her essay just like us. Ron said. Hearing Ron's words, Fred looked at George and pretended to say, shouldn't we reflect on ourselves? This will make it look like we are being lazy. George sighed, good thing we came prepared, too. The 2 then stood up from the ground and walked over to Felix, then Fred pulled a palm-sized heart-shaped thick sheet out of his pocket. Professor, remember the couple's mirror from last semester? This is the finalized product. Felix played with the runic creation in his hand, it looked more delicate, one side painted black and one side painted pink. His finger tapped on it, and the heart-shaped sheet automatically split into 2 halves. You designed them as a pair? A clever idea. Its interior is similar to the appearance of a small makeup mirror, but instead of a mirror in the middle, it is a circular surface carefully polished out and coated with a layer of silver dust. On the outside of the circular surface, some runes were carved, and Felix rubbed the uneven lines and felt the familiar traces. This is the magic rune circuit I taught you guys last year. That's right, we took the advice you gave and used the magic rune circuit to store synchronized enchantments, and it worked well. Now the information transmitted more accurately, and the communication distance is farther, Fred said. George said, we also added runes to prevent cracking. Percy appeared at some point, standing far off to the side with Penelope Clearwater of Ravenclaw House. Penelope said to Percy, they seem to have worked on something remarkable, that couple's mirror. You knew that? Percy asked, pleasantly surprised. Penelope said calmly, they slipped into the Ravenclaw common room 2 days ago to advertise their new product, and noted down a few names of people who were interested in buying it. And you didn't kick them out? Why? Ravenclaw welcomes anyone, as long as they can answer the right questions at the door. And, she smiled, I left my name on the list, too. Penelope, how can you? Percy looked away from the twins and stopped talking. His two brothers were talking eloquently with Professor Hap, a serious discussion, with glowing faces. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 214, Chapter 214 The Reason for Escape? You have thought it through quite well, and what amazes me most is that you have been patient enough to revise 7 versions. Felix complimented. The twins said with a smile, it's all thanks to you, you always give us a bunch of suggestions for modifications, which makes us feel that it's not good enough. Felix looked at them, what are you going to do now? Fred said, we're currently simply advertising in the school, and there are quite a few people who are interested in buying it. Felix considered, the production process is very time-consuming, right, your owl's exam. Fred begged, Professor, don't make it hard for us, we still have plenty of time now. George said, yeah, we already dropped most of the electives, and some mandatory classes are totally unnecessary. Astronomy. History of magic. Felix looked at them with a reproachful gaze. You can't force us, after all, we didn't drop a single thing we were supposed to learn, and Professor Flitwick even praised us. Fred appealed for himself and George. Felix also could not do anything about them, moreover, he believed in his heart that shackling the twins is not a good choice. Providing them with a broader stage and watching them dance is probably what he should do. He said thoughtfully, you guys restrain yourselves this year, and when the exams are over, I mean after the owls, I'll take you guys out for more experience. As Harry and the rest watched in disbelief, the twins squinted their eyes at them and marched off. Before leaving, Fred patted Ron's shoulder, silly Ronnie, you can record on the parchment, the assessment content is alchemical items couple's mirror, price 3 gold galleons, the price may increase anytime. Ron turned his head to look at Harry, did you hear that? Of course, Harry is still thinking about the couple's mirror, in the middle of thinking, he saw the girl who made his heart flutter. Cho Chang and her friend appeared, they looked around, there are already 7 or 8 students on the ground sitting in the corner with a golem and carving runes. Her friend pointed at Cedric's figure and muttered. Professor Hap is surrounded by 3 or 5 students, he is staring at a cross-shaped amulet and shaking his head, the student at the side looked disappointed. Cho Chang came next to Hermione, hello? We came to participate in the assessment. Hermione just finished recording a form, she wiped the sweat on her forehead, oh, please wait a moment. She pulled out a new piece of parchment and said fluently, name, grade, and house. Cho Chang, 4th year, Ravenclaw. Marietta Edgecombe, 4th year, Ravenclaw. Hermione noted down on the parchment, what part of the assessment are you taking? Harry. Harry unknowingly came over, and he stammered, Hermione, I came over here to check and see if I can help. I'm okay. Hermione didn't notice his expression as she looked over to the 2 people across the table, and they replied briskly, essay, both of us going to submit an essay. You guys put your essays on that big table with the clips and quill by the side. The results will be posted approximately in a week or 2. Harry waited for her to finish and said to Cho Chang and her friend, let me take you there. Cho Chang looked at him and nodded. The 3 of them walked away together. Hermione faintly heard Harry muttering and introducing himself. Around 11 o'clock, a group of 3rd-year Slytherin came over Draco Malfoy, Daphne Greengrass, Pansy Parkinson, Crabbe, and Goyle. Ron walked over excitedly as he said provocatively, I didn't expect you guys to actually show up, Malfoy, you must be dying to show us some ancient runes, right? After all, you are Malfoy. Draco gave him a contemptuous look, Weasley, where there is Potter, there is you, are you his lackey? Ron gave a surprised look as he looked at Crabbe and Goyle, hey mate, is that how Malfoy sees you guys? He doesn't even have any friends. Pansy said impatiently, hurry up and register us, I'm not interested in listening to your clown speech. Ron turned red, sorry, you guys might need to write yourselves. He pushed a stack of parchment into Malfoy's arms. On the other side, Daphne paced next to Hermione, hey, little Gryffindor girl. Hermione stared at her, it is you. Her voice became sharp and aggressive, I haven't had a chance to ask you if you liked your golem. In the first Ancient Runes class at the beginning of the school year, both of them competed for the same golem model, but Hermione is 1 step faster. Daphne said condescendingly, sorry, I found a senior sister and swapped with her. Hermione remained silent for a while, then suddenly said, my golem is more powerful. Nonsense. Want to try it? Sure, you think I'm afraid of you. Felix wiped the emerging sweat. He had reviewed dozens of strange alchemical creations in the morning, except for a few that passed, the rest really left him speechless. For example, a small bottle emitting a strong irritating odor, the student swore that it possessed a marvelous warding effect that could drive away frenzied werewolves. But Felix double-checked that it merely contained a pus layer of the bubotuber, which is still quite dangerous, so it got directly confiscated by him. Cedric finally finished his work. Felix looked at his results and couldn't help but praise him by saying, "You have mastered 52 runes, very outstanding. Did you learn them all by yourself?" Cedric said, "I asked the senior students to teach me, and they gave me some pointers." After watching the last student leave at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Felix turned to Harry and Ron and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The two left with a weary farewell. They needed to go back and catch up with their sleep. Hermione, who is an assistant in the runes class, stayed behind as the two looked at the hundreds of essays, and Felix sighed and said, "Huge amount of work, we'll have to work overtime tonight. We'll sort these essays first, just like grading dueling class papers. I'll be responsible for underlining and picking out mistakes, you'll be responsible for marking them." Hermione nodded. Felix suddenly looked at her, "You seem to be starting to look good, getting rid of the time turner." Hermione said, "I talked to Percy, he provided a lot of useful advice." She counted on her hands, "I need to record every hour before using time tuner, every 4 hours I need to eat something, and take a break for at least half an hour. Go back to the last point in time is not necessary to be so rigid, can be slightly earlier, leaving time to respond." He also recommended me a few abandoned classrooms, which he previously used. There are also some potions available in the hospital wing, which can relieve fatigue and improve the quality of sleep. "Sounds good," Felix said. "Yeah, he's been using it for 3 whole years and has a lot of experience. Percy told me he's keeping it as a dead secret, even his girlfriend doesn't know about it." Two of them sorted the essay according to year, and then corrected it. For them, the content on it is very familiar, and the most important reference book for the essay is Felix's own explorations of ancient runes, and as for other reference books, he also read them many times before. And Hermione is not unfamiliar with it, because the reference books for the essay are the same batch she read last year. Professor Happ just copied her previous test. Felix quickly schemed over the familiar content, focusing on capturing the flashes of the young wizard's own reflections. Time passed little by little, and classroom 7 remained as bright as day. "It's almost time, we can continue tomorrow." "Professor, should I come tomorrow morning?" "No, I have something to do tomorrow morning, I need to go to St. Mungo's." "That wizarding hospital?" Hermione looked at him nervously, "The professor is sick? Even Madame Pomfrey couldn't cure him?" "I'm going to visit 2 friends, Felix said briefly. Hermione nodded. She suddenly remembered her earlier question, "Professor, do you know how Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban?" Felix thought about it, "I'm not sure, he comes from the ancient Black family, also a former Death Eater, may have mastered some very subtle magic, and perhaps used it. But why did he flee after a decade?" Hermione asked in disbelief. This question made Felix silent. Yes, why did he escape after more than 10 years? Did he just find the opportunity, or did he have a reason to risk breaking out of prison? 215, Chapter 215 As You Wish. The next morning, Felix met with the old lady Longbottom at the door of St. Mungo's as usual, and then he treated the Longbottoms, and as time went on, he became more and more skilled at piecing together, categorizing, and sorting out memories. At times, he felt like a masterful molder, having to handle trivial memories with caution and care, but even then, he couldn't guarantee that nothing would be left out or missing in the process of assembling them. Some memories will simply be lost forever, and there is nothing he can do about it. In fact, his job is to build up a stable memory structure and follow a certain logic, adding in memories little by little until the process reaches a certain point where the human self-repair function kicks in, and there is no guarantee on how long it will take to heal in the end. Miriam already has some suspicions. Old Lady Longbottom said, "I told her that you are an expert in healing." Felix said calmly, "It is normal to be suspicious when a stranger, like me, comes once a week, but we should still have to stall for a while. It doesn't really matter much whether we find out by November or before Christmas." Lady Longbottom agreed with him, she simply concerned, and by the time St. Mungo's noticed the obvious difference, it meant that her son and daughter-in-law had shown signs of improvement, and by then no one would be able to say a word. "What's more," Felix smiled, "I'm almost done with my dissertation." Dissertation. A treatment plan for memory repair, as suggested by Dumbledore. I am going to divide the thesis into 2, the first is the interpretation and derivation of the theory, which should not set off any splash, the second is to add the data of this treatment, which will certainly cause great controversy at that time. I am going to post it around Christmas. Sometime in early October, the damp air quietly claimed the castle, leaving wet stains of moisture on the ancient walls. Every morning, Large streams of cold mist coming from the depths of the forbidden forest, carried by the wind to the school, and swept up silver frost on the grass in the front yard, causing many young wizards who did not care to keep warm to catch a cold. Even Professor Lupin, unfortunately, fell victim to it, and he had to wear a thick scarf, and his breath smelled of the tonic made by Madame Pomfrey. Felix also received 2 letters on that same day, both related to the publication of his new books. In the first letter, the Little Red Books sent him the great news that his new book, Muggle World Magic, had sold more than 1,000 copies, and he would earn 3 galleons and 7 sickles for each copy, so the first income should be around 3,240 galleons. However, the letter also mentioned that the bulk of purchase was from the Ministry of Magic of various countries and individuals interested in Muggles because of the fame accumulated from the first 2 books. Many people would choose to buy the name Felix Happ in the first place when they saw it. Of course, after that, there will be a huge drop in sales and then stabilize. Felix is also very self-aware, his books are very stable long-running ones, but it will probably never become a bestseller. The other letter is brought to him by Dobby. The elf is standing in front of him at the moment, looking at him with anticipation. Dobby as usual is wearing his little suit, which is also much cleaner, with a brown fedora. Mr. Happ, your book, The Strange Adventures of Little Wizard Mick, is finished, and Mr. Endies asked me to tell you on his behalf, Dobby said respectfully. Let's sit down and talk. Felix showed him to the couch in his office and casually opened the letter. The handwriting on it is very sloppy and matches Andy's own style perfectly. It's finished. It's impossible to describe how I felt at that moment, like climbing out of hell step by step and seeing the first rays of the sunrise. If this book fails, I might get discouraged and just strangle myself, but that shouldn't be possible, haha. I've finished working with the Ministry of Magic paperwork so far, and there was originally someone tripping me up, damn pure blood trash. But I took Dobby for a quick trip and things worked out satisfactorily, and to this day I wonder if someone helped me or if that family backed off the case. But all in all, Mr. Happ, you can look forward to your new book being placed in bookshops in 27 countries. The whole book is divided into 7 volumes, with a single book priced at 13 sickles, and the price of the full package set at 5 galleons and 6 sickles. We'll make about 2 galleons after costs, no match for professional books, but we'll crush their sales tenfold if it explodes, I swear on my grandfather's name. If you have any friends in the media, which you certainly do, you'd better cozy them up and promote it, will really be an instant hit. As well. Felix laughed dully. Andes really knew how to make requests when it came to media friends. He pretty much only knew Rita Skeeter, and he wasn't paying much attention to how she is doing now. Dobby, I have a little more work for you to do, bring this note to this place for me. Felix tore off a piece of parchment and handed it to him, and it flashed with sparks, emerging with an address. After some thought, he took another pouch full of coins out of his pocket. Here are 60 galleons, 50 for that woman, she'll understand, and the remaining 10 as your latest payments. Dobby's eyes widened, and he crossed his fingers as if to calculate how much he is being paid. Dobby shouldn't take so much money, it's too much. He yelped, shuddering with his every fiber standing up, looking like he might pass out at any moment. Felix said gently, your performance is worth this salary, and, moreover, I need you to continue working for me. Your tasks will only be more, not less. Dobby struggled for a while until Felix finished his 3rd cup of tea, and he reluctantly agreed. Tell me about the situation on Andy's side. Yes, the great and generous Mr. Happ. I stayed there every day, and Mr. Andes was so diligent that it reminded me of the days when I used to work. 2 weeks ago, he finished the entire manuscript of the comic series and started preparing his staff for the bulk printing, with Dobby's help. Was there anything unusual about this process? Felix inquired. Dobby thought hard. Dobby thought of it. Mr. Andes got dressed one day, left the house, saying he had to go to the Ministry of Magic to register, and came back in a rage not long after. He didn't explain anything, though later Mr. Andes took Dobby on another trip and introduced Dobby to some of his friends. Almost 2 days later, when Dobby questioned him, he said the matter had been settled. Dobby thought it was odd, but couldn't figure out why. Felix fiddled with the ebony wand in his hand and asked calmly, who did Andes take you to see? A lot of people, but Dobby doesn't know any of them, seems to be the director of this and that council member. Dobby got a little dizzy. Felix sighed, forget it. The elf gave him a cautious look. Did Dobby have done something wrong? No, Dobby. Next, you continue to keep an eye on Andy's side for me, and if anyone goes after him, you remember that person's name and what they look like. As you command, Mr. Happ. Now, you can go to the address I gave you. Her last name is Skeeter. Oh, she may not recognize you or the emblem on you. You will have to report my name. Will Dobby only be needed to deliver the letter? It's a deal, though. I have no intention of letting her refuse. Dobby said confidently, visiting a stranger's home is a job Dobby has done before. With that, his ears dropped. It was to deliver a letter for the Malfoy. You're free now, outside of work, you can do whatever you want, Felix said. He reassured the elf and then seemed to think of something. By the way, I need you to help me with one more test. He waved his wand and out of the tip flew a silver-white rain swallow, which chirped softly and landed on Dobby's hat. What is this? Dobby clasped his hat with two slender hands, and his large tennis ball eyes strained to look upward, but all he could see is a silvery white beak. That's my patroness, you just need to carry it around with you, and when the time is up, it will disappear on its own. Dobby understands, Dobby will take his leave. He snapped his fingers lightly and his body disappeared with the patroness. Felix's eyes went into a trance, and various passing images were reflected in his azure eyes. After 7 or 8 minutes, a strong silvery white glow emitted from his eyes. At the same time, he said in a deep voice, Rita, it's been a long time. Hundreds of kilometers away. Rita Skeeter heard once again the voice that had made her heart flinch from the mouth of a silver-white patroness, and after a moment, she said respectfully and wittily, Yes, indeed, sir. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 216, Chapter 216 Suspicion. A little later, Dobby returned to report the results to Felix. Mr. Happ, the woman whose last name is Skeeter has agreed, and, in the process, the little silvery white bird, above my head. I see, Dobby, that's the test I mentioned to you, and it worked better than I thought it would. In the evening, Felix walked into the Great Hall in a happy mood. Which house table should I pick today? He thought to himself idly, it's one of his joys, always hearing lots of new things during the meal. Ravenclaw then, the Eagles have been keeping a low profile lately. His eyes caught a glimpse of the Slytherin players walking into the Great Hall with brooms and laughing, and it dawned on him that Quidditch tournament season is about to begin. Felix targeted a small group of Ravenclaw students and prepared to sit next to them, when a somewhat obese boy with freckles on his face discussed loudly with gusto. Recently been studying Kappa all over again, and yes, that webbed aquatic creature like a monkey with scales Professor Lupin kinda good. Felix subconsciously glanced at the teacher's table and, unsurprisingly, saw a slightly weary figure. Professor Lupin. Felix changed his direction and sat down next to the professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class and greeted him in a friendly manner. Professor Happ, Lupin responded just as gently, Please excuse me, I'm still recovering from my cold. He fiddled with the scarf around his neck. October is indeed a peak flu season, as I recall from last year. Felix smiled as he added some pastrami and potatoes to his plate. Madame Pomfrey must be busy these days. Lupin gave a reminiscent look. Well, she certainly is a school nurse who is responsible enough that she helped me a lot when I was in school. Felix obviously thought wrong. He thought Lupin is referring to the fight with Slytherin House students during school, which inevitably involved Snape, so he shut up and talked about other topics instead. You should have received the dueling class schedule, right, Professor Lupin? Miss Granger gave it to me last week. Lupin said thoughtfully, I saw the content of the revulsion jinx, which can be used to deal with Grindylow precisely. Felix asked, those green water spirits? I remember there were a bunch of them in the Black Lake, but they ought to be tamed by mer people. Indeed, said Lupin, reaching for a distant plate of sauce, which makes it easier for me to teach. Oh, thanks, he said. You're welcome. Felix pushed the sauce to him, and their hands touched. He lowered his gaze, and that sense of alienation resurfaced. From the first time they had met and shook hands, he had felt that the hair on Lupin's hands is very thick and far firmer than normal. Lupin didn't notice it as he continued, Grindylow's fingers are very strong, yet flimsy, and the trick to getting rid of them is to make them unable to grab hold of you. Their strength is also their weakness. Felix said with interest, somewhat similar to Professor Flitwick's point of view, he also believes that a wizard is strongest when he attacks, at the same time he reveals his weaknesses. So when casting a spell, it should be as quick and concise as possible, yet leave room for. Lupin smiled and said, Professor Flitwick is indeed experienced, and his title of dueling champion retains a lot of weight. Speaking of which, Felix said slowly, Professor Flitwick wanted to enter the Ministry of Magic when he was young, but was rejected because of his lineage. Lupin paused and listened quietly. Of course, the reason cannot be that straightforward, but we all know the virtues of the Ministry of Magic. Professor Lupin, what do you think about the discrimination in the Ministry of Magic? Lupin smiled and said, this kind of argument is not new. As early as I was in school, there have been people criticizing the Ministry of Magic for its rigid thinking and inaction, but after more than 10 years, it has not changed much. Maybe it's time for the Ministry of Magic to change. It's hard, Lupin mused, unless there's a new minister with guts, and as for Fudge, he's a politician, a cowardly wimp, he said nonchalantly, who lives by the rules every day. He has exhausted all his courage. Felix is surprised by his attitude toward Fudge and wondered where this ill feeling came from, knowing that there is still a market for Fudge's moderate views. The wizarding populace, for one, were less likely to want a minister who interfered too much in their lives except during the war. The two then brought the conversation to Sirius Black. Miss Granger asked me a question once, but I couldn't answer it. Felix said. She asked why Black had chosen to suddenly break out of prison after staying peacefully in Azkaban for over a decade. You know, once caught, a Dementor's kiss is likely what awaits him. Professor Lupin, you should know him well, I wonder if there are any guesses. Lupin frowned. Felix's words poked at his long-standing hidden confusion, and some kind of unrealistic fantasy in his mind stirred again, a thought that made him chew on the happy times of the past over and over again in the late night, but also left his tired heart broken and bruised. Lupin, what the hell are you expecting? Have the years of wandering life completely muddled your brain? But outwardly, he merely said indifferently, I can no longer understand Black's thoughts since his betrayal. It's a shame, Felix said softly. Harry and the rest asked me about Black's hidden talents, and they're worried they'll run into him one day. Lupin couldn't refrain from repeating himself, Hogwarts is safe. Back in his office, Felix thought over his conversation with Lupin, and on a piece of parchment, he wrote down Remus Lupin and then Sirius Black, put a line between the two names, then put a question mark, and fell into his thoughts. He knew very little information about Black, except for the huge contrast between his teenage years and his adult life. There is nothing else he could find. And Lupin? Felix always felt uneasy. Dumbledore trusted him, and he had seen him in Frank and Alice's memory fragments himself, which meant that Lupin being a member of the Order of the Phoenix is pretty much the nail in the coffin. But Snape did not hide his malice against him. In Felix's opinion, the reason why Snape held back from striking him is because of the presence of Dumbledore. Felix checked the records of those years. Snape and James Potter's conflict occurred the most, followed by a side dish of Black, but Lupin and Peter Pettigrew were involved less often in these disputes, which can be counted with your fingers. Is it hatred of the house? But Snape's impression of Peter Pettigrew is good, at least he is addressed as Peter, rather than Pettigrew the last name. With Felix's knowledge of his own head, this is rare enough. If Lupin died, Snape certainly will not change his way of calling him from Remus. Felix began to write down what he had suspected about Lupin. Mild-mannered, yet Snape hates him extremely. He has extraordinary skills, loved by the young wizard, but poor and destitute for a long time. Weak body, easily struck by flu, is Madame Pomfrey's potion has no effect. The hair on his arms is different from a normal person. Unusual malice towards Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Felix marked heavily on the name Fudge. The minister took office not many years ago. In addition to hiding the lid, he presided over only a handful of policies, which will not take much time to count one by one with his fingers. It didn't take long for him to think of Belby's complaints about the Ministry of Magic last year. Look at the newspapers in recent times. Another argument about the Werewolf Welfare and Werewolf Registration Amendment Bill. Only registered and regulated werewolves have the right to buy Wolfsbane potion. The Ministry of Magic is using my potion to gather the scattered werewolves. 217, Chapter 217 Chances of Interpretation. When the word werewolf abruptly popped on Felix's mind, what had seemed to don't make sense all of a sudden made sense. Lupin had always brought him a strange feeling, and he thought it's Snape's words that had affected him. Now it did not seem so. Maybe he had captured some characteristics of the untransformed form of the werewolf, the pupils, the hair, and if anything, the aura of a dark creature. But unfortunately, Felix didn't think about it that way a bit. Besides, Lupin always gave the impression of being in poor health, but when was this impression become more obvious? Around the full moon. Especially in the last 2 days, what with the cold not getting better, it was all an excuse. It's the full moon a few hours before. Madame Pomfrey's craft is not that bad. It's so obvious. I can't believe I didn't notice the clues that were all laid out in front of me. Felix looked at the information he had jotted down on the parchment and compared it line by line. Lupin is poor because he has no decent job at all, and in order to conceal his identity, he has to be prepared to move around and change his identity all the time. He must have very rich experience in disguise, but once is by chance, twice is by coincidence, what about 3 or more times? For a werewolf, the abnormality will be discovered by those around him in a few months, because no amount of excuses can change the fact that a werewolf must disappear at the full moon. He had ill feelings towards Minister of Magic Fudge, who had not been in office for a couple of years because Fudge had presided over an amendment to the Werewolf Registration Bill. He had tied the werewolf registration list to the Wolfsbane potion, and without registration, he couldn't buy the potion. This also explains why Lupin came to Hogwarts this year, as he couldn't get this potion that keeps him sane during full moon transformations from anywhere else. You know, the werewolf transformation is extremely exhausting. Before there is no Wolfsbane potion, and they will frantically attack anyone they see, even if they are locked in a cage. They will be so frenzied that they will lose their minds while smacking and tearing the obstacles in front of them. The after effects of such behavior are intense and often last 3 to 4 days, or even a week of exhaustion, depending on one's physique. With the Wolfsbane potion, werewolves are much more comfortable. They can keep their sanity during the full moon, find a hidden place to hide, and the next day when everything goes back to normal a little tired at best, as well as able to brace themselves without being noticed. It's 1,000 times better than being recognized as a werewolf. Felix remembered that 2 weeks before the start of school, Snape was called in advance by Dumbledore. He moodily murmured that he needed to brew a batch of disgusting potions, other than Wolfsbane potion. Is there any other possibility? Felix couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. It's hard to imagine the scene where Snape is being pressured by Dumbledore and brewing a potion for someone he hates. Severus' expression must have been funny. There are also some other small details worth noting. For example, Snape had said to him, "Lupin's true face will surprise you," supposedly hinting at his werewolf identity. Before the opening dinner, Professor McGonagall deliberately avoided Snape when introducing Lupin, which means that Professor McGonagall knew about the conflict between them. In other words, she also knew about Lupin's werewolf identity. Who else knew besides them? Dumbledore is bound to know, even. Felix calculated when Lupin went to school, Dumbledore would have been the headmaster. He was able to come to school, certainly with the consent of the headmaster. Even the whole thing was probably promoted single-handedly by Dumbledore, who might have persuaded him personally to come to the school by visiting his family. To accept a werewolf young wizard to Hogwarts for schooling, it is inevitable that he must be prepared a series of protective measures including the location for werewolf transformation, as well as the care and treatment after the transformation. For the former, Felix simply has no clue. Theoretically, randomly choosing an abandoned classroom would be fine, with Dumbledore's ability to cast all sorts of wards to isolate the howls made by the young Lupin during his transformation. Hagrid once said that many werewolves were rejected by the entire wizarding community, disheartened, and preferred to live with the pack, but for young Lupin, it is unlikely that he made that choice. The biggest kind of possibility is that his parents locked him in the house and used a Mufflieto charm to keep the neighbors from hearing him. Thinking about it this way, Lupin probably would have a huge psychological shadow about the Mufflieto charm. As for the latter, Lupin himself had admitted that Madame Pomfrey had helped him a lot when he was in school. Felix suddenly thought of an interesting question. Harry's father James Potter, as well as Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, did they know about Lupin's werewolf identity? Should know, Felix guessed silently, otherwise Lupin wouldn't miss that time so much. He thought of the smile that radiated from Lupin's face when he introduced his experience of going to school, and his eyes seemed to be glowing. This raised more questions in Felix's mind, not about Lupin, but about Sirius Black. From the information he had pieced together, there is a clear sense of alienation in that man's behavior, a feeling that even reached the level of perversity. As a teenager, Black was a righteous Gryffindor, strongly repulsed of Slytherin, and even his own family, although judging by some Prohibition records Felix had seen, the man was a tad brainless. After graduation, Black joined the Order of the Phoenix and almost immediately became a backbone in the fight against Voldemort and his army of Death Eaters, and from that point of view, he was a fearless warrior. At what point did Black start to change? Was it the inability to fight against the kinship? Did he get invited by his Death Eater relatives, or was he captured by Voldemort in one of his actions, and threatened with death in his family? Or just simply could not bear the torture of the Cruciatus curse? Could this be the case? After tasting the pain, it went from bravery to cowardice. Felix suddenly got in a bad mood, and if things went as he thought they would, he hated the story. Especially when he saw the Longbottom couple was completely tortured by the Death Eaters to crazy, but they did not reveal half of the information. This strong contrast has made him conflicted to the extreme. If this happened to him, how will he choose? Will he for some reason betray his best friend? The hypothesis is not valid at all, he grunted after thinking for half a day. Felix suddenly realized that he never made a close friend during his school years. The first 3 years were busy studying and fighting. In the 4th year he completely ignored everything around him in order to practice his spells, and by the end of the 5th year, everyone looked at him with awe. Speaking of which, a few Slytherin girls gave me chocolate during my school years, right? But I suspected there was a curse and threw it away. Did I somehow miss something? Felix chewed on his former experience. After a while, he laughed dumbly. I'm really bored enough, but... Sirius Black, whether it's for the collection of books in Black's old mansion or to confirm whether you're harboring a vile means, I'll give you a chance to explain. 218, Chapter 218 New Attempts and New Recruit List. The 3rd year's Ancient Runes class is on track. After studying 2 somewhat boring rune manuscripts, they finally had their first lesson that seemed interesting enough. Felix stood at the podium. Put away your textbooks, we'll be doing a new attempt today. The young wizards perked up at that. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Dean Thomas said, I've heard Professor Happ's class is always full of novel ideas with fresh possibilities. Felix, already used to the chatter of the young wizards, retrieved a small palm-sized wooden box from his jacket pocket, lifted it towards the students, and then placed it on the lecture table. I took some time to make it, and it is originally intended to exercise my mastery of practical ancient runes. But then I thought, why not utilize it more? He pulled out his wand and tapped the tip on the cap of the small wooden box. and a golden red circle of runic patterns emerged from the box's surface, awakening from its slumber. Felix fiddled with it casually, and the runic pattern separated layer by layer. Snap! The box snapped open. What's inside? I want to know, too. There is a buzz below the stage. Felix looked at the students off stage with emotion. As a professor, he could easily distinguish the difference between the two houses. Gryffindor students were more outwardly emotional, a large part of them were stretching their necks to look hard, they were eager to know what is in the box, and the distinct, Slytherin students were much more reserved, their eyes were also full of curiosity, but in addition to a few dumb guys, most of the students were able to restrain themselves. It's not about being superior or inferior, it just represents two different traits. Soon, a rune jumped out from the box. Hermione recognized it at first glance. It's a rune signifying the power of the wild bull. She couldn't help but puff out her cheeks. These days, thanks to Lee Jordan's big mouth, her reputation is getting more and more famous. Breaking the arm of the chair and threatening students, two things were taken out to talk about. Many of the young wizards from the other houses came to see what she could do and chattered away. Not many students like Hermione recognized the rune at once, like Draco, who just felt that the rune looked a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The next moment, a second rune flew out of the box, followed by a third and a fourth. Hundreds of runes of different colors flew out in a row before the box slammed shut. The young wizards looked at the runes floating around the podium with wide eyes, their hearts filled with shock. They turned their attention to Professor Hap, who is contentedly surveying the cluster of runes in front of him, and then, with a sudden push, he reaches out and hundreds of clustered runes start to fly around, filling half of the classroom in just a few seconds. The young wizards looked up at the flickering runes in midair, some of them resembling the candles floating in midair at the Great Hall banquets, but these runes were much nearer, and they could just reach out and grab one. Seamus Finnegan could not help but touch a fiery red rune in front of him with his wand, and it spilled a small orange flame and floated away from him. Seamus got startled. Felix cleared his throat and waved his wand in a circular arc, and the runes were stilled for a moment. Next, I will teach you a little trick to perceive magic. You need to select 5 magic runes that you think are the most intimate to you in this lesson and record their shapes on parchment. A friendly reminder, this is related to your final exam grade on the practical section. The other students looked at him with eager eyes. What are we waiting for? Seamus shouted, and a low chuckle came from below. Felix explained the so-called technique. It's really quite simple. Reach out and touch the runes and sense the magic within it. The more you see, the more it matches you. You can start. Ron whispered to Harry, sounds like something Trelawney would say. Harry couldn't help but glance at Hermione, who is quite aggressive towards Professor Trelawney, and more than once ridiculed the inner eye, sight, and other unreliable terms. These are the professional words used by the divination class professor to describe whether a young wizard has divination talents. Similar terms such as aura vision, resonance with the future and so on. Unfortunately, Hermione is classified as having no divination talent. Usually, when this name is mentioned, she always has a bunch of things to say, but this time, Hermione did not have any response. She quietly came up to Professor Hap and whispered something. Harry's attention got drawn, so he pulled Ron and went over. What's the point? He could barely hear the second half of Hermione's sentence. To prepare for the Magic Rune Club's first event. Felix explained. And also to test a possibility if wizards are born with spells that suit them better, like Potter's disarming charm. He nodded at Harry. Does a similar situation exist with ancient magic runes? Hermione understood. You think everyone has the most suitable ancient magic rune? All we have to do now is to find it out based on the feeling. Felix said, I'm just guessing, but it's worth a try. Harry couldn't help but interject and ask, Professor, have the results of the Magic Rune Club come out yet? Me and Ron. Felix gave him a look. Your essay, barely passed and got placed in the second slot. Second slot? Harry heard this statement for the first time. He is going to ask Hermione about it later, she must know. Still, barely passed means Harry understood, and both he and Ron breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, he heard Professor Hap addressing him, how's your dueling system thesis coming along? Still writing it, Harry said awkwardly. He had taken a bunch of notes, but the thesis is only 1/3 finished. And he is now filled with first gear, second gear, and blah blah blah. Back to their seats, Hermione really gave an explanation on the categories of grades. The professor divided the results of the test into 3 grades. The lowest grade is directly eliminated. In the words of the professor, they just came to take their chances and did not prepare at all. Then the second grade is pass, the first grade is excellent. Ron guessed, which is quite consistent with common sense. No, Hermione sighed, the first grade is pass. As for the second grade, the right to attend the class is reserved, and the professor doesn't care if you come or not, or can keep up with the club's lectures. Ron opened his mouth wide and couldn't help but raise his volume. So, we're the ones who make up the numbers. Professor Hap thinks. Hermione also raised her voice. that only a few of you are likely to keep up with the classes, but most of you will just drop out and quit naturally. There are only 7 people in the first slot at the moment, which is too few, which is why the professor is going to pick a few more out of the second slot. Harry couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He felt that the odds of him dropping out are high, except maybe a first class. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 219, Chapter 219 Divination Talent? Let's find the right magic rune quickly, Hermione reminded them. This lesson is very important. If you can find the one that suits you, I will tutor you. You have mastered all these magic runes? And this isn't theoretical magic runes, but a practical one. Ron said in surprise. Don't say silly things, how can I know all of them? Hermione said, but I certainly learn faster than you. Next, Harry and Ron's approach became much more enthusiastic. Not only the two of them, but also the other young wizards, were interested in this new and exciting way of teaching. Daphne Greengrass glanced at a dark green, slim, dexterous magic rune. I think it's talking to me, but I can't hear it. That's more than enough to tell, said an annoyed Gryffindor next to her, who hadn't got half as far as she had. Do me a favor and give me your spot. Neville reached out his round hand to probe a fiery red magic rune. Get out of the way, Longbottom. Draco said, accompanied by his 2 followers. He gazed covetously at the magic rune, which appeared to be the brightest of all the runes. Neville flinched and took a step back, then persisted and stayed where he is. I came first. He muttered. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Maybe you want another taste of the leg locker curse. Draco whispered threateningly. What happened? Felix appeared out of nowhere. He'd been keeping an eye on Neville. Nothing, Professor. Draco gave a reserved smile. Longbottom probably didn't do well in potions class, so he's just wiping his tears. Neville clenched his fist and said stubbornly, I'm not wiping my tears. Tears welled up in his eyes. Malfoy, you come with me. Felix said, the rest of you go on. Oh Longbottom, I think that rustic magic rune on the left side of your hand would suit you well, you can try it. He led Draco outside the classroom. Professor Hap, Draco said with some panic, he isn't afraid of losing points, but he is afraid of copying 2 more large thick books. The lesson from last year is still fresh in his mind. But he heard Professor Hap ask him calmly, Malfoy, tell me, does bullying the weak give you pleasure? Well, I can see that you haven't said that word since your last detention, right? Draco tried to be tough, but he felt like his thoughts had been seen through long ago. No. So he said in a low voice. The word is mudblood. Isn't that great? I always thought you are a bright student. I knew it when you came up with the idea of dragging black magic items around in a scarf. Felix said, I think you can do much more than that, Malfoy, prove it. When Draco returned to the classroom, Pansy Parkinson immediately came up to him. Draco, did you get your points deducted, or were you detained? No, Draco said blankly, the professor complimented me. In the afternoon of the same day, the Magic Rune Club recruitment posters that had been hanging on the bulletin board for weeks were finally replaced with a long list of names. There are only 7 people in the first slot. A small wizard muttered, Hermione Granger, Fred Weasley, George Weasley, 3 from Gryffindor alone. It's normal, Granger is an assistant of the Ancient Runes class. It is said that she is proficient in more than 1 practical magic runes, the rough mastery in more than 100, and she can easily break the armrest of a solid wood chair. And the twins, couple mirror, have you heard of it? His friend said. Hey, how to say, I have already booked it, but have to wait until Halloween to get it in my hands. It started so fast, and I am still hesitating. First come, first served. Who are the rest of them? Hufflepuff got 1, Cedric Diggory, and he really is the best. Other than that, Ravenclaw got 2 and Slytherin got 1. It's the head boy named Jeffrey, the one who's usually quite condescending. On the second floor stairs of the castle, Felix is talking to a young girl with tousled blonde hair, her wand stuck behind her left ear. Luna Lovegood handed him 2 pieces of parchment. What's this? Felix took them. It's my essay, but I've only written 2 feet, and that's not enough words. You want me to help you slip by? You're not old enough. Felix chuckled. No, I was worried that you would be sad if you couldn't recruit enough people, so I wrote something casually. I visited the day of the test, and there were so many people that I didn't go in. Luna said as she shook her hair. I also recommended Ravenclaw students to sign up. Felix said with an odd look on his face, I once heard from more than one Ravenclaw student that there was a crazy, a second year going from student to student advertising the Magic Rune Club to them. Yes, that's one of my nicknames, Crazy Girl, Loony, and I don't think it's too bad. Thank you so much, Miss Lovegood. We're friends, aren't we? She gave him a look as if to confirm. That's right, Luna. Luna smiled, by the way, there's something else I really want to ask you about. Felix looked at her, as long as I know. I ran into a professor the other day who has been inviting me to be her assistant. Felix suspected he had heard her wrong. How is this tactic seem so familiar? Which professor had learned from him and wanted to slack off too? Who invited you? He asked. I don't know either, I haven't seen her before. She shook her head and said. Then you can describe how she looked like, right? With a beautiful pair of glasses, a shiny transparent shawl, and she has more bracelets on her wrists than I do, she described seriously, while saying with deliberate emphasis, a lot more. Felix listened to these descriptions, how so similar to Sybil Trelawney. But the Trelawney in Luna's mouth is much more embellished, I should be honest, both of them worthy of being a Ravenclaw, right? He looked at Luna seriously and asked probingly, how did you run into each other? Luna Lovegood is only a second year, and by all rights, she couldn't have come into contact with Sybil Trelawney. I came out of classroom 7 the other day and thought there is nothing to do, so I wandered around the castle and met a very interesting portrait of a knight on the 7th floor. He was looking for a lost horse, and we talked a bit, and he told me there is a free show to see in the North Tower room with the flappy doors. The person you're talking about is Trelawney? How come I didn't know she has a hobby of performing? Felix looked a little incredulous, but Trelawney's place is indeed at the top of the North Tower, attached to her divination classroom. Luna first nodded, then she put on a terrified expression, yes, it's not clear, dear, don't force me, I can't tell you. Then she said thoughtfully, it's this kind of performance, and frankly, I'm not very skilled at it. Felix said with a wooden expression, and then what? What happened then? She couldn't have picked you out instantly because you peeked at her black history, her performance, could she? No, I guess, except that she seemed a little excited probably because I interrupted her state, but then she said I might have some kind of inner eye and invited me to become her assistant. Felix asked, have you ever heard of a divination class? Yet, Luna blinked her light-colored eyes, yet, one of the third-year electives, but I wasn't going to take divination. Why? I prefer to look at the stars, and a centaur friend of mine taught me astrology and gave me some rattle and aromatic mallow, and by scorching it, it would attract a swarm of smoke-like creatures that would make prophecies by twisting themselves into various shapes, Luna said. It's actually observing smoke shapes, right? Felix guessed. And I've already decided to take Ancient Runes and Care of Magical Creatures class next year, the time may conflict for other classes. 220, Chapter 220 Black's Trail. To be honest, Felix isn't sure if Luna has the gift for divination. This little girl has always been special, but the major point of his concern is, do you still go to the Forbidden Forest regularly? Luna flinched for a moment, seemingly thinking of how to answer the question, and Felix wanted to hear how she would defend herself, but then Luna drifted off into a trance. Felix snapped his fingers in front of her, and then Luna said dreamily, Firenze is a good man. Felix is not sure whether her remark is an answer to his previous question, but he roughly understands what she means. The centaur named Firenze will protect her. He asked tentatively, perhaps I could get to know that centaur friend of yours? I coincidentally needed to make a trip to the Forbidden Forest during the weekend to set free a small creature. Oh, I'm not sure. Firenze said his companions are very traditional, which, from my understanding, means bad-tempered, Luna said. I suppose I can mention it to him first. 2 more days passed, and Hogwarts became gloomy and drizzled with rain, with black clouds so low that it made it drafty. The temperature hit the bottom further, and Madame Pomfrey reminded the young wizards more than once to switch to thicker clothes. It doesn't even need her reminder, I mean, it's not like we're stupid. Ron gestured to the weather outside as a light rain drizzled outside the window and battered the shed of the second greenhouse. Harry fiddled the pods feebly. Wood will do that. He thinks there's a good chance that our first game will be on a rainy day, and he is desperate to add that part of the training, so he'll take this chance. Mrs. Sprout clapped her hands to get the young wizard's attention, and she cautioned, watch your maneuvers and be gentle, or in return, they will hit you hard. But she is too late. Seamus Finnegan is very rough in his movements, because he is repeating his experience in the Ancient Runes class to Neville. As you can see, as soon as I touched that fire-red magic rune, it gave me a strong reaction, I guess. Ouch. The pod in front of him burst open at once, and from it 7 or 8 hard seeds shoot out, all hitting him in the face, one of which also accidentally hit Neville, and he groaned along with him. Mrs. Sprout came over quickly, and she scanned the scene, not following the instructions and treating the professor's words with deaf ears. I really should nick some of your house points, Mr. Finnegan. She led Seamus and Neville to the corner, just a little ointment needed, and frankly if you're this careless when squeezing the pus from Bubotuber, you will definitely suffer. A lightning bolt suddenly flashed through, illuminating the somewhat dim castle. Felix withdrew his wand and pointed to the parchment to write and draw, and in a glass container next to him, the fist-sized acromantula said angrily, you are not keeping your word, wizard. Felix said, I promised to let you go back before Halloween, didn't say exactly which day. And, you're really not going to consider my proposal? I can make you my assistant. What assistant? The same as that little girl. The acromantula said as it met Hermione, and the little witch was interested in it until Felix showed her its true size. In its normal state, the acromantula is big as a small wagon, covered in hard black hair, with a small, ugly head and a pair of large claws that always makes a click sound at any time. Ah, almost, but you have to cooperate with my research, Felix said. The acromantula thought for a moment, then yelled angrily, Felix thought it is too noisy, and cast a silencing charm on the glass container. Finally got the detailed test data, the rest of the work is about some repetitive tests on other creatures, and comparing the results to make a good estimate. Felix put away a thick stack of parchment. Every ancient magic he currently mastered, he would do this once. Phileas approved of this caution. That night, the drizzle turned into a downpour, pearly rain pounding against the castle's window edges, and in the middle of his sleep, Felix heard a low, beeping alarm. He sat up sharply and his wand instantly appeared in his hand. Waiting quietly for a few seconds, there was no one in sight, but he quickly thought of something, and he swiftly made his way out of the bedroom and pushed open the office window. Rain swept into the room by the gale, the alarm sounded clear all of a sudden when the window opened. It's the pocket's Neacoscope at the castle door, Sirius Black is here. He directly jumped from the window, and a light flashed from his ring, a flying broom suddenly appeared, and the next second he rode it through a layer of rain as thick as a curtain and disappeared in front of the office. When he appeared at the entrance of the castle, the place is empty, except for a specific spot above the gate, which constantly flashed with golden light, accompanied by a loud beeping sound. Felix pointed to himself with his wand, a large swath of water mist emanated from him, making him look like a boiling kettle. Just then, Dumbledore appeared, wearing a grey-blue nightgown, not even wearing his glasses, with a fiery red phoenix sitting on his shoulder. "Hello, Fox," Felix greeted. Fox lightly chirped. Then a black cat appeared from afar, transforming into a panting Professor McGonagall. "Did you find anything, Felix?" Dumbledore said in a hushed tone. "Obviously, I'm late." Felix pointed to the broom in his hand. Of the three, he is closest to the castle gate. "Already came as fast as I could, but the rain helped him a lot." "Is it Sirius Black?" Professor McGonagall asked in a panic. "Obviously." Felix waved his wand and made the beeping sound stop. "We should search the castle again, Dumbledore," Professor McGonagall said seriously, "Filius Flitwick, Severus Snape, Argus Filch." She chanted one name after another, 3 silver-white cats flew out from her wand and flew away in different directions. Dumbledore watched quietly as Professor McGonagall's patroness disappeared. He leaned down to observe the ground at the entrance of the castle, running his fingers over the cold marble, then he nimbly walked into the castle and asked the row of portraits closest to the door. "Did any outsiders break in?" "No, we didn't find anyone." The figures in the portraits said in a guttural voice, "Of course, we can be blinded, Mr. Headmaster." Dumbledore nodded, not speaking any more. "Is it possible that Black is hiding in the castle, Albus?" Professor McGonagall asked worriedly. "Unlikely," Dumbledore said softly. "Felix arrived so quickly that he could not able to enter without leaving a trail. It's likely that he just appeared in the range, which set off the alarm. But we'd better do something to prepare for the worst, Fox. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 221, Chapter 221 Reproduction of what? The phoenix on Dumbledore's shoulder chirped in response. "Go keep an eye on Harry, no need to show yourself," he said, and Fox unfolded its wings and flew into the air, and its figure disappeared very abruptly. "What a strange creature," Felix said admiringly, "one can't help but want to get closer." Dumbledore glanced at him. "Hagrid has been particularly happy lately. He told me that an old friend came over to stay temporarily. Do you have any idea what it is about, Felix?" Felix looked around. "I'm not sure either, hasn't been in much contact with him lately." Soon, the 4 house heads and professors arrived. Professor McGonagall briefly described the situation. Snape got taken aback. "Black. Still so stupid, how did he break past the Dementor's defenses?" Felix said quietly, "Severus, he was able to escape from Azkaban. Still care about a few Dementors? If you ask me, this thing is just disgusting, not much use. Currently, Dementors are not present on the school grounds, and the only way students can see them is to cross Hagrid's hut and walk down a long slope before seeing the 2 guarding the main entrance to the school. But if you shrink Hogwarts to a certain scale, you will find numerous Dementors gathered at the edge of Hogwarts, including the wizarding village adjacent to the school Hogsmeade. This is why Felix did not think Luna's actions were safe. There is no guarantee that a Dementor won't suddenly jump out of nowhere, although the Ministry of Magic certainly delineates patrol areas. A young and emotionally vibrant student is nothing less than a feast for a Dementor. Dumbledore was strongly opposed to their presence in the school for the same reason. In his opinion, the Ministry of Magic simply cannot control the Dementors. But he also had to make certain compromises to allow them to appear outside the school. Snape calmed down, he said suggestively to Dumbledore, Headmaster Dumbledore, the newspaper reported the day before yesterday that Black was found in Diagon Alley, and today he appeared outside the castle, as if in my opinion, no one can do this without some help. The professors present looked at Snape in surprise, and Flitwick exclaimed even more acutely, are you saying that Black has gathered some Death Eaters? Snape froze for a moment, that's not what he meant. The professors murmured, and they accepted Snape's idea almost instantly, or rather, that it is a reasonable speculation. The newspapers had touted Black as the #1 Death Eater under the you-know-who, and with that label, it would be strange if he couldn't find some help. With his prestige. Maybe that's it, we thought Black is just a single guy, but maybe he has gathered a lot of dark wizards. Lupin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, I don't think so, Sirius. He froze for a second or two, Black is just an undercover agent, and I think even in the circle of Death Eaters, his identity is less known. Lupin, can I take it that you are defending your best friend? Snape turned the tables on Lupin, and he deliberately added the word best friend with emphasis. No, Snape. Lupin said calmly, just a simple analysis. He looked at Dumbledore, perhaps when he returned to the Death Eaters as a successful undercover agent, he would have been warmly welcomed and sought after, but the problem is, he failed, his information led directly to the disappearance of the you-know-who, would any Death Eater believe him? Headmaster, from what I know about him, Black is definitely alone, probably to prove himself, like he did when he was in school, or in the days of the war. Every time he fought, he was at the front line. Lupin concluded sullenly, he likes to take risks and be a lone hero. Snape's eyes went cold, but he didn't say another word, shrunk into darkness in the corner, and didn't say a word. A professor offered his opinion, but how did he cross hundreds of kilometers in 2 days without the help of the Death Eaters? There are a lot of people trying to track him down. The Ministry of Magic has invested a lot of money this time, and the bounty is not low. There are so many possibilities, flow powder, port-cayette, flying broom. But they will leave traces, Black absolutely would not dare to do that. Could it be an apparition? Some wizards don't need a wand to use it. Flitwick is an expert on magic spells, he rejected the speculation. In theory, apparition does not require a wand, but in reality, not many people can do it. It is much more difficult than you think and very accident-prone, not to mention that apparition also has many limitations, unless he got a wand. How is that possible? Well, to steal, to rob, as long as you look for the right opportunity, nothing is impossible. Dumbledore interrupted this discussion, everyone, let's search through the castle to make sure everything is in order. In the end, the entire faculty spent a small part of the night until dawn and found nothing wrong. The professors then dispersed one by one, and Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Felix came together again. Professor McGonagall is there to report on the latest progress. Snape obviously has something to say. Felix, on the other hand, had a small question that Dumbledore could answer. Professor McGonagall said, I have taken Black's portrait for the fat lady to be sure, so she will never be confused. Very well, Minerva, Dumbledore said. It's best to have all the portraits in the castle memorize Black's appearance, I mean, those that can communicate. Professor McGonagall nodded. Snape gave a low snort. Dumbledore turned his head to look at him. Severus, you look like you have something to say. Snape's words were without any semblance of emotion. Dumbledore, I think we are doing nothing. Before the school year began, we discussed. He raised his head, his gaze cast down from the hawk nose. As long as there is still some potential hidden danger in the castle, Black will always find an opportunity. Professor McGonagall said sternly, are you saying that someone at Hogwarts tipped us out? That can't be possible. It's impossible, Severus. Dumbledore said firmly, what happened today just proves that there is no Black's helper in the school. That's not necessarily true, Headmaster. Snape's voice trailed off as he said briskly, perhaps the mole simply wasn't aware that there are sneakoscopes specifically designed for Black, and in fact, he gave a mocking expression, I was in the dark too, aren't I? Felix knew who he is referring to, Remus Lupin, Sirius Black's best friend from school days. As early as a few hours ago, Snape intended to lead the crowd's suspicions towards him, but it was led astray by Phileas. It seems that Dumbledore warned him not to reveal Lupin's werewolf identity, otherwise the professors and parents of the students would absolutely explode during the war years. Werewolves used to be a major force of Voldemort. When McGonagall and Snape left, Felix raised the question that crossed his mind. You want to know how Dementors reproduce? Dumbledore repeated the question he heard. Yes, as far as I know, the number of Dementors is not large, about 100 or so. The information I came across when I was in school showed that their numbers haven't changed much in the last 100 years. Felix asked. 222, Chapter 222 The Origin of Dementors. Dumbledore thought for a moment and said, this involves a terrible dark wizard in the 15th century, Acrisides, who is the earliest known resident of Azkaban, when it was still just an unknown island on the North Sea, blocked by hidden magic. Although there has never been a shortage of dark wizards known as evil throughout history, Acrisides' evil is rooted in his bones, and he has no semblance of compassion toward anything that exists, and it was him who created the species of Dementors by cruel means. Felix asked in surprise, Dementors were created by a wizard? It's like a five-legged monster. He didn't know anything about it, it's definitely a hidden secret in the wizarding world. Five-legged monsters are the product of accidents, but Dementors are not. Dumbledore shook his head. By the time Acrisides died, and when the concealment wards failed, people found out what he had done, but the Dementors already had become a separate species, only a dozen at first, but they could breed and divide like a fungus, and regular spells are nigh ineffective. Felix asked suspiciously, if that is true, their numbers should have flooded beyond control long ago, but they are actually scarce and used by the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore explained, the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors have more of a cooperative relationship, and that creature seems to have a magical sense of community. Their numbers are always maintained within a certain range, but as soon as they are reduced to a certain level, they will divide themselves. Perhaps this is also a way of reproduction. Felix pretty much understood the way the Dementors existed, and he couldn't help but inquire, what other spells work besides the Patronus charm? I mean, to kill the Dementors completely. It's hard, Felix, it's hard, Dumbledore said. Felix also wanted to continue to ask questions, but Dumbledore obviously do not want to talk more. Their conversation ended quickly. In the early morning, the young wizards woke up from their beds, unaware of the events of a few hours ago. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat at the long Gryffindor table eating breakfast, and occasionally a few owls flew in as Hermione looked out of the great hall with an expectant gaze. Are you expecting any letters? Ron asked. Oh, I purchased a book from Flourish and Blott's bookseller through the owl. Hermione said absent-mindedly, it doesn't look like it's going to arrive today. Ron saw that Harry is somewhat depressed, so he suggested, we can go to Hagrid's place as a guest for the weekend when your training is over. To be honest, the three-headed dog after becoming smaller is particularly cute, and for the first time I agree with Hagrid's aesthetics. Harry also moved, he perked up and said, maybe later, Wood probably will have the training until dark. Ron shrugged, let's hope Hagrid doesn't kick us out again. At the beginning of the school year, fearing Hagrid's expulsion, they visited him at night in their invisibility cloaks, only to have Hagrid personally escort them back to the castle and warn them that they could only visit him during the day. Hermione just wanted to make a comment, but Professor McGonagall suddenly entered the Great Hall, and she exclaimed, Potter, come here. Harry put down his knife and fork in bewilderment. What mistake had he done again? Ron and Hermione looked at each other and followed together. Weasley and Granger, you guys. Professor McGonagall did not drive away the uninvited two. She looked at Harry with a serious expression. Where is your sneakoscope? The one that is aimed at Black. Harry cautiously pulled out the pocket sneakoscope from his pocket. It laid serenely in his hand. Professor McGonagall visibly relieved. Did something happen, Professor? Hermione asked in a small voice. It shouldn't be kept from you anymore, Potter, Professor McGonagall said. I know you're probably shocked, but I have to tell you that Black. I know all about it, Harry said in annoyance. I know he's after me, that's why he broke out of Azkaban. I also know he was close to my father, even his best man, and he's still. Harry couldn't go on. The thought of the word godfather made him feel insulted, including his deceased parents, insulted by it. Professor McGonagall seemed very surprised and looked at him with wide eyes. I see, well, I thought. Then you should understand why I made you carry the sneakoscope with you, it will protect you. She pursed her lips. Just earlier today, before dawn, the castle's sneakoscope triggered an alarm. Harry stammered, Is it the sneakoscope I'm holding? But it has been in my pocket, there is no change, ah. Ron's face also showed a shocked expression. He covered his pocket with a death grip and whispered, Don't move, Scabbers. Professor McGonagall clenched her fist briefly, and seemed to be hesitant whether or not to tell. Before, to keep it a secret, only Felix, Dumbledore and she knew that there are not one but three sneakoscope, but now it is no longer a secret. Hermione on the side answered, Professor McGonagall, I have seen it with Professor Hap. There were 3 identical sneakoscope, the other 2 should be arranged in other places? I guess it's the entrance of the castle. Professor McGonagall sighed, well, Granger, just as you said, one at the front door and one at the back. Harry said, not knowing whether to be grateful or disappointed, so, he wandered around the castle entrance before. I think so, said Professor McGonagall. The professors were up early and searched the castle thoroughly, but found nothing. The portraits in the castle also failed to discover any stranger, which means he knew he was exposed and ran away early, Harry said. That's right, Potter. Professor McGonagall said, now that you're aware of all this, I'm sure you're prepared for the fact that some activities aren't suitable for Hogsmeade, Harry exclaimed, his heart rising to his throat. Hogsmeade is a village made up solely of wizards, where young wizards in their 3rd year and above can visit on specific days each school year with the permission of their parents or other guardians. He was discussing this with Ron last night when he told him he couldn't able to convince Aunt Vernon, so Ron had suggested he should ask Professor McGonagall for permission. Now it looked like it's likely to be a failure. Professor McGonagall glanced at him and said with a serious expression, "Of course, you can't go to Hogsmeade, I'm talking about Quidditch. Honestly, it's just too dangerous to let you train, even with the other players around it won't be possible for them to deal with Black, even if he is all alone." Professor McGonagall, Harry couldn't help but exclaim, "What does this have to do with my training?" Of course, it has something to do with the fact that Black is most likely hiding in Hogsmeade right now, or deep in the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall blurted out a bolt out of blue. "The Quidditch pitch is too far from the castle, and if anything really happens, we might not be able to rescue you just in time." But, said Harry, somewhat bewildered. He had started this year's training, 3 times a week, and Wood had ambitiously told him to aim for the 2nd Quidditch Cup during his term, as his graduation present. The other players, too, seemed confident because of last year's victory. But now the first game had yet to begin, and the trophy is going to become a blur? Harry suddenly thought of something, and he asked eagerly, "Professor McGonagall, what if a professor is watching us, such as Madame Hooch?" Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and did not speak. "Please," Harry said pleadingly. "All right," Professor McGonagall loosened her lips, "I will ask Madame Hooch to supervise your training, and you must return to the castle immediately before dark, and I will drop by when I can." She left in a hurry, as she had a lot to deal with because of this Dawn's accident. 223, Chapter 223 Forenza. Harry sat back in his seat. The events that had just taken place made him think, is he not awake yet, or an early April Fool's Day? But the twins and Wood had already gathered around him, as they too had seen Professor McGonagall's serious face and heard some chatter between them. Although they didn't hear all of it, the words Quidditch and training that came from time to time were enough to give them a fright. Harry explained the trouble he is in, and although the look on Wood's face is not pleasant, but he still reassured him, "It's okay, you can go back before dark, we will keep training, anyway, originally you are positioned as a free man, the impact is not big." He concluded it with a dark joke, "Black is certainly not going to recognize me as you after gaining bad vision after being locked up for more than 10 years, right?" The twins laughed heartlessly, trying to identify the lanky Wood as Harry is not such an easy feat. But Harry is not in the mood to laugh. He really realized, Black, the fugitive who has been in prison for 12 years, should have been close to him once. "Perhaps, I should spend more effort on the dueling system thesis." Harry touched his book bag, where the first part of a thesis is stashed. Over the weekend, as Halloween approached, the festive atmosphere intensified. Felix woke up early and reviewed the dissertation in hand. "The above suggests that we may have found a new treatment for memory damage that will be more tailored than the old potions and magic spell treatments. The only problem we need to face is the need to find a way to connect the patient's memory in a stable way, not using a quick and hostile way like legilimency to access the memory of the patient. Instead, we need to find a way to exchange their memories in a comfortable and cooperative way. At the same time, in cases of extreme memory damage, large permanent damage, memory fragmentation, simple bonding cannot cope with the situation. We need to consider giving memories a stable structure." Felix nodded in satisfaction. The whole dissertation is a theoretical derivation, but it also implicitly mentions the most crucial part, the thinking room magic and the structure of a solid memory. Throw it out there first to see the reaction. Well, I can post it in the monthly Prophet magazine. It has some impact, but it's not a professional counterpart and has a longer gestation period. I estimate that it will take until mid to late November before it spreads in the healer community. Something as purely theoretical as this will certainly attract different opinions. At that time, the Longbottom situation may not be concealed, but I can just use this as an excuse to avoid the intervention of the higher levels of St. Mungo's. No one would be foolish enough to reject a potential Order of Merlin level achievement." He put away the dissertation. It just required a few more tweaks to the wording and a new transcription before he could send it off. Felix sat on the couch, pondering how to simplify the treatment plan, which was also the advice Dumbledore had given him. Whether it is thinking room magic, or memory nodes inherited from Lady Ravenclaw, are extremely valuable knowledge, and he is not so big-hearted to just publish it out at will. What's more, not many people would be able to learn it. The simplification of thinking room magic is relatively easy, I know it's like the back of my hand. As for the memory node, Felix thought about it and decided to throw out the structure of stable memory that he understood from Lady Ravenclaw's inheritance, a secondary one which he applied on the golem, allowing them to have relatively stable personalities and habits, and even be able to do their own rehearsal drama. Inside the glass container on the workbench, the acromantula urged in a hoarse voice, "Hurry up, hurry up. I can't wait." Felix looked over. "Are you sure you don't want to think about it?" I can give you a holiday, and plenty of food. Stop it, stop it. The Acromantula said grumpily, let me go back. All right. Felix reached out and grabbed, the glass container on the workbench flew into his hands, click it shattered, in a dense blue light, the Acromantula shrunk in size, soon became the thumb's fingertip size. Felix put it again in the small glass bottle, from the bottle a tiny voice heard, your magic has improved again, I do not feel any difference, maybe, occasionally cooperate with your test. Felix curled his lips and stuffed the bottle into his pocket. He glanced at the clock and made his way to the castle entrance at the precise time. After 2 minutes, just when he thought he might not be able to wait any longer, Luna appeared with a bounce. Felix, I've prepared some peas with butter that Forenza probably will like. She said, gesturing to the crookedly woven basket of flowers. Felix didn't know the taste of the centaur, but he didn't like the smell very much, so he changed the subject and said, come on, let's go meet your friend. They headed down the slope, by way of the greenhouse and the Whomping Willow, where Hagrid's hut came into sight far away, but instead of approaching it, they made a turn and plunged straight into the forbidding forest. Passing through a network of trees, they soon came to a clearing. The clearing is covered with moss and various wild flowers, a few stones have been meticulously removed, and it is clear this is Luna's secret base. Luna took a whistle out of her pocket and blew it with her cheeks puffed out. The sound is not loud and blends perfectly into the surrounding rustling wind, which Felix judged to be a piece of enchanted item. Soon, Felix heard the sound of horse hooves trotting, and a young centaur appeared, with white hair and the long silver mane in his body. Felix judged him young from his human face, and the centaur cautiously looked at him through the branches of the trees, half of his body hidden behind a tree trunk. Little Luna, is he your professor? The centaur inquired. Felix dressed in elaborate and refined clothes, so he did not suspect Felix's status as a professor. Yes, come on, I've prepared a new food for you, let's try it together. Luna said happily. Forenza came out from behind the tree trunk and stopped 2 meters away from Felix. He had a stiff face. Hello, I'm Forenza. Oh, hi, I'm Felix Happ, Felix said politely. Listen, wizard. We don't usually deal with people, especially adult wizards, if little Luna hadn't asked me to meet you. Felix smiled and said, I know the centaur are xenophobic, but I thought you would be an exception. And I came over here because of some more serious issues to discuss with you. Forenza stared and said, what kind of issue is it? Do you know Sirius Black? Heard of the name, and dangerous man, Forenza said casually. That's right, he escaped from Azkaban, the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors both went mad. By the way, have you ever met a Dementor? Forenza said stiffly, I haven't, but some clan members said they've seen their shadows. That's it, Felix said, the Forbidden Forest isn't exactly safe, and with all due respect, if the Dementors do get out of hand, I don't think you'll be able to do much to fight them. The centaur dug his hooves into the dirt, with an angry look on his face, but he knew the words were true. Felix continued, it's too dangerous to let a student near the Forbidden Forest, and it is already against school rules, so my opinion is to proceed with some caution until the Dementors are withdrawn. You're going to stop us from meeting. I have no intention of ruining a friendship, and this might be a wonderful memory when Luna grows up. Forenza, you and Hagrid should have a good relationship, right? Know each other? The centaur said. Felix smiled, wouldn't that be nice? I don't think Hagrid would mind hosting you, perhaps it would be nice to meet in the pumpkin patch behind Hagrid's hut. Forenza said, Hagrid may be stronger than the centaur, but I don't think he can handle the Dementors. Felix shook his head, Forenza, you still don't understand. Hagrid is a wizard. Regardless of how he usually acts, there is no doubt that he is a wizard, and he has more tricks up his sleeve than you, and your pack combined. Maybe he won't be able to fight the Dementors, but holding out for a short time until he gets support is no problem. What's more, we're supposed to be talking about the most extreme situations, and instances of Dementors getting out of control are relatively rare. He reluctantly agreed. Forenza stepped forward and bent down to shake Felix's hand. I can see that you have no prejudice against Centaur, Mr. Happ. He said. Oh, of course not, Forenza, do you know the location of the Acromantula's lair? Felix asked. Yes, Forenza pointed somewhat hesitantly in one direction, their nest is west of our tribe, we fought many years ago, and their hunting range does not cross the boundary we have drawn. Felix roughly speculated about the location of the three, the Centaur settlement, the Acromantula's swarm and Hogwarts, and he suddenly realized that the Centaur had separated the Acromantula's swarm, so it would be difficult for the young wizard to meet them, even if they are stupid, reckless, and rash, to walk up the rugged road for hours, and there's a good chance that they would be discovered by the Centaur and expelled back. The rest of the day, except Luna who is in a good mood, Felix and Forenza did not talk much. Forenza and Luna shared morning tea, that is, a plate of butter peas with tea. Luna also wanted Felix to try it, but he refused it. Before leaving, Firenze said hesitantly, maybe you're right. What? Felix asked. Danger is approaching, the centaur flicked his silver tail a little uneasily, Clan has observed it, the undercurrents are surging and darkness is looming. Felix smiled, perhaps this heralds the reappearance of a certain dark lord who has fallen in hiding. Firenze stared at him in surprise and said slowly, I didn't predict that accurately, we centaurs observed the stars and found some important revelations from them, but it only in general terms. Felix said easily, I can't prophesy, but I know more than the average person, and when you have enough information, you can naturally see further, which is the principle of arithmetic divination. Coming out of the Forbidden Forest, Luna said thoughtfully, are you discussing about you-know-who? Is he's coming back? It's a possibility. Felix did not explain in detail, she is only a second year. After sending Luna away, Felix turned around and went back to the Forbidden Forest, following the direction pointed out by the centaur for 10 minutes, and then he simply used his flying broom to skim quickly from low altitude. His target is clear, the nest of the Acromantula. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 224, Chapter 224 Aragog. Felix rarely used his flying broom, but this is the most appropriate method now, he is not interested in spending hours exploring the location of the Acromantula colony. He took the glass bottle out of his pocket and asked the Acromantula inside, can you determine the location? You're going to visit our colony? The Acromantula asked in surprise. Yes, to gain insight. Felix's answer is very perfunctory. Acromantula has long recognized the temperament of this wizard, if there is no benefit, he would certainly throw him at the edge of the forest, turn around, and walk away. Now, this attitude could only mean that he planned to do something to the Acromantula colony. Although there are more than 300 Acromantula in the nest, there is still a little uncertainty in his heart, so he simply kept his mouth shut. Felix stuffed it into his pocket and flew for a little more than half an hour in the direction pointed out to him by the centaur, then he jumped off his broom. Next, Felix waved his wand, I remember marking 3 Acromantula earlier. Let me see where you are. A few weeks ago, Felix had gone deep into the Forbidden Forest to practice his zooming spell and strayed into the hunting zone of the Acromantula and was attacked by a swarm of them, which unsurprisingly got knocked off by him, and several of them even had his tracking magic imposed on them discreetly. Felix quickly sensed the direction of the marked Acromantula, and travelled along a twisted path, with more and more gravel on the ground, tree roots and scattered spider webs to be seen. The spider silk of the Acromantula is non-venomous. Felix picked spider silk with his fingertips, the slime on it had dried, and it felt like a flexible rope. Maybe it can be incorporated into the vine of binding, I wonder what effect it may bring, Felix muttered, collecting part of the white spider web by hand. Soon, he heard a rattling sound in his ears, ta-ta-ta-ta sound connected closely, Felix looked back, 30 to 40 Acromantula at the size of a small wagon surrounded him. A minute later, Felix took out a goblet from his ring and stuffed more than 30 shrunken Acromantula in it. After thinking about it, he took a glass bottle out of his pocket and released the initial Acromantula prisoner. After a burst of blue light, it finally returned to its original state. Here, your companion, hold it steady, so you wouldn't shatter it. Felix placed the goblet in the gap between its large claws on the left side, and the 8 black eyes of the Acromantula stared rigidly at the small spiders huddled together in the goblet. You put them. The Acromantula in agitation caused a dent in the goblet, the small spiders inside scrambled in panic, but the mouth of the goblet is a translucent film, there is no way they could escape. It's too much trouble to explain one by one, it's better to save some effort. Felix played with the ebony wand in his hand, by the way, I haven't asked your name, do you have a name? The Acromantula froze for a few seconds and said gruffly, Gork, my name is Gork. Felix said, Gork? I remember the guy Hagrid originally kept one in his cupboard with the name Aragog. Are you guys related? Gork, the Acromantula, said reluctantly, I'm his child. It seems that even magical creatures have family discord, Felix did not bother to ask what is your birth order, or how is your relationship with Aragog. These kinds of questions. They went deeper and deeper into the Forbidden Forest, even in the daytime, the light here is still very dim, and the trees seem everywhere like layers and layers of hoods, completely separating the sunlight from the sky. Felix waved his wand and made a ring of ghostly blue flames hover around him, providing him with ample illumination. Spiders of varying sizes began to appear on the ground littered with fallen leaves, spiders densely packed and crawling everywhere from between the exposed roots and leaf piles. I remember a very out-of-the-box spell, a spider expulsion charm. Most of his consciousness went into the thinking room, and a moment later he waved his hand and released a red light, and the spiders moved far away from him with no control, even the Acromantula Gork backed off quickly. Spell name Arania Exumai if you don't know. Felix scratched his head, I almost forgot about you, okay. He cancelled the charm, applied a levitation charm on himself, and stood lightly on top of the Acromantula Gork. Let's go. He pulled off one of the hairs from the back of the acromantula and transformed it into a soft cushion and sat on it. The acromantula Gork had objections, but he knew it's pointless mentioning it, so he grunted twice, and his other free claw made a click-clack-clack sound, as if venting his anger. They were back on the path. The leaves on the ground are getting less and less, with more white spider webs. In the process, acromantula finds them constantly, but by Felix's zooming spell they turned into small spiders, and stuffed into the goblet. When they arrived at the edge of a wide hollow clearing, illuminated by blue flames, Felix saw hundreds of giant spiders, hidden in the shadows, each as big as a small wagon, so he jumped off Gork. The center of the concave area is foggy and covered with dense hemispherical spider webs. Then a few acromantula crawled forward, and one with white fur on its head said, "Gork, you've brought a wizard, you betrayed Aragog." In the darkness, more click-clack-clack sounded, which seemed eerie in the dense forest where no light could be seen. The acromantula named Gork yelled angrily, "I didn't betray Aragog, I never did." He raised his claw towards the middle of the concave, and shouted, "Aragog, Aragog." From the middle of the foggy, dense, hemispherical web, a spider the size of an African elephant emerged very slowly. Its body and legs were black tinged with grey, and each eye on its ugly head covered with a white cataract. It could be blind. "What's going on?" it asked, clicking and clacking, its two large claws moving rapidly. "It's Gork coming back," said the big spider with the white fur on its head, "and with someone." "Who is it, Hagrid?" Aragog came closer, 8 milky white eyes peering blankly. "No, it's the strange wizard." "Get rid of him, I'm sleepy," said Aragog, annoyed. "Oh, I don't think so, I have hostages on my hand," Felix said breezily. "Hostage?" Aragog looked a little confused as it looked blankly in Felix's direction, its large grey and black claws scratched around. "Gork, what happened to you?" Acromantula Gork said gruffly, "Old man, are you completely confused? This wizard said he has hostages in his hand. He said grumpily, right there in the goblet, shrunken, all our clansmen, hundreds of them." Aragog remained silent for a while, and just as Felix wondered if it had fallen asleep, it finally spoke, its words much more cautious, "Which powerful wizard has come to my land?" "I, Aragog, the originator of the colony of acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, and I do not trespass the outer forest around Hogwarts." Felix laughed softly, "That's funny, I've always wondered where the root of Gork's disregard for human life stems from, and I think I may have found it. You've come to the wrong place, Mr. Wizard, we have never harmed a single young wizard," Aragog said, its large grey and black claws thumping the ground as more and more large spiders appeared and stood behind it. 225, Chapter 225 The New King. Felix hesitated for a moment and turned back to ask the acromantula Gork, "If you are asked to manage this colony of acromantula, would you do that, Gork?" He felt the big spider next to him tremble, and its large claws held harder, clamping the goblet flatter. Felix hurriedly touched it with his wand, and Gork slumped down, and the goblet fell out of its large claws, which floated towards him. Felix took a look inside and said uncertainly, "It should be all right." Aragog said angrily, "Wizard, what are you planning to do?" But neither of them paid any attention to it. Felix waited for Gork's answer. Time seemed to be stretched out. Finally, Gork answered him, "I think, I can do it." It knew it had got into this wizard's boat. Felix showed a satisfied smile. "You will restrain your people, won't you?" Gork said heavily, "Yes." Aragog got furious. It flung its big claw, "Go, kill the wizard, kill the traitor." The acromantulas behind it quickly moved closer, and a few had leaped up, but Gork made no move, knowing that the wizard would take care of all the trouble. Everything is like a scene reproduced. Felix created a spherical vortex that spun violently, with hundreds of blue lines of magic around him. Under the effect of the terrifying suction, these large spiders without any room for resistance were dragged closer, shrinking to the size of a fingernail. Felix stared at the dozens of acromantulas in the vortex and said admiringly, "Every time I see it, it makes me feel the magic of magic." Gork said sullenly, "Me too." There are no more acromantulas on the concave that is larger than a pumpkin, and from a spectator's point of view, Gork can see more clearly that he himself had no power to fight back like before. Felix waved his wand and let the shrunken spiders in the vortex float in midair, along with those in the goblet, in dense masses, as they struggled violently. "Tell me, Gork, which ones will be your obstacle?" Gork surveyed the acromantulas that floated in midair, hesitantly pointed out a few. "They have eaten people, not Hogwarts students, muggles and wizards who have mistakenly entered the Forbidden Forest, and a werewolf." Felix nodded, and from the tips of his fingers came a few small, eerie white flames that burned them to ashes in the blink of an eye. "Is there more?" Gork said shakily, except for Aragog, there are none." "Very well," Felix said, and he put Aragog in a glass jar, and the rest of the acromantulas were dumped on the ground and restored to their original state. His surroundings became crowded all of a sudden, with these large spiders stacked in layers, like a high wall of rings. Gork, I will not delay you from re-establishing the colony, and we can celebrate another day when you become the new king. Felix prepared to leave. Mr. Hay, Hap, Gork inquired, what are you going to do with it, Aragog? Felix said calmly, it is old and sick, I will bring it to Hagrid and let Hagrid take care of it, and maybe it will live a few more years. Felix tucked the glass bottle, with its new prisoner inside, into his pocket, took the flying broom out of the ring, and shot up into the sky. In the early evening, Harry, Ron, and Hermione knocked at Hagrid's door. Hagrid gave them a suspicious look, then looked outside at the sky and muttered, it's not too late, come in. He stepped aside. Harry, covered in mud, still clutching the flying broom in his hand, he had just finished training and very exhausted at the moment, he sat down on the mat on his butt, not wanting to move a muscle. Ron's eyes kept searching and soon found the three-headed dog, Fluffy, under the small table. He went up and dragged it out, holding it in his arms. Professor Hap has been here? The last time we visited, Fluffy looked as big as Fang. Yeah, Hagrid said, a little downhearted. Hagrid, what's going on? Hermione inquired. Is it that obvious? Hagrid said, pointing in Ron's direction, it's Aragog, and it dawned on Ron that there's a fist-sized spider lying on the dirty mat. Ron shrieked and backed away, he is most afraid of this thing, especially since this seems to be an aged spider, covered with half black and half grey fur, eyes grey and hazy, looks very scary. Harry is not very afraid, as he asked suspiciously, Aragog, this name, you seem to have mentioned. Hermione reminded him that that is the name of an acromantula that Hagrid raised 50 years ago, and it was because of that he was mistakenly assumed to have opened the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. It dawned on Harry, and then he had a new question, but the acromantula is very big in the picture. Oh, I figured it out, did Professor Hap do it, just like Fluffy? That's right, Hagrid mumbled, Felix came by this morning and said something to me, I didn't think Aragog would, forget it, it's old anyway. He paused at a key point, which tickled all the trio's minds. But Hagrid did not want to talk about it, and they could not help it. Hermione, unable to restrain herself from saying, Hagrid, I read from the book, the acromantula's venom is extremely toxic. Hagrid waved his hand, it is too old to produce much venom, and also blind, in nature, it simply could not hunt. The acromantula in the Forbidden Forest are all its offspring, otherwise, it is better if I raise it and spare myself from having to worry about it being eaten by other spiders. Trio took their turn to hug the three-headed dog. Fluffy also resigned to his fate, not struggling anymore. Three heads fought for the cobbler pie in Ron's hand. Ron seemed to be very enthusiastic about this activity, happily feeding the cobbler pie to its three mouths. Don't feed it too much. Hagrid yelled, it'll get indigestion. The trio didn't stay for too long, they promised Professor McGonagall that they would return to the castle before dark. In the common room, Harry and Ron caught up on their homework, but they looked distracted. Harry sighed and rummaged through his book bag for a piece of parchment and a list of notes, constantly cross-referencing the contents. Ron moved closer and looked at it twice, immediately pushing the homework in front of him aside. You're working on the thesis Professor Hap assigned to you. Harry said, yeah, it's about the dueling system, I exaggerated a bit. Is it difficult? Your disarming charm is already pretty good. No, I can't rely on just a disarming charm, if Hermione is around. Hermione? Why you didn't go to Professor Hap's office today? Harry looked suspiciously at the young witch opposite to him. Hermione looked up in a panic, what? Oh, I don't have to go today. Ron teased her, you didn't forget, did you? It always feels like you've been off lately. Dropping things and talking out of turn. That's where you're wrong. Hermione's body straightened as she gave Ron a condescending glance, I'm working on my third-year Ancient Runes test, if you think something's amiss. Ron immediately stammered, third-year test questions, Hermione, this would not be. That's right, you'll see it next week. She said with a stern face. Next, Harry watched with interest as Ron kept blowing Hermione up in hopes of getting an early glimpse of what is on the paper, just a bit, Hermione, even a little hint would do. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 226, Chapter 226 The Mystery of Time. Meanwhile, the Ancient Rune office. Hermione held 3 bright runes in her hand, watching them whirl around constantly, with her eyes glowing. Felix leaned against his desk and looked at a test paper, his fingers gently wiped over the last word, dragging out light traces of ink, as his gaze became peculiar. He looked at the time, exactly 8 o'clock, and the magic rune instruction had just begun. So, is she the one who just finished the test paper and rushed here? Or Felix's mind spun with thoughts, in this castle, there's 2 Granger now. He felt a little itchy, what would happen if he summoned his patroness to deliver a message to the other Hermione at this time, like asking her to bring Harry's pocket sniakoscope along? Felix waited quietly for 2 minutes, Hermione still enthusiastically practicing outlining the magic rune in the air, without stopping in the slightest, patting her own head and saying, "Oops, Professor, I almost forgot, this is the sneakoscope you asked me to bring over. I know so little about the operating mechanism of the time turner, it is inevitable that my hands are bound. But if I am in the loop of time, there must be a beginning and an end, and by the time the end comes, the two Granger will inevitably return to the same position." Felix pondered silently. He could not attempt anything, because he did not know what the consequences of doing so would be. I think that is why Granger did not suddenly pull out a sneakoscope from her pocket. This is not his style of conduct at all. "Professor." Felix's mind jolted, he looked up, and the little witch is pointing at an ocean blue rune in her hand. "I think there's something wrong with it, the transformation of magic power is not very smooth." He slightly disappointed, but gently explained, "This rune symbolizes water flow, it can also mean the ocean in the heart, you have to try to understand its meaning deeply, it's a wonderful feeling, sometimes you just understand it all at once. But anyway, the rune meaning is a key to understanding the rune." "I get it, Professor." Hermione said happily, "I have some ideas. As a child, I followed my family to see a lot of rivers, lakes, and the sea. You think it will help?" "That's right, you can tune into a part of your cognition," Felix said approvingly. The rest of the magic rune lesson went on as usual, but Felix had a different expectation in mind, and occasionally he would look up at the wall clock. The time reached 9:30, the evening's lesson is almost over, but Felix cannot help but mention, "Miss Granger, you are already very tired, why not have a snack, watch an episode of cartoon?" If Hermione agreed, he would politely remind her to pay attention to the time and see how she would react. Hermione showed a tempted expression, but she quickly and covertly glanced at the time. "Oh, no, Professor, I have things to do. Before 9:50. She gasped and took a breath. "I mean, 10 o'clock is when the lights are off." Felix nodded, "That was an oversight on my part." He watched Hermione leave. It seems that the speculation is correct, he really is in a time loop, and, most likely, his little assistant is using the time turner at 9:50, to travel back to 2 hours ago. In other words, she reported to his office at 7:50 with test papers with ink yet to dry. After thinking about it, he cast a disillusionment charm, quietening charm, concealment charm, and an invisibility spell on himself. After making all the preparations, he stepped out of the office. Felix followed far behind Hermione, like a real ghost. After 7 or 8 minutes, outside the Gryffindor common room, he saw Hermione hiding behind a pillar. She picked a good place, there is no portrait in the surrounding. Soon, out of the common room a person appeared, a second Hermione Granger. Felix suppressed the shock in his heart, although he knew Hermione received a time turner as early as the beginning of the school year, but this is the first time he witnessed its effect personally. Once again, he dismissed his dumb thoughts and watched her walk past the pillar without looking at the other Hermione and hurried to hide. In his line of sight, Hermione Granger, who had just emerged from the common room, stood in the corner, turning a golden timer. She turned it twice, and with the slight sound of gears turning, her figure abruptly disappeared. Felix's eyes glazed over, but he found nothing, as if he is watching a mass of air, everything just now is a memory that he weaved for himself. Behind the pillar, Hermione poked her head out and hurried back to the common room. Felix could still hear the grumbling of the portrait of the fat lady at the door. "Why are you out in bed, you little wizard?" "Lucky star." Hermione quickly said the password, and the fat lady reluctantly made away. Felix returned to his office with light steps. The shock in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. This is the mystery of time, a power he had not touched. Time, time. I should be in awe of time, let's stop this and not risk it. Felix warned himself, his assistant is very serious and responsible already, he cannot pit her. If he made a mistake and threw the little witch into the time turbulence, where would he find her? But his mind soon wandered, and he couldn't help but think, if I could get a time tuner from somewhere else, then it would be fine, wouldn't it? The Ministry of Magic, ancient pure-blood families, or the tombs of ancient wizards, there is a chance, this matter must be carefully planned, not rashly. The next day, Felix made his usual trip to St. Mungo. Old Lady Longbottom carefully combed Alice's hair, but the comb still had a large amount of hair stuck in it. She said with a bitter smile on her face, "I really hope they get better soon, they will get rid of the side effects of the Cruciatus curse, right?" "They will," Felix said, "they are like walking corpses now, unable to control the magic in their bodies. Once they regain their memories, many means can be used." Old Lady Longbottom breathed a sigh of relief. During the course, the Longbottom's healer, Miriam, came to visit. She is a very friendly witch, nevertheless, she still can't help but give Felix a suspicious glance. Lady Longbottom's specialist is too young, but it does have a little effect. Miriam tentatively asked about the topic of the magic he specialized. Felix casually bullshitted with some shallow knowledge of bloodline magic, putting her in a daze. I try to awaken their bodies remaining subconscious, in coordination with the mobilization of their own magic. Felix spoke eloquently, which actually isn't wrong, though he played a trick by not saying he spent most of his time fiddling with their memories. When Miriam left, Felix said to Old Lady Longbottom, the first dissertation has been sent and will probably be in the gestation for some time. Old Lady Longbottom said in disbelief, Felix, I've been meaning to ask you. Why not send it later and delay it until the treatment is over? Because it can't be hidden, Felix explained, according to my prediction, by the end of next month at the latest, Frank and Alice's reaction will be so obvious that there's no way St. Mungo's won't find out. Although the truth can be told, we still have to consider the worst-case scenario, which is that St. Mungo will veto my treatment plan and Frank and Alice are simply inseparable from St. Mungo's care at the moment. You can also think that I am accustomed to doing some advanced preparation my dissertation, although only the theoretical part, but not many people can pick a fault. At most they will think that with the current means of treatment it's impossible to realize, belong to the whims of young people. Felix smiled and said, but once it is realized, it is a groundbreaking achievement and for that St. Mungo's will joyfully keep us. 227, Chapter 227 Neville's Love. Neville found himself with another favorite course in addition to his herbology class, Ancient Runes class. It wasn't that he had a special feeling for ancient runes, like he is good at fiddling with various herbs. On the contrary, because of his poor memory, he is one of the few bad students in the class, and in the latest exam, his score was just a little better than Slytherin's Crabbe and Goyle. He liked the Ancient Runes class because he liked the professor of the class, a reason that in a way he thought is the same as the reason he hated the potions class. Neville, your grades are not the best, but your attitude is serious enough, and that's what I appreciate about you. After a certain class, Professor Happ said this to him, and gave him a self-made bookmark. On it is a short story written in runes, which, according to the professor's words, contains 127 theoretical ancient runes that have been covered in this academic year. With the help of Hermione, the ancient runes tyrant, he completed the translation. Noll is a clumsy man. He was told by others that he is clumsy, and over time, he came to believe so himself. Noll likes to fiddle with clay dolls, he has a natural sensitivity to the properties of different kinds of clay, he likes to watch black, red, brown, white, grey, all kinds of colors of clay molding in his hands little by little, into a delicate, lovely shape. This love is stress-free and brings him comfort when Noll is sad and upset. His parents are very busy, usually do not spend much time with him, even the most important Christmas is only a rushed meeting, his biggest wish, is that they can spend more time with him. Noll spent 2 months quietly creating a group of dolls, in which there is his father, his mother, and even himself, they're holding hands together, laughing happily. He thought, when his mom and dad saw it, they would rub his head, smile, and would say, Noll is the best. On Christmas Day, Noll gave his parents that gift, and they looked at him in amazement because the doll is so delicate and very touching. They said to him apologetically, we neglected you, you are as stupid as anyone, and we swear that we will accompany you well in your growth. Noll is very delighted. Neville treasured the bookmark in his Ancient Runes class textbook, his movements were so careful and cautious that Hermione looked a little jealous. Thank you, Hermione. He said sincerely. Hey? Oh, it's nothing. Hermione said, not quite used to his attitude, waving her hand repeatedly. She returned to her seat. Ron is crying and looking at the paper in his hand. Hermione, the questions you came up with are too hard. Have they? Hermione looked at him in amazement. I'm following what was taught in class and I made every question using it as a prototype. Ron showed her his Ancient Runes textbook with scattered scribbled notes. Not everyone is like you, trying to write down every word the professor is saying. This is my normal state, look at the rest if you don't believe me. He shouted, Harry, Dean, Seamus. But Hermione completely dismissed it. My paper didn't go over the top, it's your fault. She suddenly looked at Harry, you think so too, right? Harry got startled, and said politely, Hermione, half the students in the class failed this exam. Hermione deflated and slumped on the table. Harry then said, actually, in fact, it's okay, Professor Happ said that the final exam is roughly at this level of difficulty, it's very informative, isn't it, Ron? Ron hurriedly said, yeah, right, that's right. Hermione looked away and turned her head to the center of the common room, the only one of the twins present, but there were a lot of people surrounding Fred. He excitedly displayed the heart-shaped couple mirror in his hand. There are 2 functions, text and voice. Text communication has almost no distance limit, enough to chat with your buddies in the sky and the sea all day during the summer, while voice conversation can only cover the school area at the moment, but this is a favorite of couples. I'll give you a demonstration here. He shouted into the couple's mirror, George, where are you now? From the mirror came a clear voice, I'm in the Ravenclaw common room, do you need me to describe the layout for you? Fred said, I've already been there, but, some of our friends don't know yet. He winked at the others. The voice in the mirror said, "So for the rest of the day I'll show you around the Ravenclaw house common room. This is George Weasley." He cleared his throat, "and let's start now. The colors here are primarily bronze and blue, the ceiling and carpet are painted with stars. I also saw a white marble statue, and there are many bookshelves in addition to a wide variety of books from various divisions, as well as some small ornaments. All in all, it's not the same as ours, it looks very new and fresh. Speaking of which, I have to criticize a few things. Slytherin's underground lounge is like a dungeon." Lee Jordan looked at Fred in surprise, "And you guys have been to the Slytherin common room?" Fred said with a grin, "We've been there with our heads covered." George in the mirror still talking, "Small windows overlooking the Black Lake, but one can't help but worry about being drowned in the water while sleeping, chains hanging from the ceiling, decorated similarly to Filch's office, illuminated with something that looks like a ghost fire." "George, you're getting off topic," Fred interrupted. "Well," the voice in the mirror said, and although he couldn't be seen, many of the young wizards could imagine George shrugging his shoulders across the room, even as he pretended to grin badly. "Next, let's interview a random Ravenclaw student. Hello, what are you reading? Your necklace is beautiful, it reminds me of the boss lady of the Three Broomsticks, she is just so charming." "George!" Percy shouted angrily at the couple's mirror. But from across the room came the voice of a little witch in a trance, "A selection of world jokes, a very funny book." "Really? I'm suddenly interested. Dad's joke book is so corny, who would be interested in a troll smelly sack?" said George. "It's Luna," Hermione said in amazement to Harry and Ron, who also gathered around. Ron didn't know whether to be worried or anticipating as he said, "This girl is definitely going to give us a scare." Next, pretty much the entire Gryffindor wizards heard Luna, in a somewhat indistinct voice, tell a snide joke. No one laughed, except for George on the other side, who asked with interest, "That sounds great, but what's the lottery is?" At that moment, another cheerful female voice appeared. "It's a small card with a sticker that, when scratched off, is marked with a prize of varying value, or it tells you a string of numbers." Percy in the lounge said with surprise, "Penelope." The other side asked suspiciously, "Percy? This is the couple's mirror? It's better than I thought. I'd like to confiscate it. Are you Fred or George? I remember paying a deposit." George's voice on the other side sounded a little awkward, "This is a sample, not for sale at the moment. Fred and I can tie Percy up and give him to you if you wish." Next, Harry and the rest did not know the follow-up, because Percy grabbed the couple's mirror in Fred's hand and ran to the corner to whisper. Fred stayed where he was, looking at the crowd with a smile on his face. "This is the demonstration, advance booking, just 3 galleons. Friendly reminder, the price will increase in the near future." 228, Chapter 228 Influence Diffusion. The crowd dispersed, the young wizards still enthusiastically discussing the topic of the couple's mirror, and in a corner of the common room, Harry said thoughtfully, "Fred and George must have taken the reference from the phone call from outside, but at the moment only one-to-one calls are possible." "Is that same thing I used to call you over the holidays to talk, phone?" Ron said, "That's a strange word." Harry recalled, "You were yelling so hard I got the impression you thought you were talking to someone halfway across the Quidditch pitch, afraid you wouldn't be heard on the other side. I got you in trouble that time, and by the sound of it, it was your aunt who answered." Ron said shakily. "Yeah, she hung up and gave me a hard time and almost shoved me back in the cupboard," Harry said indifferently. Ron and Hermione looked at him with worried faces, and Hermione said angrily, "Your family sucks." Harry shrugged, "It's just a place I go for the summer, a good thing it's only for 2 months and I can move out when I'm an adult." Ron suddenly said, "Why don't you just spend the summer in our humble abode? Coincidentally there's a Quidditch World Cup next summer. My dad would get tickets from the ministry." Harry's heart thumped, "Is that okay? It wouldn't be the first time anyway, my parents would definitely welcome you, not to mention Ginny." Harry's mood brightened up, and it became irrelevant that he couldn't go to Hogsmeade for the weekend. "I bet the Dursley would love to let me go, especially after what I did to Aunt Marge." Hermione thought for a moment and said, "Harry, from the Dursley's address, you seem to live not far from London, and you're welcome to come to my house as a guest, and when you do," she smiled, "I'll introduce you to Mom and Dad as Mick the Little Wizard." "What's that?" Harry asked. "The protagonist of a magic comic book, from the wizarding world," Hermione said. "How come I've never heard of that before?" Ron looked at her skeptically. "Because it's only been published a little while ago, I bought it 2 days ago from Flourish and Blott's bookseller through an owl." Hermione hurried to her dormitory. Not long after, she returned with a pile of books. Thud hit the small round table. Harry fiddled with the books, one obviously large. "The name is Muggle World Magic, the rest is a complete set of comic books, slightly thinner, but horizontally larger. The cover depicts a playground, a little boy dressed like a wizard in front of the playground peeking out. The book title is The Strange Adventures of Young Wizard Mick." Ron glanced at the large book with awe and didn't even touch it. He then casually opened the comic book and quickly became fascinated. Wow, it's interesting. Harry noticed the name of the author on the cover, Felix Happ. This is the work of Professor Happ. He asked in amazement and found it hard to imagine that Professor Happ would create a comic book. He thought he misread it and subconsciously opened the large book Muggle World Magic, which is densely packed with small print and various illustrations, which made his eyes dizzy. This is the style of Professor Happ. Ron closed the book and looked in the bottom right corner of the cover. That's true. Wait, LCA comic book publisher, oh my god, this is my favorite publisher. He got so excited that he danced around, only to find that Harry and Hermione looked at him with a bewildered expression. This is a big name L.C.A. Ah, they published The Adventures of Martin Miggs, which was my childhood favorite. Harry suddenly remembered that the last time he went to their burrow, he had seen the series in Ron's room, but the magic on it had almost disappeared, and the character in the book wearing a beret was moving very stiffly and uncomfortable to read. He opened the brand new The Strange Adventures of Young Wizard Mick and opened a first page, which is divided into 9 frames, starting from the first one to the end, telling the story of young Wizard Mick's first experience with a pop-up toaster when he visited his friend's house. Mick pointed at the slices of bread that suddenly popped up with a startled look on the comic strip, his mouth wide open, paired with the words in the book, "It's magic, definitely magic." Harry couldn't help but laugh. He had seen the toaster at the Dursleys and didn't think it would be so amusing to see it from a different perspective. He even began to look forward to seeing Ron when he saw the actual toaster, and whether or not he had this same look of amazement to the point of being unable to keep his mouth shut. Harry and Ron quickly got together and looked at it in order, starting from the first page. Wait, I haven't finished reading it. Seeing that Harry is about to turn the page, Ron said anxiously. Hermione looked at them with some confusion. Although I admit that this set of comic books is very good, but there is no need for you guys to exaggerate it so much, right? Ron looked up. Exaggerate? It's definitely the best comic book of the past decade or so. I bet it's comparable to The Adventures of Martin Miggs, and speaking of which, that Martin book is actually a bit out of date. Harry said honestly, I think it's good too. It's like my ordinary life of 11 years just all of a sudden became extraordinary. But Hermione said, don't you guys think the book Muggle World Magic is more logical and fascinating? She turned the page of the large book. Look, here it is about the prototype of the steam engine, which can even be combined with levitation ward, a type of large airship can be invented. Ron looked confused. What are you talking about, Hermione? What is this steam engine? What is this large airship? Seeing that Hermione had the idea of forcibly popularizing science, Ron hurriedly hid behind the comic book and said loudly, "Oops, Harry, look, why the slices of bread popped up." His voice attracted their roommate Seamus Finnegan, who incidentally pulled along Neville and Dean Thomas, as he gestured at the comic book. Some young wizards gathered around, thinking there is something hilarious going on. Dean Thomas, who grew up in the Muggle world, saw one of the pages and couldn't restrain himself from introducing it. This is an ice cream machine, it's very convenient, you just need to add cream, milk and other ingredients, then you can get a steady supply of ice cream. The others stared at him blankly, and Dean said proudly, "My uncle owns a mobile ice cream truck, and I used to play on it when I was a kid." Ron looked at Dean enviously. He also wanted to have a never-ending supply of ice cream to eat. Hermione tried several times to educate the young wizards about the greatness of steam engines and large airships, but received only a polite glance, and then everyone focused on the comic books. Percy didn't show much interest either, but he made a note of the title. "I think it's necessary to recommend it to Mrs. Pants. Hogwarts needs a book like this." Hermione wondered why people didn't like steam engines and airships. When Ancient Runes class ended the next day and Hermione asked this question, Felix laughed. "Granger, you have a special love for knowledge, but you can't expect others to be as interested in some mildly dry knowledge like you. That book is for adults, and can even be used as a guidebook to refer them to the appropriate items when they need them. Oh, by the way, here's the list of the Magic Runes Club and these coins that I need you to send to the students on the list. You can ask Percy for help, as he's perfect." Hermione didn't object, she just looked at the stacked copper coins. "This is Fever Coin. That's right, I changed them at random. Fred and George inspired me, so they can heat up and display words." Felix said, "The time for the first club meeting has not yet been set. I recently packed with a full schedule, it might have to wait until mid-November." Hermione nodded, ready to put away the list and the coins, though she couldn't help but frown when she saw the names of Draco Malfoy, Daphne Greengrass and Pansy Parkinson. Felix turned his head towards Harry and waved, "Potter, come this way." Harry, who is waiting for Hermione at the door, came over and looked at Professor Happ with some nervousness. He is still missing a closing for his thesis, don't ask him for it this time. Fortunately, Felix did not ask about the thesis. He whispered, "Harry, that sneakoscope, you still have it on you." Harry pulled the pocket sneakoscope out of his pocket and Felix took it. "Just a moment," he said, then tapped it repeatedly with his wand, and soon, Felix drew a thin wire from the sneakoscope, which he hurriedly tugged on a golden galleon. What is that? Harry showed a stunned expression. A kind of synchronization magic, Felix explained. Once the pocket sneakoscope is triggered, I will immediately get the message, no matter where you are. Harry understood that Professor Hap is concerned about his own safety, just like Mr. Weasley. He sent a letter back some time ago, in which he seriously criticized the trio's attempts to pry into Sirius Black's secrets, considering it reckless, undesirable, and unnecessary. The best choice is to stay in the school. He preferred Professor Hap's approach, at least he didn't choose to put him in a cage. The following days, the young wizards had their first Hogsmeade weekend of the new school year, and many of them had a wonderful time. The Weasley twins, for example, went to Zonko's joke shop to purchase a batch of stink bombs, and in their words, it is inevitable that we will be flustered and confused without the company of these cute, smelly little ones. Whenever I see Filch, I don't feel comfortable, like something is missing. The Halloween dinner is also great, and the ghosts in the castle put up a perfect show. But soon, the young wizards had their full attention drawn to the approaching first Quidditch match. On the first Saturday of November, thunder rumbled, the wind howled, and torrential rain poured down. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 229, Chapter 229 Humanoid Shield Charm. Harry woke up from bed early. The wind is blowing so hard that he woke up. He glanced at the window, and it's pitch black outside. Harry closed his eyes again, but felt a chill on the back of his neck. Is the window leaky? The thought went through his head for a few moments before he jerked back and saw Peeves' obnoxious face. Why are you blowing like this? Harry said, in annoyance. Peeves puffed out his cheeks and blew twice more, so Harry got up and sat down, fished out his wand from his pillow, and Peeves, like a ball of gas, spun around and flew away. This farce made Harry sleepless. He glanced at the rest who are still sleeping. Harry opened the door. A small figure slumped near his feet. He subconsciously picked it up in his hand. Crookshanks. Harry looked at the cat in his hand. Its face looked like it had been slapped flat. There is something inexplicably menacing about it. Ron was right to guard against you. He closed the door and dropped it smoothly on the side of the spiral staircase. Go on, don't play with Scabbers. Hermione got into a few scuffles with Ron over you. Crookshanks glanced at him disdainfully and turned to slip away. Harry dawdled around the dimly lit common room for about half an hour, still a few hours before dawn. Gotta find something to do. So he rummaged through his book bag for his dueling system thesis and pondered how to wrap it up. With the disarming charm as the core, well, at least a silent, wandless spell, to cast the spell, covertly. Harry nibbled on his quill, thought for a while, then he wrote, defense also important, so let's practice the shield charm to the same level as the disarming charm. After thinking about it, he crossed out the last sentence and changed it to proficient enough to use it and to reach level 3 of the spell. In addition, the other spell to face a long-distance enemy, an Incarcerous spell, is necessary to get a head start. Harry dipped the ink again, focus on the dominant spell to attack quickly, but if it is blocked, it means, what does it mean? Harry scratched his head, flipping through the notes next to him, in which he recorded Professor Hap's words in his special summer training. Flipping through a few pages, he brightened up and quickly wrote, it shows that the enemy is not a mediocre person, so you must correct your mindset and fight steadily. If you have learned enough about numerous spells, you can use the knowledge to find the enemy's weak points. Harry paused and began to ponder the meaning of this passage. Professor Hap said he is nowhere near the level of Senior Auror, although his disarming charm is not much worse in terms of power, but the experience gap is worlds apart. He might be able to mislead the enemy with his young face and sneak upon them, but if the opponent is on guard, the fight will be over in a minute or two and he'll be the one who gets beaten. Harry thought about what to do if he encountered an enemy that the disarming charm failed to deal with, such as Sirius Black, or Snape. Thinking for a while, the result is nothing he could do. If the disarming charm is useless, the spells which he grasped, Stunning Spell, Incarcerous Spell, Freezing Charm, more likely to be ineffective. Thinking of this, he suddenly got a little discouraged. Black is a genius when he was in school, and after graduation, he also experienced the war. His only weakness may be locked up in Azkaban for 12 years, tortured by Dementors. So he may be not right in the head. Harry listened to Hermione's explanation. Dementors are rather disgusting even among dark creatures. If you are close to them, you will feel cold and your thinking will become stiff, followed by your happiness will be devoured and disappear, you will be depressed, even your sense of resistance will be slowly weakened, and finally you will fall into the Dementor's plate, then your soul will get sucked out. He confirmed the credibility of Hermione's information by his own experience. Harry shivered. He remembered the name Hermione mentioned, Dementor's Kiss. It's too wicked. After spending 2 or 3 hours, Harry finally finished his thesis with the faint light in the common room. This is by far the most serious paper I've ever written, he said with emotion. Harry packed up his things. Look at the sky. During the time he spent writing the thesis, the storm not only did not weaken, but become even more violent, though there is a glimmer of light in the sky. He made his way to the Great Hall, to grab a meal. The Great Hall is empty and Harry is about to pick a middle seat as he glanced outside, then he saw a familiar figure. It's Professor Hap. He is wearing a dark robe and standing in a rainstorm, which Harry wouldn't have been able to see if a lightning bolt hadn't flashed by. What's wrong with the professor? It can't be like Wood, to experience extreme circumstances, deliberately torturing himself, right? Harry pulled his hood over his head and walked out of the Great Hall. As he approached Professor Hap, he just about to say hello, but found himself bumping into something, and deflected by a force, his whole body fell into the muddy water. Ouch! Yuck! The mud splattered on Harry's mouth and glasses, but he is now filled with curiosity, he could not touch the professor. Felix looked down at him. Harry, what are you doing? Harry stammered as he rose from the ground, I saw you standing outside and wanted to say hello, but I lost my footing for a moment. Felix laughed, it's not that you lost your footing, it's me, I had been thinking just now, about how to protect myself from the rain and wind. Harry became interested, any suitable spell? He thought he could use it. Impervious water repellent and hot air charm for drying, the former is better for isolating water and fog. Felix introduced it, and he took a look at Harry's wretched appearance and backhandedly took out his wand and pointed at him. Harry's body steamed out of a large water mist, and his body full of warmth, and then he saw the water slipped from his body, clothes, as if he brushed his entire body with a layer of oil or something, not a drop of rain did not touch his body. Harry asked Felix for guidance on these two spells, in fact, they are very similar and can even be seen as one spell. He drew his wand and tapped his glasses, impervious. The water automatically avoided the lenses, and his vision became clear. Now the rain will never be a hindrance again. Harry excitedly thanked Felix, he felt more sure of his victory today. Felix said, no need to thank me, Granger asked me 2 days ago, what spell there is to prevent rain, and I told her, only I might have run into you earlier. Harry prepared to turn around to thank Hermione, but a question popped up in his mind, Professor Hap, haven't you mastered this spell? But you just said you were thinking about rainproof and he paused for a moment, a little unsure, windproof spell. Yeah, Felix said, it's predictable that it's going to be very windy on the Quidditch pitch today. So, have you come up with anything yet? Felix smiled, didn't you just experience it? Experienced. Harry desperately tried to brainstorm, then his stomach began to rumble, is it a shield charm? I just bumped into a shield charm, right? That's all he could think of. That's right, Felix gave him an approving look, the shield charm is invisible and massless, but it can defend against both magical and physical forms of attack, although it's not exactly powerful, but apparently, it's windproof. That sounded more or less unbelievable, Harry did not even think that the shield charm has this kind of use, would a normal person think of that? Harry, as I said, when you are skilled enough with a spell, you can adjust the effect of the spell exactly the way you want, Felix said, a transparent spherical barrier abruptly expanded with him as a center, almost pressing against the tip of Harry's nose. Harry looked at the so-called shield charm in amazement, he could even see the surface of the sphere emitting light, and rain poured on it, then bursting into tiny clusters. He reached out and poked, the spherical barrier slightly dented, and then his finger bounced off. So you've succeeded now? Harry asked, it seemed obvious to him that changing the shield charm which blocked a small area in front of him into a large, colorless, transparent orb would be a success. Felix tilted his head and gestured for him to continue to look. The colorless, transparent spherical magical barrier began to sink inward, becoming more and more fitting to him and getting closer to a human form. In the end, it looked like he wrapped a human-shaped air cover around him. Felix said regretfully, I just tried to make the shield charm morph and attach it on top of my clothes finally, maybe we can call it a human-shaped shield charm? But unfortunately, this trick has some difficulty, it is not something that can be done within half an hour. 230, Chapter 230 Dementors. Professor Hap went away, in his words, he had to think about how to make the shield charm fit better. Sounds like talking about how to modify the size of a dress. Harry thought to himself. He saw the Gryffindor team appear in the Great Hall and hurried over to them. He simply wanted to eat something now, even if it's only a bowl of porridge. With the weather this bad, it's hard to predict how long the game will go on. Felix strolled alone on the field, the weather is very obscure, the black clouds pressed tightly together. The wind is wrecking the trees, and he saw the branches of the whomping willow swaying constantly. But everything around him seemed quiet, the rain couldn't drench him, the wind couldn't blow over him except for the transparent cover that towered a foot taller than him, which is an eyesore. From afar, a few students arrived early, watching curiously as Professor Hap circled the field in the rainstorm, but no one bothered him. These students chose to sit on the raised platform and stared blankly at Felix, not understanding what he is doing, though it looks like fun. Especially for some young witches, the dark-haired, blue-pupiled Professor Hap, though the rainstorm obscured their vision, it is all in their heads. Strolling leisurely in the rain, they couldn't take their eyes off of him. By the time Felix had made his third lap around the Quidditch pitch, the human-shaped shield charm on him already edged about half an inch closer, and had been hard to spot if they didn't look closely. He stopped and glanced at the stadium gates as a team of Hufflepuff players walked in wearing a canary yellow uniform, led by the tall, lean, and handsome-looking man who is none other than Cedric Diggory, the captain of the Hufflepuff team. Felix walked up the wooden steps to the professor's stand and sat down quietly, the roof over his head serving no purpose at all to keep the rain out, so he had to continue to maintain his human-shaped shield charm. One by one, the little wizards either walked into the stadium with their waterproof cloaks or umbrellas in hand. Time passed little by little, and more people arrived. Professor McGonagall, Madame Hooch, and Dumbledore also arrived. When he saw Felix, he smiled slightly and sat next to him. Headmaster Dumbledore. Felix. Dumbledore said in a near whisper, very interesting trick. Felix said, it doesn't seem to be very useful except as protection against the wind, it's still essentially a shield charm though. Felix, you're too obsessed with the power of spells. Isn't the shield used for defense? The two talked in small voices, and not long after, the two teams for today's match stood in the center of the stadium. The torrential rain formed layers of water curtain, the audience could only see the yellow and scarlet robes, but this still did not affect their enthusiasm, and a huge cheer erupted from the stands amidst the rumble of thunder. With a whistle from Madame Hooch, the game began. The wind is simply too strong as players from both teams lifted off crookedly. Felix noticed Harry being swept to one side by the wind. Luckily he quickly became familiar with the wind direction. Besides him, several of the female Quidditch players are also slightly distressed. It had nothing to do with skill, simply a lack of weight. In his accelerated state of mind, everything slowed down in Felix's eyes, the layers of rain not obscuring his vision as he quickly analyzed the flow on the field and tried to anticipate the scoring for the next period. This is what interested Felix in Quidditch. For him, every match is a high-quality group duel. Harry would have crashed into his own team in 2 seconds if he hadn't diverted, and he did. Cedric's not slow, and his weight is more of an advantage in this weather. He can still distract himself to command his team. That bit of wind has no effect on Wood at all, and sure enough, he defends the goal with ease. The bludger is going to hit that red-robed witch. I remember her name is Angelina Johnson? Her teammate hurries over from the bottom left corner and the bludger is blocked. Is it Fred or George? Timeout whistle. It is Wood who requested it. They are clearly ahead. The game is suspended. Gryffindor leads by 50 points, and the crowded Gryffindors in the stands erupt with roars of excitement. A few moments later, the game continued. The tangle between the two teams became more intense, and the spectators could not distinguish the faces of the players on the field. They could only distinguish them by their jerseys and their behavior based on their house and positions. Commentator Lee Jordan clutched the microphone and shouted, Gryffindor launched an attack. The ball is in the hands of the chaser, one of the 3 girls. I can't clearly see. Cedric put his focus on finding the golden snitch. His makeshift team is no match for Gryffindor and the score gap is only getting wider. Only by catching the golden snitch, they would have a chance of winning, but it wouldn't be easy as he faced off against Gryffindor's talented seeker, Harry Potter, who is undefeated in the Sky Field. Felix continued to analyze the situation on the field. Hufflepuff looks very hung up. Head-to-head they are no match for the opponent. The seeker confrontation, Harry's past record is more dominant. Unless Harry slips up, would he truly slip up? In midair, Harry's grip suddenly slipped, and his body slipped a fraction of inches. He flipped in the air, but he managed to control the accident quickly. The game continued. Cedric looked like he found something. He manipulated the broom to turn back 180 degrees and took a dive position. But Felix has no time to pay attention to it, as a group of black dementors took the spotlight. They appeared from the edge of the Forbidden Forest, gliding close to the ground, and some scattered in midair, like black rubbish bags swept by the wind. The rain turned cold all of a sudden, the air fell silent, and the cheers and shouts seemed to be choked off as they emerged from the crowd, which Felix understood as an effect of the dementors on their brains. 100 feet up, several dementors circled Harry in the center with the cover of black clouds and fog. They didn't care much about Cedric. As creatures of darkness that thrive on corruption and despair, they could easily distinguish those who had a tragic fate. Harry could see that he still has some consciousness. Clutching his broom in one hand and his wand in the other, the red spell slashed through the clouds, but with little success. His broom fell uncontrollably and Harry fell into a complete coma. Dumbledore, Felix whispered. I'll save the day. Dumbledore said in a hushed voice, as he poked out his fingers and aimed at Harry, who quickly slowed down in his descent. The tip of Felix's wand flickered brightly. A silver stream of light burst through the dense clouds like silver lightning, knocking the dementors around Harry. They tumbled and fell, but then landed lightly and joined together the dementor colony below. The silvery light turned into a slim, rain swallow, with scythe-like wings floating in midair without flapping it. From the mouth of the rain swallow came a deafening sound, Dementors, get out of here. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 231, Chapter 231 The Power of Felix's Patroness. The voice caused a silvery white wave of ripples, that swept through the entire stadium, and the young wizards affected by the Dementors were instantly shaken out of their cold, desperate mood. Professor McGonagall gripped her wand and looked around, making a quick judgment as she turned to Felix and Dumbledore and said, "I'll go off stage." Just at that moment, Harry landed smoothly. Madame Hooch rushed forward to check the situation, and the Gryffindor players flocked up. Meanwhile, Cedric looked blankly at the unexpected situation on the field. He still clutched the golden snitch in his hand. The young wizards who had just escaped the effects of Dementors saw this scene, especially the young wizards from Hufflepuff, who almost flipped the whole stadium over, with a huge cheer like an ocean wave. The Dementors that had been retreating at the sight of the threatening little creature were unable to give up the feast that's within their grasp, and some of them rose up into the sky, while others lifted their tattered hoods to suck the joy out of the air. Dementors have no eyes, it's entirely dependent on smell and emotion to sense everything outside, but today, they experienced a novelty. They saw light. The rain swallow patroness rushed in front of the group of Dementors in the blink of an eye, its entire body glowed brilliantly. Waves of silvery white light exploded, churning up waves of silvery sea. The Dementors scattered almost instantly, and they kept retreating, but the silver rain swallow patroness is fast as lightning, its flight trajectory weaved a fine net in midair, encircling all the Dementors, and any Dementor that touched the fine net would tumble back. They are totally trapped. In the dumbfounded gaze of the young wizards, the gaps in the net became thinner and thinner, gradually turning into a semi-spherical shroud. The Dementors little by little got covered up, and finally, the form of the rain swallow disappeared, and a half-round moon appeared in the center of the field. The light of the half-moon broke through the foggy stadium. A young wizard said in disbelief, "Professor Hap has created a moon." His friends around him agreed with him completely. Many students looked up at the sky as if confirming that the moon is still there, but all they could see is a dark, cloudy black sky. A silvery white light accumulated in Felix's eyes, and he is now in a somewhat peculiar mood. Patroness are built of pure, happy, positive emotions. As such, with no human emotions, Dementors cannot harm it since it does not despair. Most crucially, Felix found that the glow that emerges from the patroness seemed to have a tremendous restraining effect on the Dementors. He used the perspective of the rain swallow patroness and found that the Dementors within the encirclement seemed to have a very slight size reduction. Maybe it's an illusion. Felix muttered in a small voice. Half moon. The light became more intense. It really looks like a waning silver moon. Dumbledore's expression became odd. He did become very mad that Dementors dared to break into the school. He had intended to teach them a lesson. But now it seems that if he does not intervene this time, it's possible that Felix will do something amazing. The patroness is recognized as defensive magic that can only repel, without killing Dementors. But Dumbledore wouldn't think so superficially. The simplest logic is if patroness can't hurt Dementors, why are they so afraid of this magic? He said softly, "Felix, you can teach them a lesson, but the Dementors cannot be killed, they are part of the staff of the Ministry of Magic." Felix shrugged his shoulders, and a stream of light fluttered from the half-moon, once again transforming into a silver rain swallow and halting in midair. The half-moon gradually dissipated, and the young wizards stared at it with wide eyes as they chattered in disgust. "Do you think that the Dementors have become smaller?" "It seems like it did." "Could it be a matter of perspective? We're standing high up." "No way. When I went to Hogsmeade I secretly glanced at the Dementors guarding the entrance. They are at least 6 feet tall each. Now no matter how I look at it, it's less than 5 feet. After the Dementors reappeared, they barely had time to look squarely at the patroness in midair, which remained static, and they desperately fled the place. The black rags bent almost at an angle parallel to the ground along their sagging body. The silver swallow's body swelled up 1,000 times, with a wingspan of nearly 20 feet, and it flew behind the Dementors, occasionally bursting into a blaze of light. A huge cheer erupted from the young wizards, and it seemed to them that Professor Hap is taking revenge for them. The Dementors fled even faster. After a long while, the exaggeratedly large rain swallow patroness flew back and landed at the edge of the Quidditch field and greeted with the adoring eyes of the young wizards. "It's so cool." "It's over." Felix sighed, but had no intention of recalling the silver patroness. Dumbledore looked at him with peculiar eyes. "Felix, I need to remind you that Dementors don't have outstanding intelligence, but they have a vague group consciousness and as I told you, one less they can notice it." Felix asked hesitantly, "Can't keep it for a day?" Dumbledore seemed amused. "Oh, unless you want to be found by the Ministry of Magic. Thousands of people have seen your patroness, you can't weasel your way past it." "And what if it is Sirius Black who did it?" "He learned powerful dark magic from Voldemort," Felix asked tentatively. "In that case," Dumbledore smiled, "it is not a big problem, but you have to come up with strong evidence to deal with the Ministry of Magic's inspectors, most likely Fudge himself." Felix smacked his lips. "Strong evidence, well. He waved his hand and the giant silver rain swallow which had been standing at the edge of the field let out a crystal clear chirp and spat two black shadows out of its beak, deformed dementors that were barely 3 feet tall. They were almost too frantic to leave, as Felix and Dumbledore watched the dementors disappear completely. Dumbledore said thoughtfully, "Felix, your patroness opened my eyes. I thought I had developed the patroness to transmit messages, which would be a remarkable innovation, but I did not even consider the idea of swallowing a dementor." Felix blinked. "I had a flash of inspiration just now, Headmaster. It worked pretty well, though." Inside the stadium, Professor McGonagall and Madame Hooch made their way out with Harry, followed by the demoralized Gryffindor players. Just now, Madame Hooch had announced that Hufflepuff is the winner. As the young wizards left the stage one by one, there are still many others staring at the podium where Felix is and talking with Dumbledore. Even if he couldn't hear their voices, Felix could roughly guess what they would be talking about. "Headmaster, are you going to visit Harry now?" "I trust Minerva and Poppy." "What about you, Felix?" "I trust Weasley and Granger." Dumbledore and Felix each smiled. Half a minute later, Felix suddenly thought of something. "I remember, Harry's broom was swept away by the wind." Dumbledore said uncertainly, "It should be recovered. Also, it still can be lost." 232, Chapter 232 Professor Lupin's patroness charm is excellent. Later that day. "You mean Harry's broom crashed into the Whomping Willow?" Felix asked in surprise, and Hermione said sadly, "When we went to look for it, we only found some wreckage." "Harry must be very sad," Felix said with a sigh. He drew out a notepad and wrote down a few lines of well wishes, then stopped to ask Hermione's opinion. "Do you think on the greeting card, should I need to add some kind of magical effect, like sound?" "Better not," Hermione said firmly. "Ginny just gave Harry a recovery card. If you don't keep it under your pillow, it will sing shrilly." Felix shrugged. "So be it." He handed the card to Hermione. "Take it to Harry for me." In the following days, the young wizards happily discussed the events of Saturday, especially Professor Hap's visually appealing rain swallow patroness, which was talked about with great gusto. With it, the name patroness charm quickly spread throughout the school and became the center of a recent conversation. Any random student you could pull over would be able to talk a great deal about it even if there were many absurdities in their words. Some junior wizards got all kinds of true and false information from the senior students, which they combined with their own understanding. They then spread it again. Many people could not distinguish the mechanism behind the half moon, so they considered it as a second form of charm and named it Silver Moon. Felix heard this term during breakfast in the Great Hall on a certain morning, and almost spit out his gruel. Fourth year Cormac McLaughlin bragged, "My uncle's patroness has a second form, I would never lie." He stroked his rough, stiff hair and said loftily, "My dad said it personally, my uncle's patroness is a wild boar, but I saw it once when I was a kid, and it was clearly a long-eared rabbit, and originally I was wondering, if this charm has two forms." Felix glanced at McLaughlin's eyes. If his words are not mixed with lies, his uncle must have experienced a tragic encounter. The whole person's temperament must have changed greatly. Only in this case, the patroness will change. Others kept inquiring where they could learn this charm. "What a cool charm!" Lee Jordan exclaimed in the common room. "I mean, even if I can't cast it like Professor Hap, I can at least protect myself, right?" But Flitwick poured cold water on them, standing over a stack of large books as he emphasized more than once, "The patroness charm is not included in our test. It is too advanced even for many adult wizards to master, and this magic requires great mental strength. Flitwick is not going to teach it." So some young wizards turned their focus to the defense against the dark arts class and the dueling class, which they considered to be a good idea. Both classes teach students how to protect themselves according to the curriculum. On the second Thursday evening of November, during the dueling class, Felix heard this question being asked. "Patroness?" Felix repeated it. "Yes, Professor Hap. That's the charm we need right now, no? The Dementors are staring at us blankly and ready to attack us outside the school." A fifth-year Gryffindor shouted, his words drawing nods of agreement from the young wizards below the stage. Felix laughed. "Lee Jordan, the Dementors are guarding Hogwarts under the orders of the Ministry of Magic, and their target is Sirius Black, the fugitive from Azkaban. But Professor, what happened that day at the Quidditch match has proven their unreliability. I even wrote to my family and Mum wrote back saying that letting the Dementors out of Azkaban is the stupidest decision the Ministry of Magic has ever made. Yeah, they're not controllable at all. My aunt told me that even in Azkaban, Dementors used to riot, and some prisoners died." Susan Bones of Hufflepuff said, and seeing Professor Hap's eyes fall on her, she added, "My aunt is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Felix wavered a bit, and frankly, he didn't think teaching the young wizards the patroness charm in dueling class is a good option. It's time-consuming and hard to learn, and most importantly, it won't always work. A charm, as profound as this one, would be very difficult for a student to master on their own without one-on-one instruction. If you really want him to teach them by hand, he can't do it even if you give him 10 time turners. He glanced at the other two professors, Snape and Flitwick. What is your opinion, Severus, Filius? Snape immediately showed an expression of resistance as he said coldly, I don't know this spell. Flitwick also once again made his opinion clear, Felix, the Patronus charm is very complex and too single-functional, I do not think it will work. Besides, Dumbledore has already appealed to the Ministry of Magic, and Fudge guaranteed that the Dementors would never make the same mistake again. Felix nodded, and he knew about it. In fact, when a bunch of shrunken Dementors went back, people within the Ministry of Magic were very upset about it, and some even wanted to send someone to investigate, only Dumbledore firmly pushed them back. In addition, some grumpy parents of students constantly sent howlers to the Ministry of Magic, and even to Fudge's mailbox, which made them anxious. The Dementor matter is no longer brought up. Felix put the matter aside for the time being, but, he looked at Snape. The professor said he can't cast the Patronus charm, is it true? Is it possible that the professor went too deep into the dark magic domain, which resulted in his inability in using the Patronus charm? At dinner, he and Snape sat together, discussing the details of what they should teach in the next dueling class. Felix commented, the students have mastered several common dueling moves, and it would be best to let them practice in the next few classes. Severus, I have an idea, perhaps we can host a small dueling tournament. Are you not afraid of trouble, Felix? Snape said. I'm going to leave it to the student body. Percy Weasley and Penelope Clearwater are both very capable and I trust them, Felix said. Snape showed his usual mocking expression, how much sincerity is there in your trust? Felix, is there really anyone who can break into your heart? Felix laughed, oh, Severus, are you trying to call me a hypocrite? We're talking about competence, and I do trust Mr. Weasley and Miss Clearwater very much in that regard. What are you referring to again? Snape stared at him expressionlessly, and Felix deliberately flashed a smile that looked fake. At that moment, a voice interjected the silent exchange between the two. Professor Snape, I just met Professor Flitwick, and he said you are in the Great Hall. Lupin said cheerfully as he walked up in front of them. He had changed into a new robe, and it looked like Dumbledore is paying him enough to cover his daily expenses. What can I do for you, Lupin? Snape's eyes narrowed. Did you finish all the potions I gave you? I have some more there, a cauldron full of. Lupin smiled and said, not for now, Severus. I came here for another thing. Snape looked at him, without a half-smile on his face. Lupin said, I appreciate you covering for me during my illness, but the teaching in the third year was so advanced and aggressive, that it went straight over most of the chapters in the textbook. Werewolves, Snape trailed off, and Lupin's hand trembled for a moment, which he hid well. Chapter, what's wrong with it? Any problems? Lupin frowned slightly. Severus, the third year has only just learned about Hinky-Punk. Most students do not have an appropriate foundation. I'm sorry, I decided to postpone this chapter. Snape gave him a contemptuous look. If you ask me, Lupin, something like a werewolf is too dangerous, and it's a very necessary thing for students to know how to identify and kill werewolves as early as possible. He said softly, maybe it will be useful one day. Lupin regained his composure. Thanks for the reminder. I will teach according to the scope of the young wizard's ability. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. There are many things to do. Wait, Lupin. Is there anything else, Snape? Lupin said in a deep voice. Allow me to introduce to you. Snape's gaze moved between Lupin and Felix. I believe that Professor Lupin's Patronus charm is extremely advanced, and perhaps Felix, you could invite him, as a dueling class temporary professor. Snape's eyes flickered. As a professor of defense against the dark arts class, surely it's his duty to show his students how to deal with dangerous dark creatures like Dementors. 233, Chapter 233. The change is not just a little bit. Lupin did not agree ultimately, and Felix, as a bystander, could clearly see the professor's reluctance. He had a few guesses. The form of the Patronus is closely related to the state of the wizard. Lupin is a werewolf, although he tried to avoid mentioning it, but that identity has already influenced him deeply into his bones. His Patronus is most likely a wolf or a related subspecies. Felix didn't know what to say. Severus can really be. Then, that night, Ron entered the common room alone from outside, fuming a bit. Snape's a freak. Ron cursed a nasty word, causing Hermione to shout in discomfort, Ron, don't use swear words. He sat on his butt on the soft couch next to Harry, smelling strongly of detergent. Harry looked at Ron sympathetically. This is not the first time he lost his temper because of Snape. When Professor Lupin was sick, Snape substituted him, then Ron got punished for publicly rebuffing Snape, and cleaned the chamber pot in the hospital wing. Moreover, he was not allowed to use magic. Snape seemed determined to prolong the painful process by splitting the punishment into 3 sessions, each ending with Ron fuming like a raging lion. I mean really, Snape is a man with a twisted mentality. If he hadn't subbed for just 1 class. Ron said angrily, I didn't write a single word of the assignment he left, ha. Sure enough, Professor Lupin cancelled it. Hermione's expression didn't look good. Most people in the class played around without writing, only she finished an essay about werewolves early. Ron said meanly, maybe he got his head shoved into the toilet when he was at school. Look at his hair, Harry. He looked at Harry. Didn't you stay behind to ask Professor Lupin some questions this evening? Did he reveal anything about Black? Harry said somberly, no, I asked him about the Dementors and my mother. Ron's expression eased as he and Hermione exchanged a look, and he whispered, did you hear anything more about the day of the Quidditch match? Yeah, Harry said, it's the second time. I seemed particularly vulnerable when facing the Dementors. Professor Lupin said it is because I have experienced more anguish. He whispered, he was right, I heard my mother's dying voice over and over again at that time. But Harry perked up, Professor Lupin told me a lot about Mum, you know, I only saw her in the pictures Professor Hagrid sent me and on the Mirror of East. Nobody else mentioned much. Harry. Hermione looked at him worriedly. Harry said regardlessly, I had thought my mother's character must be very gentle, this is how I imagined her like, but in fact she is not. Professor Lupin said she is very assertive, even a little snappy. In those days, she defended her neighbor from the enemy house, that is, Snape, a 5-year-long friendship, and Professor Lupin said Snape admired her. Of course. Mom and Snape eventually parted ways because of Voldemort. Harry said excitedly, Mum has to grow up. When she first enrolled in school she was not aware of the war Voldemort started, but how can a person defy reality? Every few days a classmate's family and relatives will die, and every month a few students will drop out of school. That's war, isn't it? She must have been torn and hesitant for a long time. But in the end, she ended the friendship. Professor Lupin said she was depressed for a long time, and my father comforted her, then told her a lot about the Order of the Phoenix, and they came together as a matter of course. Married, fought the Death Eaters, fled from Voldemort, and had me. Harry's expression grimaced, until they wrongly trusted Sirius Black. Ron asked uneasily, Harry, are you okay? I'm fine. Harry said, Professor Lupin promised that he would teach me Patronus Charm till Christmas. But he turned down my request for special training during Christmas, and Professor Hap is too busy that I didn't have the heart to mention it. When I wrote my dueling system thesis, I always used Black as my imaginary enemy, but in fact, there's nothing much I can do, I just know a few spells. And not skilled enough even in that. Ron said, Harry, we can train by ourselves. Harry stopped talking on, and looked up at Ron as he slowly said, train by ourselves. This made Ron a little upset, and he said, I know I'm weaker and not your match, but I can be your assistant if you need one. He came up with another rotten idea, if not, we can practice using Slytherin students. Malfoy's gang will do just fine. Crabbe and Goyle look like they have the build that can resist a few more spells. Harry thought of the big-bodied Crabbe as well as the gorilla like Goyle, and couldn't help but smile. He restrained his smile and said with a straight face, thank you, Ron. Ron's face flushed, no, it's nothing. Then what are we waiting for? Hermione looked relieved as she pulled out a piece of parchment and quickly scribbled on it. If we're going to train by ourselves, we need to be well prepared, pick a good time and place, choose the right spell, and to guard against accidents, have a lot to do. Hermione said thunderously. Hermione. Ron looked at her a little dumbfounded. But Hermione had already got into the swing a bit. I don't have the same schedule as you guys, but, should be able to make time. How are you going to make time for? Don't interrupt me, Ron. Hermione said impatiently, the choice of the spell is best referred from dueling class. Harry, I need your thesis. Harry froze and handed her the written thesis. I'll give it to Professor Hap for you, but I need to read it first to summarize your dueling ideas. And Ron, you can't relax either, it's not good to be too far off. Ron grimaced, you don't want me to write a thesis too, right? Professor Binns just gave us a 2-feet assignment, you know. Well, I can lend you the assignment for you to I can lend it to you for reference. Hermione tried to keep the word copy to herself. Ron whispered in Harry's ear, she just blows my mind. Harry shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, that's Hermione, how many times has she surprised us? Hermione is still thinking desperately, maybe we can drag a few more people, of course, the 3 of us can be enough for sure, but the others might be interested as well, and they're pretty good in general, the dueling classes helped a lot. Dean's is pretty skilled in stunning spell, Seamus's reductor curse is exaggerated, he's definitely talented at it, and Neville, Ginny's pretty good at a couple of the little jinx, I didn't expect her to learn them that fast when I taught her. We could even ask Percy for help, he owes the twins a favor, and the twins, she smiled, they owe me a lot. Wait, Ron called out, what does it have to do with Percy, Fred, and George? Remember the couple's mirror? Penelope going to give one to Percy as a Christmas present, and they gave Penelope a 50% discount. On the other hand, Percy privately approached the twins for that discount. And how did you get involved with Fred and George? Ron couldn't understand it. After all, those two brothers of his were not easy to talk with. Oh, Hermione said with a wide smile, I'm an assistant of Ancient Runes class, and they often ask me for reference books, the kind with specific page numbers. They say it's to save their time. Theoretical ancient runes aren't worth their time. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 234, Chapter 234 Sirius Black. At night, deep in the Forbidden Forest. A large black dog ran desperately, his lungs wanted to burst out, the shadow and shape of the trees in the inky black forest became jagged claws, he crossed a forest stream and turned around to look behind him warily. The terrifying three-headed dog did not pursue him. He slumped on the ground and stretched his body. He looked at a sliver moon, the full moon had just passed, and he wondered how his old friend is doing now, whether he would draw his wand as soon as he saw him and give him a nasty blow. Still, he considered using full moon day as a chance to abduct his old friend and tell him the truth about what happened. But unfortunately, the shrieking shack which he remembered for being so lively before, had become extraordinarily deserted, with a thick layer of dust gathered with no sign of use. Maybe I'm the only one who remembers that place. He thought that this might be the reason why the passage towards Whomping Willow wasn't blocked off. But even if it's blocked, it does not matter to him. He knew many secret passages, and the one-eyed witch on the third floor of the castle is his best bet. Of course, it leads to the cellar of Honeyduke's sweet shop, which is full of customers. Dementors constantly patrolling Hogsmeade day and night, so he glanced from afar and rushed away. He didn't dare to gamble, he would probably only get one chance. This isn't school, it's not about fighting with those young Death Eaters, this is war. He told himself to be patient. Likewise, he wondered how long he could hold out though. There used to be people who would remind him and tell him not to be impulsive, but now he is all alone. Just like some time ago when he had been unable to resist and sneaked to the edge of the Quidditch field just to get a look at the boy with the messy hair, like his dad, at the time he had a strong urge to rush out, and he was almost driven mad by that feeling. He didn't know if the information that he is animagus had been revealed. His old friend had seen him transform too many times, just as he could recognize the vile rat at a glance, and his old friend could surely recognize him at a glance. Maybe, at this moment, the Ministry of Magic are holding a picture of a black dog in their hand. But they certainly could not recognize his current self. The black dog stood up, looked at his reflection in the stream, and let out a low whine that sounded like a satisfied laugh. In the water there is a big, skinny, bony dog with a perfectly visible skeleton, black fur tangled together and bunched up stiffly. No different from a stray dog. Perhaps he can go back to Diagon Alley and rummage through the rubbish cans or something. Big black dog gulped. No, must be cautious. The big dog made his way to the creek and took a few sips of water, his stomach twitched, and his eyes kept surveying the stream to see if there is a small fish passing by. A small shrimp would do. But he undoubtedly got disappointed. Can't turn into a human, I've shown up in Diagon Alley, I can't appear anywhere else, especially near Hogwarts. He thought. There was heavy rain that night, the chance was too good for him to stop from trying to enter the castle, the portrait wouldn't care about him, he would be nothing more than some little wizard's pet, or a playmate that Guy Hagrid had got for his dog. By the time a professor realized he is there, he'd be through with it. But a buzzing at the castle gate made him flee, he didn't know what it was, maybe an alarm of some kind? He had seen quite a few of these gadgets when he was a kid. It must be Dumbledore who managed to get it there, as he knew Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore. The big dog's eyes lit up, then quietly became dim again. He must hate me now. They believe I'm the traitor. But I am the cause of James and Lily's death, and I am indeed the culprit. The big black dog's mind kept racing around, and it's hard to form a complete thought, so he started thinking about the three-headed dog he met today. He had seen it at Hagrid's hut from afar, when it was only as big as a coconut, and Hagrid was playing fetch with it, and even the hound beside it could easily mow it down. But after only a week or so, the little thing that could have been slapped away by him grew to the size of a door. That was absolutely magic. He heard Hagrid huffing as he said he shouldn't have been so selfish, and he should have let it run free in the Forbidden Forest. Damn! The three-headed dog now runs towards him. If he had known, he would never have lent the motorcycle to Hagrid. After so many years, it probably got scrapped long ago. Or maybe it had been set free. He had seen a broken car deep in the Forbidden Forest, which he thought had been abandoned, and was prepared to get into it and sleep on it even if it's broken. It's still much better than the wet ground, and at least there's a cushion. As a result, that thing flashed its headlights on, shaking him nearly unconscious, and then that car came crashing towards him, making him flee once again in disarray. Half an hour later, by accident, the big black dog found a mouse hole. Haha, today is my lucky day. With a full meal, he had the strength to hold out for at least 2 more days. He lay down on the ground and began to think about the problem. He is unable to think thoughtfully in his big dog form, and he refused to be named and became a pet dog for food, so he simply tried to recall a familiar face. I don't know how long passed until he thought of the big ginger cat, a clever chap that he found he had come to like, even though he is a dog. The cat could catch mice openly and honestly. Through it, he knew quite a lot of information about the rat, foremost, that rat is right next to the boy, and that thought alone made him grumpy. The big black dog began to count his ribs, which is his newfound way to remain calm. 1, 2, 3, a total of 13 pairs of ribs, the last one is the shortest and thinnest, the average person could not spot it, he thought smugly. He finally calmed down. For the time being, there is no need to worry, that rat is a coward, he knew it since he was in school, and every time there was a group fight, he would hide in the back and sneak attack. Then there is that nasty guy, and his snake students, the danger is everywhere, but he is isolated. The big black dog stood up, glanced in the direction of Hogwarts from afar, then turned around and left in the other direction. He is going to make a trip to Muggle Town, where there is little danger, and he can slip into a Muggle house to find something to eat. Soft white bread, fresh and delicious vegetables, and, of course, meat. The big black dog's mouth drooled like crazy. He ran slowly, which is the most energy-efficient way, and something he only recently discovered. Previously it was not like this, he always ran in the forefront. It became dawn and the big black dog slipped quietly into the nearest house, a small house painted red, a color he liked. There is no TV in the room, which is even better, he doesn't want to see any news about being called a dangerous fugitive, even though there probably won't be one in Muggle country. The big black dog's nose kept twitching as he turned and ran into the kitchen, where he saw a snow-white cat, too young to be smart from a glance, he thought. Not bothering with the angry cat, he took a chunk of ribs from the kitchen, and on his way out, he patted the white cat on the head, leaving a dirty paw print. Walking out of the small house, he left quietly with the meat in his mouth, and on the way, he saw two short, middle-aged men with probing eyes. As they discussed in low voices. Did you decide which one you are going to start with? Not sure yet, this town is too poor, how about a different place? No, just pick a random house. Then they saw a large black dog slowly emerge from the shadows, it is thin and bony, showing its teeth, looking at them fiercely. Run! The big black dog watched them disappear, and his mood became cheerful as he let out a howl happily. Then the town filled with barking dogs, and the lights of a few homes turned on. Damn, I've done something stupid again. He can't stay here anymore. The big black dog went back into the grass, picked up the ribs, and left quickly. 235, Chapter 235, Magic Rune Club. At the end of November, the weather has become very cold, the castle windows covered with thick frost, after a snowfall, the mountains around Hogwarts wearing a snow cap. In a small classroom that is warm as spring, in the fireplace firewood burns modestly. Felix relaxed on one of the couches and smiled at the young wizards from different years and houses sitting in a circle of a dozen couches, with a mixture of curiosity and eagerness in their eyes. Today is the first gathering of the Magic Rune Club, it's good that all of you are here. I am rather busy lately, but now I finally managed to find the time to properly consider the club's affairs. Felix played with a dark green coin with a distinctive rich sheen in his hand as the young wizards looked at it curiously. The coin did not belong to any of the known coins, not a copper nut, a silver sickle, or a golden galleon. Felix bent his fingers and flicked the coin up. As the young wizards watched, the coin got tossed into midair and suddenly changed into a small, slender serpent covered with scales, which then expanded wildly. The serpent curled its body and twisted its dark green tail, and then, in an instant, it swallowed its own tail in one gulp, forming a standard loop. The young wizards stared in awe at the strange serpent that kept swimming in circles in midair in a pattern that many had not been exposed to before. But Geoffrey, the Slytherin head boy, and the 7th-year student said in a low, frenzied voice, the Ouroboros serpent. That's right, the Ouroboros serpent. If you have ever dabbled in some ancient symbols, you will naturally not miss this ancient symbol. It represents many things and is widely utilized in alchemy, ancient runes, ancient seals, and even in non-magical circles. The Ouroboros serpent is quite well known, though people tend to call it an occult symbol. Many people see the Ouroboros as a symbol of cycle, infinity, and rebirth. Felix told the history of the Ouroboros serpent symbol, and when he stopped, 6th-year Peter Shelton asked a question. Professor, so how do you consider it? Peter Shelton wore a long braid, and Felix remembered her from last year when she blindly purchased an amulet that smelled like onions before her owl's exam. Felix explained, I used to think of it as a symbol used in alchemy, then I thought it represented the archetype of all things and the theory of cycles, the reciprocation of construction and destruction, in a way, which expressed the alchemist's pursuit of perfect alchemy. Later, I delved into the study of magic theory and believed that it contains dynamic activity, symbolizing the alternation of death and rebirth. In the ancient epochs, many ancient wizards would engrave it on their tombs. When I came into contact with ancient runes, it served as my ruler for measuring magic, and I thought it represented infinity and self-growth. Felix said leisurely, Miss Shelton, Do you understand what I mean? People's minds are always changing, and they see things differently at different stages. He looked at the serpent and said with emotion, everyone's view will not be the same. I hope that one day you will also have your own view, not a common view, but a careful reflection after learning a lot. The young wizards listened with puzzled understanding. There are students from 3rd to the 7th year in the Magic Rune Club. Not everyone could understand the words and the state of mind Felix was talking about. After waiting quietly for some time, with the firewood still burning in the fireplace, Felix curled his lips. Well, little wizards. I did not bring you together for idle chatter. There are many things for me to do, let's be frank, that do not include discussing trivial matters. The Sorting Hat assigned you to different houses according to your most prominent traits, like Ravenclaw. His eyes swept to Cho Chang, Penelope, Warren Pardes, Eddie Camilch, Marietta Edgecombe, Michael Corner, Padma Patil. Slytherin. He looked again at Geoffrey, Draco Malfoy, Daphne Greengrass, Pansy Parkinson. Hufflepuff. He glanced to Cedric, Justin Finch Fletchley, Susan Bones, Peter Shelton, and Gryffindor. His eyes traced over the trio, the Weasley twins, Percy and Alicia Spinnet. Felix smiled and said, together, your traits make up the different ethos of the 4 houses. But in fact, the ethos of the 4 houses influences you all in turn, reinforcing that trait. Sometimes I can probably tell which house someone comes from just by talking to them for a few minutes. Felix laughed. On a side note, at some point, I would consciously try to play this game with a high success rate. There are good and bad things about this practice. The good thing is that each house has its own good qualities that it values, and once a common ground is formed, it is easy to be driven forward, and the bad thing is that some people do not learn from the good points, but instead they get tainted with all kinds of flaws without realizing it. Penelope said thoughtfully, Professor, like Ravenclaw, adores knowledge and individuality. Students are smart, wise, visionary, and curious, but sometimes they are too self-centered and do not fit with the outside world, and even hurt some people. Felix nodded approvingly, very insightful and courageous, Miss Clearwater. The Hogwarts headmasters realized this very early on, and some of you may have once wondered why many of your classes are held together with other houses, and not just with their own, for example Miss Granger. Hermione looked up and said in a somewhat nervous whisper, our herbology classes with Hufflepuff, our potions classes with Slytherin, and our astronomy classes with Ravenclaw. What about after the 5th year? Felix looked at Geoffrey. Geoffrey replied, most of the classes are with all 4 houses together. The other young wizards couldn't help but brainstorm about it. Felix said, this practice is meant to allow you to see a different type of people from another group and learn about each other's good qualities as you get to know each other. And the club amplifies that beauty, which is one of the things I like. So in the future, where collaboration is involved, I'll let you choose students from different houses as your partners. Harry looked over at the Ravenclaw's Cho Chang almost immediately, but to his heartbreak, her gaze directed at another person. He turned his head to see a tall, handsome Cedric. He instantly filled with a feeling of frustration and dismay internally. His long-held sense of anticipation burst like a soap bubble. Malfoy glanced at Harry, then at the rest, and wondered what they are thinking. Percy and Penelope looked at each other and smiled. Next I'll talk about the Magic Rune Club itself. Felix tapped the couch armrest to silence the somewhat restless young wizards. Foremost, the club's main focus of teaching is practical runes, and you will learn a lot of practical knowledge about runes. Secondly, you will be involved in some of my research, responsible for providing some data or forming a study group to complete some experimental topics. Sometimes, we may simply sit down and chat, discussing some topics that have nothing to do with runes, but interesting enough topics like why are we able to unconsciously use magic when we were kids, but not after school. Harry suddenly remembered some of his own strange experiences before he started school, such as his hair kept growing like crazy. Within a few minutes after coming out of the barber store to home, his hair turned back to its original shape as if it had never been cut. Or when Aunt Petunia tried to put an ugly jumper with little orange circles on him, he resisted and struggled so much that the jumper shrank smaller and finally had to be given to a wooden toy. Also, when he went to Muggle school, his cousin Dudley and his little gang chased him, and he tried to jump over a dumpster, only to find himself inexplicably sitting on a chimney. He also made the protective glass disappear at the zoo and let the python go. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 236, Chapter 236 Spellcasting Instinct. The young wizards are talking about it, and without saying anything, Harry is aware that a number of them must have experienced something similar. Mom told me that once when I was a child I lost my temper and blew up the dishes. When I was 7 years old, my aunt had insisted on giving me a fish dish, and I ended up making it disappear. I accidentally fell into the water, and choked on some water. Eventually I floated up by myself. Felix listened quietly, and when the discussion calmed down, he asked another question, so can you still do similar things now? The crowd became silent. Draco Malfoy gave a haughty smile, Professor Hap, it is not a difficult task for some families with a long heritage. Ron couldn't help but ask, are you saying you can do it, right now? Of course, Draco looked mockingly, the Malfoy have a long heritage. He re-emphasized, then looked at Harry and Ron with a provocative gaze and said smugly, I was trained to do something similar when I'm just a child, I used to play chess with my dad like that all the time during the summer. He looked to Felix, allow me to show you, Professor. Felix nodded in agreement. Draco stared at the teapot and teacups on the small table, and after almost 10 seconds, a teacup with a blue pattern jumped up and floated a foot above the table. The teapot also wobbled as it flew up and tilted itself, pouring out amber tea from the spout. A thin layer of sweat broke out from Draco's forehead as the teapot shook violently. He controlled the teapot to settle back on the small table with a thud, and then the teacup flew lightly toward him. He picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, a smile appeared on his pale face, he said with a slight bow, excellent tea, Professor Hap. Harry looked at this with surprise, Malfoy usually would not show this kind of ability. Ron said unconvinced, Malfoy, I know that you didn't know any spells when you enrolled in first-year class. Draco grinned and scoffed, it's not a healthy habit to be exposed to wands and spells too early, didn't anyone ever tell you that? Weasley. He weighed heavily on the surname Weasley. Given the scope of the taunt, the twins nearly jumped out to punch him, and Percy looked at him with an unkind eye. Draco scowled briskly. Well, Felix gestured for them to stop, Mr. Malfoy has shown us a fine example to follow, and he deserves a little applause. A sparse sound rang out, the applause belonging to Slytherin is a bit more enthusiastic. Pansy Parkinson looked at him with adoring eyes and whispered into his ear in a low voice. Back to the original question, in most cases, little underage wizards were able to unconsciously perform magic out of extreme emotion, and this is considered to be a sign of having the qualifications to be a wizard. And trying to perform that kind of magic in a calm state is not that easy. This has to do with the growth stage of young wizards generally. At the age of 6 to 10, your magic power will have a huge leap in volume, and it will be considerably more active than it is now, which causes you to have a hard time controlling your magic power, and you will lose control of your magic slightly when you are extremely emotional. Felix paused for a moment to allow them to understand the meaning of those words and continued, after enrolling in school, you will be exposed to many spells along with hands-on experience with magic, which somewhat eases the flow. And because your first growth period is over, your mind will become more developed and your magic will stabilize, making it difficult to have an outburst. As he glanced at Harry, Harry immediately understood the professor's point. He experienced accidental magic a couple of months before. In the words of Professor Hap at the time, his magic was like a constant jumping and burning flame. Hermione raised her hand, Professor? Is it because the young wizards were exposed to standardized magical instruction after they enrolled, making their magic more controllable? There is a factor for that. In fact, during your second growth, that is, from third year all the way to adulthood, you hardly feel the agitation of magic for that very reason. Felix snapped his fingers and a wisp of flame flew out of the fireplace and wrapped around his hand. The unconscious magic casting at an early age is essentially you inadvertently being in line with a certain magic. That magic sensed your strong emotions and acted spontaneously on its own and mobilized. The constant spell casting after your enrollment, and the silent, wandless spell casting after maturity. In a way, we are just recovering our spell casting instincts. Recovering the instinct. The young wizards kept chewing on these words. This search for the essence of magic is something which they have not experienced in the past. Felix smiled and said, you can try this process. He waved his hand to extinguish the flame, and the teacups on the table duplicated into pairs, before emerging in a pile and landing in front of them. Harry stared at the teacup in front of him, I want you to float. But the process is not easy, the cup did not move. Professor Hap's voice seemed to come from beyond the horizon with a certain allure and hint, it could have been a misinterpretation, but Harry thought he saw a silver glint in the professor's eyes. Stay focused, stay sensitive, stay confident. Harry's attention returned to the teacup in front of him, and this time it didn't take much effort for the cup to float, and great joy welled up inside him, the same kind of joy he felt when he first learned from Hagrid that he is a wizard, or when he managed to cast a spell for the first time. I did it. I did it. He looked up at Professor Hap and found the professor looking at him with a smile. Harry looked around, he is the only one who succeeded as quickly as he did. But Draco soon did it too. He looked at Harry with surprise as he gazed up and said hesitantly, Potter. He has a foundation in this area. Harry did not pay attention to him, turning his head to look at the rest, he found that all seemed to have entered into a state of extreme concentration, only after the success they will be detached from this state. Cho Chang is still trying, and Hermione has turned red. Cedric made the cup float wobbly, nevertheless barely succeeded. 1 minute, 2 minutes, one after another, someone succeeded. Hermione is the 7th, she looked up at the others, oh. Her expression looked a little lost. Felix smiled and said, it does not represent your potential, you may be too rational, and usually have little experience in this regard. He said to those who succeeded, you can keep practicing, or you can watch the others and feel the difference. More and more people succeeded, and in the process, Felix kept hinting, focus, sensitivity, confidence, you can do it. By the time the last person made the cup float telekinetically, half an hour had passed, but Harry hardly felt the passage of time. 237, Chapter 237 Dorothea Bonham. Thus ended the first Magic Rune Club gathering, and the young wizards came out in a line with an excited look on their faces, walking some distance away before the murmurs broke out like a surging tide. That was wonderful. Did you see the flames? It's like a toy in Professor Hap's hands. Spell-casting instinct. I wonder what the next gathering is about. Harry and Ron stood in the corridor while Hermione stayed to ask a few questions, and after 5 minutes, she finally appeared. I asked a question about Professor Lupin's little issue. Hermione looked relieved, as if she had solved a question that had been buried in her heart for a long time. Professor Hap, indeed aware of it. What are you talking about? Ron asked in bewilderment. Oh, I promised the professor I wouldn't tell anyone. Hermione paused for a moment, to avoid unnecessary controversy. It looked like Harry and Ron getting even more curious, but Hermione quickly mentioned something else. Professor Hap recommended a set of books to me that would be useful for our dueling self-study group. A set. Ron smacked his tongue. Chadwick's Charms, a set of teaching books written by Chadwick Boot, one of the 4 CO founders of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We can read it together with the textbook for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, The Dark Forces, a Guide to Self-Protection. Also, Practical Defensive Magic and its use against the dark arts is very good, plus Curses and Counter Curses by Professor Vindictus Viridian. Hermione then said with some regret, I shouldn't have wasted my time reading some miscellaneous books before. Harry recalled, it was the book Corruption, Defeat of Virtue. It's Lupin Lawlessness, Why Lycanthropes Don't Deserve to Live. Hermione blurted out a lengthy title. It declares that werewolves are all a bunch of morally corrupt and lawless guys. Sounds a bit subjective, maybe there are some good werewolves out there. Ron shrugged, but Hermione, Professor Lupin has cancelled the assignment regarding the werewolf. I know, I just... A cold wind swept through the corridor. Let's hurry back to the common room, I'm freezing. Ron said, and they discussed it along the way back. In the classroom, the firewood in the fireplace struggled a few times as it burned to the end and finally died out. Felix extended his right hand, and the serpent in the midair jerked a little, shrinking down and then finally condensed into an Ouroboros ring around his right pinky finger. He looked at it calmly, then wiggled his finger, and the little serpent swam, coiled up, and turned back into a coin. So that's what you intended, Severus. Felix said softly. Snape during Lupin's sick period substituted a few defenses against the dark arts class, and taught about the werewolf chapter in advance, ignoring the students' learning pace. He originally thought it was just to discuss Lupin. But now it seems that Snape is expecting some young wizard to discover Lupin's werewolf identity and drive him out of school as a matter of course. Unfortunately, Professor, only Miss Granger has done her homework seriously. Back in his office, Felix read the Evening Prophet for that day, and in the sub-page, saw an article published by a self-proclaimed retired old St. Mungo's healer, who mentioned his previous dissertation regarding treatment for memory damage. Purely in terms of theory, I can't pick any problems. Mr. Felix Hap's understanding of memory magic is mind-blowing, and I look forward to more research on that theory and experimental data to emerge, and in my opinion, there are more than 2 real difficulties, and here are my thoughts. Finally, I hope that I can meet with Mr. Hap, whose theories, if they become reality, will benefit countless wizards who struggle with memory damage, but I also want to point out that the process will be very difficult, and I hope to live to see that day. Finally, a healer with some weight has arrived. Felix rejoiced, adding that many of her views in the article coincided with his, which he did not disclose. As early as half a month ago, there appeared some critical opinions one after another, trying to point out the errors in Felix's theory, but they probably didn't even pass a certain threshold in memory magic, and the points they expressed were very naive, and they got refuted back by Felix one by one. But this time it's different, with Rita Skeeter tipping him off in advance. He learned the identity of the old healer in no time. Dorothea Bonham. She is the ex-dean of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, and she has a distinguished record in several fields of treatment, and her last name is Bonham, the same as Mungo Bonham who founded St. Mungo's. She was nominated twice for the post of dean, but the first time, she refused to give up her frontline work and declined the post. After that 20 years had passed, her prestige was simply too high, and more than half of the healers were brought up by her. She had to take the name of Dean of St. Mungo's, though she never completely abandoned her work in treating patients until she retired. A highly respected healer, I have to be careful in the phrasing in my reply. Felix reread her article, smiled slightly, and took out his quill. During the following week, Felix and the self-proclaimed retired old healer communicated with each other, and he revealed a small portion of additional content, and soon their discussions attracted many of the top healers. The name Felix Happ has also gained a lot of attention among the healer community. On the weekend, at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Felix met Dorothea Bonham, who is surrounded by a group of healers. That lady looked quite old, her face is covered with wrinkles, but her eyes were bright. Upon returning to the hospital, she changed herself into her healer's gown. "Mr. Happ, it's not that easy to see you," Dorothea said with a smile, her teeth pretty much gone. "Ms. Bonham, it's nice to communicate through letters, isn't it?" Dorothea said kindly, "I learned that you are a professor at Hogwarts, usually busy with work. Using letters is indeed a good way to, quickly tell me, how did you solve those difficulties?" "Lately, I've been getting headaches thinking about it." Felix got it, his secret treatment on the Longbottoms is already known, he had anticipated it, and even single-handedly planned the progress of things. By looking at the eyes of the surrounding healers, there is absolutely no intention of looking for trouble with him. Even if they did, they could only keep it to themselves. Over time, he added the title of Memory Magic Expert on himself. If the Longbottoms fully recovered, he is the unquestionable Memory Magic Master, the most outstanding memory damage healer of his generation, without exception. Felix smiled and said, "Ms. Bonham, it's very complicated talk, let's check the Longbottom couple's condition first." "That's fine. It's better to talk about it after treating the patient. I've seen the Longbottoms, and they're in far better shape. The ward on the 4th floor, Janice Thicky ward, is always locked, and most of the patients inside have sustained lasting spell damage." The healer in charge of this ward, Miriam, opened the ward by saying Alohomora. Felix and a group of healers came to the Longbottoms' bed. "Frank, Alice," he greeted. The Longbottoms were playing a kind of rope-flipping game and looked up at him at the sound of his voice. Frank muttered something that no one could hear, but it's encouraging enough. With a snap of his fingers, Felix drew the two of them together into the thinking room. In the world of thinking, opposite to him is two buildings that looked very much like a crumbling library. Rows of bookshelves lined on the floor, with a few books scattered inside, some of them broken. Another day of hard work. Felix thought to himself, the job of piecing together memories is easy to describe, but quite boring to do. The group of healers outside watched him dumbfounded as Felix snapped his fingers and the Longbottoms became blank-eyed, followed by three motionless people. "Mr. Happ." A young healer tried to tap Felix on the shoulder, and the old lady Longbottom said sternly, "Don't touch him." But the next second, the healer got bounced off by light, rolling over his heels, flying a dozen meters, and bumped against the wall. "August. Oh, my God. Are you okay?" Miriam walked over and patted the reckless healer on the head, before she turned to the crowd and said, "Fainted. Miriam, please do me a favor and take him away." The old lady Longbottom said angrily, "That's why I didn't want to tell you guys in advance." She glanced carefully at Felix as well as her son and daughter-in-law and felt relieved that they did not react abnormally. Dorothea Bonham said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mrs. Longbottom." She turned her head to the current dean of St. Mungo's. "I had no idea that a healer would be able to make such a low-level mistake these days." The current dean said awkwardly, "It was an accident. August he is lively by nature and has lots of novel ideas, but this time he was really too rash and really shouldn't. I will criticize him severely." Dorothea Bonham nodded authoritatively. The current dean is her student, hand-taught by her 40 years ago. She looked around the room. "Do not disturb Mr. Happ by any means, understood?" The St. Mungo's healers nodded obediently. There is no further accident happened during the following treatment. In fact, Felix is fully aware of what is happening outside. He could have left it alone, but felt that he still had to do something. Just now there were a few hidden magic probed him. Is this something that can be just probed? So he deliberately activated a protective magic item. After this episode, Felix returned his attention to the thinking room. Today's healing had gone exceptionally well, to the point that even as he was piecing together the memories and gathering them into a book, bits of light had been spontaneously drawn over and integrated into the bookshelf. Maybe 1 or 2 more treatments, and they will be able to stimulate their self-healing abilities. Felix thought to himself. When he opened his eyes at noon, he received looks of awe. 238, Chapter 238 The New LCA. Comics. Felix politely but firmly declined the request for exchange from the current dean of St. Mungo's. "I'm sorry, sparing 1 morning a week is the limit from my free time, and I have to spend time summarizing the Longbottom couple's treatment plan too." Standing at the entrance of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Felix revealed the latest treatment progress to the old lady Longbottom, 3 treatments at most before they will reach a critical point of recovery. At that time, I will use Frank and Alice's emotions as a bond to tie the process of their memory recovery together. As soon as one of them is stimulated to self-recovery, the other will benefit along with it. Old lady Longbottom hands intertwined, she forcefully held back her inner excitement, remained rational and asked, "There will be no accident, right? Will this bond drag down the other one?" Felix smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lady Longbottom. If it is two strangers, this practice is really not appropriate, but Frank and Alice are different. After treating them for so long, I am sure of one thing, they are the most important people in each other's lives. After parting with old Lady Longbottom, he made a quick stop to Diagon Alley, where the LCA building is now in a new shape. The shabby and outdated surface of the building is repainted in bright rainbow colors, constantly attracting the eyes of passers-by. On the re-erected sign, a young boy peeking from a small window of the Ferris wheel smiled joyfully. He could also see several little children as young as 7 or 8 years old gesturing at the huge sign beside him, squirming with excitement as they pulled their parents over. Looks like Andes and Dobby did a good job. The lobby on the first floor being repurposed, a young witch offered a greeting as Felix entered the building. Hello, sir, how can I help you? I'm looking for Andes, Felix said briefly. And you are? Felix Happ, a shareholder of this company. The young witch's eyes lit up. Mr. Happ, please take this way up to the second floor. Mr. Andes told us that no matter what time it is, you can go straight to him. Isn't his room on the first floor? The first floor has been converted into a production studio, and it is occupied by 20 skilled painters, all of them used to be veterans of LCA Comics. The witch introduced. You know quite well. My father used to work for Mr. Andes's grandfather, but then the publishing house declined and many people quit. Now, well, the company has been rejuvenated and quite a few people have been recruited back. The witch said cheerfully. Felix nodded as he got led to a long, narrow office on the second floor, where Andes, with a full beard, is having a lively discussion with an old witch who is glaring and shouting, "We need to speed things up. 3 more publishers from 3 countries have come seeking cooperation." The old witch also replied loudly in a thick voice, "Not enough manpower, little Andes. I wish I could speed things up, but skilled painters are hard to find, and I've already gathered as many veteran employees as I can. We can train them ourselves." Good idea, but distant water can't extinguish a nearby fire. When they finished talking, Felix walked up, and Andes brightened up, opened his arms to hug him firmly, then said without grumbling, "Oh, my, our great meritorious shareholder is finally willing to come over to have a look. Honestly, how long has it been since you've taken a shower?" Felix subconsciously took a step back. The smell is just too strong, and he gave Andes a cleaning spell. "It's not that I don't care, isn't that what Dobby is for? He can represent me, and by the way, where is he?" "Downstairs now, he works several jobs, he is willing to work." "Where did you find your house elf? Introduce me to one as well." "Don't be ridiculous." Felix shook his head. "I came here today to see if you were in trouble and if you needed my help to solve it." As you can see, Andy shrugged, "Understaffed, that's the biggest problem. Unless you can find a large number of employees. Are there any specific requirements?" "Skilled painters with experience would be best, of course, if not, we can train them ourselves, but they should be hard-working. After all, the job is somewhat boring." Felix thought for a while and called Dobby over. Dobby is still wearing his little suit, and his spirit has improved considerably. "Great and generous Mr. Happ!" he excitedly shouted. Felix automatically translated his words into a greeting, "And you too, Dobby." With a straight face, he said, "Listen, Dobby, I have an idea that I need your counsel on." "Happy to be of service, it would be Dobby's pleasure." Felix paused for a moment. He's still uncomfortable with the elf style of speech. "At present, the publishing house is short of staff. I want to ask you, do you still know some house elf, the type without a master?" Dobby gave him a tangled look, his tennis big eyes filled with hesitation as he wriggled his body uneasily. "Yes, sir." "Yes. Is there anything holding you back?" Felix asked calmly. "They are not in good shape, and for house elves, losing their master means losing everything, and they are often devastated and broken. Dobby, can you convince them to work for me?" Dobby's eyes widened. "Can I?" Dobby has always wanted to. Oh, Dobby is too greedy, but Dobby has been hesitant to bring it up, all this time. Felix smiled. "They work for me and I pay them, sounds fair." He had more in mind than that, from his previous conversation with Andes. He had found Dobby's status is somewhat awkward. It is difficult for the elf to command the wizard directly, they are usually the one being commanded, so Dobby does more of a support job or got dragged out by Andes to act as a front to deal with the pureblood family wizards temporarily. It isn't what he is looking for. "Dobby," Felix looked at him seriously, "you help me get those free elf, wild or banished, I don't care. You'll be responsible for convincing them, bringing them to me whenever you get a bunch, and if there's no problem, they'll get a proper job, and all of them will be under your management." Dobby blinked his big eyes and nodded his head repeatedly. He got so excited that he burst into tears. Dobby. Dobby is honored. This caused Felix to have a few strange thoughts. It's just a matter of taking what you need. For repetitive work, the elf is perfectly capable of handling it. And using Dobby to manage the other house elf is even better. At 3 in the afternoon, amidst the snow, Felix arrived at Hogsmeade's Hogshead Inn. It's a small inn in a hidden alley, and the Hogshead sign creaks and shakes in the cold wind. Standing in the doorway, cloaked, hooded and masked, Felix cannot help but want to smile. Why does he always think of this place first when it comes to underground trading? Maybe it's because it's a trend for the customers here to hide their faces? The Hogshead Inn is equivalent to a semi-public black market, where the owner of the inn doesn't mind much and allows some unseen transactions to take place here, possibly even using such indulgences as a way to woo customers. He also saw Dementors from a distance, a pair of them patrolling constantly to and fro. Somewhat hilariously, some Dementors were clearly shorter than their companions, though. I didn't expect to run into a familiar oddity. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 239, Chapter 239 Mundungus Fletcher. Felix walked into the dirty inn and looked around for a while. There are only a few customers in the inn, and one of them is a short, fat witch draped in a thick veil. Well, I don't think he's here yet. He sat in the distinct seat by the window. The innkeeper came over. What do you want to order? He asked in an unpleasant tone, and Felix smiled and said in an indistinct voice, a fire whiskey. It didn't take long for the innkeeper to a large goblet with a clear flame and a blue liquid in it. Felix had no intention of drinking it because there is a suspicious stain on the goblet. But fire whiskey is the code word he had set before. A few moments later, the thickly veiled witch stood up, and Felix thought she is about to leave, but instead she got up and sat in front of him. It's for someone else, ma'am. Felix frowned. I am, the witch let out a masculine voice that sounded deliberately low. While I don't know who recommended me to you, the Hogshead Inn is not an ideal place for meeting. I am banned from here a decade ago and have to wear some disguise to be here. Felix looked at the witch in surprise. He tapped the edge of the table, then the space around his table became hazy, and the sound got confined in the narrow space. He regained his original voice and asked curiously, Mundungus Fletcher. Mundungus muttered, who the hell tipped that off to you? I prefer to be called by my codename the Many-Faced. He positioned his back to the innkeeper, so he relaxed and lifted a corner of the veil to reveal his bearded face, his eyelids droopy and his eyes bloodshot. He picked up the fire whiskey. You're not going to drink it. It's a too obvious, kid. In reality, you must be a man of status and class. He took a sip. Unlike me, he sucked a deep breath and a cloud of steam spewed from his mouth. Felix laughed. On me, but if you didn't bring what I want. Oh, another threat. I've been hearing this kind of crap too much in life. Mundungus said, glancing around furtively though unnecessarily. It looked more like an ingrained habit as he pulled a flattened package from under his belt and grinned. You'll be satisfied with. Felix made the package automatically open, revealing its contents: a dusty, silvery plate. His hand brushed over, the dust on the plate instantly disappeared, and Mundungus looked at him with caution. The plate revealed its original appearance, which appeared to be a shallow stone basin with ancient runes and symbols carved around its rim. It's a pensieve. It doesn't seem to be in very good shape, Felix said lightly, while constantly sensing the state of the pensieve and evaluating the possibility of restoration. Ha, it's quite good. If it's new, I wouldn't have kept it in my hand for 2-3 years. Mundungus took a sip of wine and stared at Felix. You're an alchemist? From Nocturne Alley, or from Order's side? Or maybe that fallen man's side? Nothing to do with you, Mundungus. Oh, never mind. I thought we could establish a solid bond. No need to go through an intermediary. It's too shady. I need to pay a fortune to get an honest deal, you know. Mundungus muttered. It's cost 2 sickles. If I hadn't heard the other party wanted a pensieve, I wouldn't have come. Felix chuckled. You'd make more, aren't you smugglers just after profit? Hey! I wanted to do something big and successful when I was young. I almost thought I made it and managed to get close to a big man, to whom I was loyal, but in the end, I found it's a lot easier to fit in these grey corners. Or rather, grey tombs. Felix said casually, as he held the pensieve up, carefully examined the runes and symbols on it. Mundungus isn't half ashamed. I gotta live at least 200 galleons. We lost one man and another half dead trying to get this. Felix glanced at him. He doubted that even if he gave this guy 200 galleons, Mundungus would honestly share it with his companions, and even the companions he was talking about would be a makeshift group. He thought deeply for a moment. 200 galleons? At most 100. I'm not an idiot. This thing is rubbish in your hands, and I have no guarantee that it can be restored as good as new. If you want more, that's okay, but I need you to get some information for me. A broker? No problem. This old Mundungus is well informed. Mundungus said smugly. I'm interested in some ancient, dangerous tombs of ancient wizards, Felix said lightly, and likewise, ancient, fascinating runic creations, which I won't turn down. Mundungus' bloodshot eyes went wide. I need a deposit. A deposit. Bang. A bag embroidered with green and blue patterns appeared on the table, making a clattering sound that sounded clear and pleasing to the ear. Mundungus swallowed a mouthful of saliva, he opened the bag, the golden light inside almost dazzled his eyes. What charming little things, listen to their voices. He stretched out his dirty hand, you are a generous man, this job, I will take it. It's done, you just have to wait in peace. Ouch, what's that? As Mundungus reached for the bag, a small grey-green snake suddenly appeared and bit him. The snake moved its small body and became a transparent glass bottle in front of Felix. A few drops of blood remained in the bottle. Mundungus stared at him with an ugly face, seemingly ready to explode. I've inquired about your reputation, Mundungus Fletcher, a smuggler, liar, thief, burglar. I can't trust your words seriously, and to prevent you from developing bad thoughts, I think it's better to take some precautions. Mundungus still angry, but he seems to have thought of something, his expression became calm. I never go back on my word, it's all a smear against me out there. But, whatever you want, now, there won't be another snake coming out of the bag, right? He glanced at Felix, who made an inviting gesture. He muttered, Slytherin, and tucked the bag inside his women's gown. Felix said, 100 galleons is considered the price for the broken Pensiev, the other 900 galleons, you can use it to collect and buy artifact, or to snoop, whatever you want, I don't need modern stuff, and don't fool me with dark artifacts. As long as I think it's worth it, you'll get a steady stream of money from me. Mundungus looked at the black and white mask on Felix's face getting smoother, how do I find you? He considered the deal seriously now. Felix tossed him a stone, which is a variant of the fever coin. Infuse it with your magic, and as long as you're in Hogsmeade, I'll find you. I'm more certain you're an alchemist. As Mundungus put the stone away, he muttered, it's not fair, you know me and I don't know you. Felix said, you will know, but it will take time for us to build trust. 240, Chapter 240 Seeing Umbridge again. Because of Galleon, the two formed a loose employment relationship, but for Mundungus, who travels between black and white, these are just normal operations. He met lots of big shots, they may be superior and powerful, but they could never be detached from seeking small folk like him for convenience. Felix asked curiously who is the big man he mentioned before, but Mundungus kept his mouth shut and never revealed anything, which made Felix have a good impression towards him. He hesitated for a moment and asked probingly, Mundungus, have you ever heard of a time-turner? What's that? Mundungus asked with a blank look. No, it's nothing, forget about it. Felix dismissed the thought that suddenly popped up, even if some ancient families had time-turners, they wouldn't take them out to sell, as they would keep it as a secret and protect it to the death. Although the conditions for using the time-turner are very demanding, but it is definitely considered one of the most miraculous magic items, and its origin has always been one of the most deeply buried secrets of the wizarding world. Mundungus gave Felix a puzzled look, but secretly memorized the name, can be mentioned by this mysterious wizard, it must be something extraordinary, in the future, he should keep an eye out for it, if there is any news about it, then sell it to him at a high price. By the way, Mundungus said, I can also get other stuff, such as artwork, ancient coins, or some stolen goods confiscated by the Ministry of Magic. Felix looked at him strangely, your road is very wild, ah. But what Mundungus subsequently said drew his attention. And some magical creatures and their eggs or hatchlings or whatever. Magical creatures. Felix interrupted. Tell me specifically about that information. Oh. Mundungus staggered for a moment, just some creatures that are not allowed to be raised privately and may be a bit dangerous, such as horned serpent, griffin, sea serpent, and so on. You can get these dangerous creatures? Felix asked incredulously. In fact, it's all a matter of chance, every few years someone will sell them, I've even seen fire dragon egg and lethofold for sale. Mundungus continued, in recent years you can see some from time to time, you know, the Far Eastern countries recently collapsed 2 years ago, and with it the wizarding community there also became more chaotic, many good things flow out, frankly, no one cares about it, they are eager to. Felix nodded slightly, he really did not pay much attention to these things in recent years. Including the black market of the wizarding world, he rarely goes there now. Needless to say, the trip in the first year of graduation is already a very distant matter in his mind. After some thought, he told Mundungus that if there is any particularly rare magical creature, he can inform him directly. Mundungus took another large sip of liquor, with a strange flush on his face, he began to tell the interesting experience during the time he wandered around. 2 years ago during a black market transaction, the Ministry of Magic aura burst in, they were well prepared. Hiccup. We scattered and fled. I hid in a mud pit, and another dark wizard panicked and hid in the mud pit too, with his butt in my face. How could I let this opportunity go? I threatened him to give me everything in his stash, or I'd cast an exploding charm on his ass. Felix really didn't know what to say, as Mundungus finally finished his drink, he wiped his mouth and put back his veil, if everything is clear, I'll leave, those patrolling dementors are annoying as hell. Jingle jingle. The bell at the door rang, a cold breath poured in, the Hogshead Inn instantly quieted down, several customers silently stared at the Dementors that suddenly walked in. A bandaged, mummified-looking wizard winced and stumbled out of his seat. The innkeeper, who is seated behind the bar, suddenly raises his wand and a silvery white light is flashed from its tip. "Get out of my place, Dementor!" he shouted gruffly, his wire-like grey hair and beard rose to its roots and flared in all directions. The cold stream inside the inn instantly weakened. Felix noticed Mundungus lowered his head and kept shivering, while he glanced at the innkeeper with a wince. I don't know if he is afraid of the Dementors or the cranky old man who is holding his wand up at the moment. Dementor stood at the door without moving, and the old man became even angrier. He stood tall, had bright blue eyes, and the tip of his wand showed a tendency of condensing into a solid silver-white glow, with a pair of large horns appearing. Felix guessed that it might be a long-horned goat or a deer or some other kind of creature, and when you consider the lingering smell of goat in the room, it could very well be a goat. "There's no Sirius Black here, you rotten, moldy fools!" he yelled. Mundungus whispered, "It's been almost 12 years since I've been here, and he's still so grumpy." The Dementors floated up high and swept past the old man to look around the room at the guests, and a sunken shape emerged from their hoods, possibly a mouth, as a gust of wind passed through the room. When their eyes swept over Felix, they froze very humanely, then moved their heads away a little as if their necks had rusted. Then, they drifted away without looking back. "Am I discovered now?" Felix touched the mask on his face. "They saw me and ran away in fear. Was it through scent or emotional perception?" Felix operated the occlumency while tapping his fingers on his chest, placing a concealment charm on his body. Coming out of the Hogshead Inn, Felix also saw several Aurors on the street, dressed in formal combat attire, their eyes constantly scanning the passing crowd. Among them, a short, fat witch in a pink dress stood conspicuous, and she is lecturing in a shrill, thin voice, Dolores Umbridge. Felix had met her once at Belby's award ceremony, and Belby had said that the most unsatisfactory part of the whole ceremony is having Umbridge as the host. Felix is also impressed with her smile and pink bow, and yes, her surprisingly short wand that she holds in her hand. "Why is she here? I remember this woman as a head of the improper use of magic office." Felix met Umbridge's eyes, and through his mask, he saw Umbridge staring suspiciously at him, as she grinned, like a large toad ready to hunt. She extended a thick finger and pointed it at Felix, and two young Aurors approached cautiously, one left and one right, one of whom Felix surprisingly recognized she was the schoolmate from Hufflepuff, who is 2 years younger than him. He had an impression because this girl's ability is too convenient. She is a very rare natural metamorphmagus who can change her appearance at will. Under the mask, Felix curled his lips, and the next moment his figure simply disappeared. He had a hunch that they would see each other again. "I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 241, Chapter 241. You'll stay in list." The next morning, Felix did not expect his premonition to come true so soon. He remembered that he did not have a gift for divination, right? It's fair to say that he gave up divination class because of Trelawney, the woman who always acted like a divine envoy. When Sybil Trelawney entered Hogwarts for teaching a few years ago, there was no such a stable teaching style as now. Sometimes she inevitably pushes too hard. And Felix is in the limelight at that time, huge and troublesome fame, just the right pick for her to make a name for herself. Trelawney once gave him dozens of prophecies in one breath, although none of them proved true. Felix saw Professor McGonagall and the toad-faced Umbridge standing face to face in front of the grand staircase. Professor McGonagall's expression is rather displeased, her lips pursed till they are just a slit. "Umbridge. Investigator. I need to remind you that Dumbledore does not allow Dementors into the school, and there was a particular incident where a Dementor stormed into the Quidditch pitch a month or so back." Umbridge climbed a few steps, realizing she is still not tall enough, then she stepped on a second step and looked down at Professor McGonagall with a fake smile plastered on her face. "Professor McGonagall, I have no intention of letting Dementors in either. I hate those creepy things as much as you do. To be honest, it will remind me of the unfair treatment I received in my younger days, when I was just an intern. Fortunately, though, I managed to prove myself, despite my kinship with the Selwyn family. I only got to where I am today all by myself." Professor McGonagall gave a hum from her nose. "I just hope you haven't retaliated back twice as much once you got your position." "As far as I know," she didn't go on. Umbridge did not seem to have heard her words, and she smiled sweetly. "In view of the fact that Sirius Black, a dangerous fugitive, is still on the run, I would like to on behalf of Minister Fudge open a small base at Hogwarts, to prove the importance that Ministry of Magic attaches to Hogwarts. Of course, there will be no Dementors allowed within. It's just me and the two Aurors will be around." Professor McGonagall said dryly, "I haven't received any notification from Dumbledore. I can wait." Umbridge waved her hand in a friendly manner. "I don't mind wasting a little time for the safety of those cute, adorable, little ones who are filled with childishness." Professor McGonagall stared at Umbridge, her chest heaving sharply, clearly exasperated. Excuse me, Minerva. Felix descends the stairs and brushed past Umbridge. Professor McGonagall took 2 steps back to make room for him, and Felix's taller figure got right in front of Umbridge. Felix winked at Professor McGonagall, and for a moment, a small smile appeared on her face, but she quickly restrained her expression and became sterner. A similar scene happened last year at the Christmas party, when Flitwick used himself as an example and told her a dwarf joke. Ahem. Excuse me, another faint throat-clearing sound sounded behind him, and Felix seemed to have just noticed her. You haven't left yet? I thought you guys were done talking. Are you? Umbridge's face didn't look good. Professor McGonagall didn't have the slightest intention of introducing him, and she said apologetically to Felix, Felix, can I ask you a favor? I need. She glanced at Umbridge, and since Umbridge is standing on the steps, a few steps above her, her eyes fell on her pink jumper and the bow that is embroidered on her collar, and she averted her eyes in discomfort. I need to accompany this investigator from the Ministry of Magic. What do you need me to do? Felix asked. Gather the Christmas stay-in list. You only need to cover Gryffindor House, and Percy Weasley would assist you in that. Professor McGonagall handed him a piece of parchment. Just have the young wizards fill out the forms, and if I can find time this afternoon, I'll come over to collect it back. No problem, Minerva. Felix said easily, bowing slightly to the 2 Aurors. His eyes settled on Umbridge. The clothes match you well, ma'am. Umbridge looked at him incredulously. Who is this man? She pointed out her fat finger at his departing back. Felix heard Professor McGonagall say in a pleasant voice, obviously, he's a professor at Hogwarts. He made his way up the grand staircase, all the way to the Gryffindor House common room. He ended up being blocked by the portrait of the fat lady guarding the door, who said with a stern face, password. Felix froze and said tentatively, good luck with that. He remembered that Gryffindor's password always seemed to be related to luck. No, the fat lady rolled her eyes, although you are a professor, without the password you are not allowed to enter the door, that is the rule. Who knows if you're black or not? Felix said with interest, pardon me, ma'am, I've always wondered, do you still remember about black school days? As if being insulted, the fat lady uttered a yelp, oh my god, of course, I remember. She then cracked up, and Felix smiled and chimed in with her words, is that so? Oh, yeah, there's that thing. He can be such a little shit. After almost 10 minutes, the door of the common room is pushed open from the inside and Neville walked out, carrying his own school bag. Neville, you're going to the library to study. Neville seemed startled and stammered, Professor Hap? Yes, oh no, I'm going to the greenhouse, I mean, to Professor Sprout's. Felix nodded understandingly, by the way, what is the password to your house? As they spoke, the fat lady had already closed the door with a bang, while showing an expression of watching a good show. Neville's little round face froze, and he glanced at Felix very slowly, then at the closed door of the common room, and helplessly dug through his pockets. He started with his first pocket, then rummaged through the second, from his top to his undershirt, from his robe to his pants, then opened his school bag, which smelled like fresh dirt from within its loosely packed contents. Neville rummaged around the corner and found a small note, which he read out excitedly, the lucky stars, the lucky stars. The fat lady quipped, I'd like to talk to you a little longer. She moved out of the way with a spin, and the door to the common room opened along with her. Felix suddenly thought of something, Neville, are you going to stay in school for Christmas? No, my grandmother wrote me to go back for the holidays, Neville replied, unconsciously gripping his school bag. Got it, Neville. Felix went through the door to the common room, which is packed with people. 242, Chapter 242 Tests and Warnings. The center of the lounge has been cleared out to form an open space, and chairs and sofas have been moved over and arranged to form an irregular circle by the young wizards. In the center of the circle, 2 golems fought a fierce duel. The fist of one of the golem emitted electric arcs and sparks, and a punch struck its opponent's face, and that golem immediately stopped moving. 4-2. The first one to make it to the finals is Angelina Johnson. Let's cheer for her. Fred, who acted as a referee, said, at the same time, she will receive a coupon for the couple's mirror and a chance to participate in the lottery drawing event. It's a lottery. George next to him reminded him, and Fred rephrased it, that's right, the lottery. So the next game. Professor Hat. Habe. Fred spotted Felix and waved his hand in a slight panic at George, who tacitly put away the parchment in front of him. You guys started to gamble now. Felix stared at him. No, no. Fred explained, we're promoting couples mirrors and trying to have a little fun in the process. Felix looked at him with a skeptical expression, and Fred swore, absolutely true, ask them if you don't believe me. The other young wizards nodded their heads. Okay, where's Percy? Felix didn't press on. He's not here, Professor, I guess he's with Penelope, Fred said without thinking. I can point out a few places they've been dating. Ahem, there's no need for that. Felix, whose heart ached on Percy's behalf, raised his voice and said to the young wizards around him, I'm here, in place of Professor McGonagall, to collect the names of those planned to stay in school for Christmas, so please come here and fill the form out, and tick the corresponding box. Well, I'll leave the forms here for now, I'll pick it up this afternoon if Professor McGonagall hasn't got rid of her little problem by then. One by one, the young wizards gathered around. Felix stood at one side and surveyed the Gryffindor common room. This is his first time here. The layout is different from Slytherin or Ravenclaw common room, with gold and red as the main colors. The shape is very much like a big circular living room. The lounge has both soft armchairs and sofas, as well as small, sturdy solid wood chairs and tables, and bulletin boards with notices, posters, and messages written on them by the students themselves. The most notable notices at present are about the Weasley twins couple's mirror sales promo and news of Ravenclaw's victory over Hufflepuff in Quidditch at the end of November. Beneath that notice is a handwritten, encouraging line of sparkling text, "We still have a chance." The overall layout of the common room consisted of both a large open area and a space in the corner divided into separate compartments with dividers. In addition to a huge fireplace that occupied an entire wall, the other three sides of the wall contained tapestries with a scarlet background, on which there are many images of well-known male and female wizards, in addition to some magical creatures. Felix saw a majestic flaming lion that he thought resembled the one Professor McGonagall had shown in the dueling class. Maybe it's some kind of magical creature. He speculated in his mind. Professor, Hermione approached him together with Harry and Ron after they had finished filling out their forms. Felix looked at them with a smile. I heard about your dueling self-study group, is it doing well? Harry could not help but scratch his head. Mostly the three of us will practice together, Dean, Seamus, and the rest will come over occasionally. Felix said, Harry, I've read your dueling system thesis, it's perfectly suitable for you, and when you can integrate it into every fight you have with ease, it means you've completely mastered what's on the thesis. Ron said, I think Harry right now. Harry hurriedly dragged him back. Felix looked at Ron and asked with a smile, are you trying to say that Harry has already mastered the dueling system structured in the thesis right now? Seeing that the professor did not look angry, Ron nodded bravely. This is Ron's first-hand experience. Without counting disarming charm, he could barely hold a few moves against Harry, even though he is able to cast the shield charm and stunning spell successfully. However, against Harry's maximum potency disarming charm, all his resistance is ineffective. His shield charm is like small cookies cracked in the middle, and his wand flew out, then he got knocked out. There is no second possibility. In addition, Harry is able to change the trajectory of the disarming charm in a curve, and combined with the pace he learned in dueling class, he managed to break through his defenses without any difficulty. This also made Ron secretly anxious. Even the food in the Great Hall did not taste that good anymore. He did not want to be left behind this far. Felix thought about it and decided to test it. Look at me, Harry. His eyes turned silvery white, and when Harry met his gaze, he froze for 10 seconds or so, and stumbled abruptly to his feet, nearly falling down. Professor. Ron caught Harry and looked at Felix in surprise. He almost thought the professor in front of him is black in disguise. He had thought so because they had done something similar last school year, sneaked into the Slytherin common room by using Polyjuice Potion, and tried to snoop information about the heir of the Chamber of Secrets from Malfoy. They had previously discussed that if Black wanted to infiltrate Hogwarts Castle, a Polyjuice Potion would be an excellent solution. But ultimately they concluded that this is unlikely, as Black would have to break through the Sneakoscope defenses at the castle gates. I'm fine, Harry said under his breath. Professor Hap, it's what is it? A unique spell of mine. It's not considered perfectly precise, but it's fine for testing your progress, Felix said. Harry said with great reverence, I dare to say that this magic is absolutely extraordinary. I can actually fight with you in the consciousness. Ron looked at him with a shocked face. What did Harry say? Fighting in the consciousness? Is that what he thought of? Is it a thinking room, Professor? Hermione asked speculatively. She had been practicing ancient runes in the thinking room before, and never tried to fight before. Well, it's just somewhat like that, and frankly, I've been progressing rapidly in the field of memory magic lately and have discovered quite a few new and exciting skills that I haven't had time to name yet. Felix said. He brushed off that topic and looked at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. As you can see from the test just now, Harry still hasn't mastered the dueling system he developed proficiently, especially in all kinds of fine details. There are plenty of problems. In fact, Harry's issue is also your issue. From theory to practical, you need to step over more than one threshold, and turning it into an instinctive response without thinking will take even longer. He said with a serious expression, for some people, it might take a lifetime. Of course, all three of you are talented wizards. The only enemy you need to defeat is complacency, which will hold you back. 243, Chapter 243. The Christmas holiday is approaching. Felix relieved to find that Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked serious. Speaking of which, an idea popped into his mind, not quite clear, but definitely involving the crumbling pensieve which he had studied throughout last night with no ideas on how to fix it. Pensieve, memory magic, and a fighting room similar to a thinking room, what would it be if you combined them together? An image flashed before Felix's eyes. In the Ancient Runes class, the young wizards lined up to dive into the pensieve's thought pool one by one, and the constructed Felix taught the lesson step by step. The students could even pause, rewind, and speed up the process at any time, while they will receive an extra free time. Or perhaps, he could design an elaborate labyrinth with lots of terrains, a forbidden forest, a swamp, location didn't matter. In any case, he could let the young wizards team up in 2s and 3s and practice dueling in real scenarios with no fear of death. The trio saw Professor Hap fall into a contemplative state and suddenly muttered half-heartedly, "Must prevent the little wizards from trolling the teacher, they can be too bearish and would definitely do it." Hermione blinked. What is Professor talking about just now? Felix decided to go back and ask Nicholas Flamel. In addition to him, he could not think of anyone else in the current generation of existing alchemists who could have possibly cracked the secret of the pensieve. It would be better to borrow Headmaster Dumbledore's pensieve for the time being. Well, he could swear that there is absolutely no intention of snooping into Dumbledore's memory. If his idea could be realized, I suppose this might become a magic item with more potential than a magic phone, and would alter the entire wizarding community deeply. This thought flashed in his mind, and then quickly took root and grew up crazily. Felix left in a hurry, and before he left, he asked Hermione to keep an eye on the progress of the Christmas stay-in list, and the little witch nodded responsibly, having become very used to helping the professor with trivial things. When he left, Harry mumbled, "Thanks for staying with me, guys." Ron and Hermione both signed the option for staying in that form. Ron said he didn't want to see Percy's face. He's got 3 internship recommendations already, and I can just imagine what Christmas dinner will be like at home. Percy bragging about himself with a prefect badge on top of his big head, Dad giving him a glass of brandy, Mum will kiss his face swollen, and maybe I'll even get to see Penelope. Hermione also thinks she has a lot of tasks to complete. I have only read the 3rd book of Chadwick's Charms, and there is no time to spare. But Harry's heart remained warm and fuzzy because he knew these were all excuses. "Let's go practice dueling," he said. Immediately, Ron's expression turned sour, while Harry and Hermione laughed as they dragged him out of the common room. "Can I add an extra layer of mats? I mean, maybe more than 1 layer." Nicholas Flamel seemed to be occupied with something else, and through the mouth of the young Nicholas Flamel in the photo, he told Felix that he would send Dumbledore to bring over some of his past research materials. Felix originally wanted to propose a visit during the Christmas holiday to Nicholas Flamel, but since Nicholas is busy with other things, he can only dismiss the idea. But Christmas gifts still need to be sent. Felix completed a miraculous sneakoscope with amazing enough features, so he will let Dumbledore bring it along. He believed that Nicholas Flamel will definitely be overjoyed with his Christmas gift. In addition to Nicholas Flamel, he also prepared a long list of names who he needed to send Christmas gifts, which included both Hogwarts professors and students, as well as some wizard pen pals he knew, and of course, avid fans of the book. Since Felix's war of words in the Daily Prophet, his identity as a Hogwarts professor became well known among the public, so it is logical that the fans sent their letters here. As a result of this, there were a lot of weird letters, including some bold and steamy displays of affection, and Felix couldn't help but scratch his head, because he had never done a book signing, nor had he ever shown his face. What if I'm a sloppy uncle? He put himself in Andy's shoes and got a nasty chill in his heart. To his amazement, these fan letters included many little wizards who are not old enough to go to school, and they are all loyal readers of The Strange Adventures of Mick the Wizard, and the letters were sent directly to LCA. Comic publisher and brought to him one day by Dobby the Elf. At that time, he felt a burst of heat in a copper coin, and then several house elves carrying huge packages appeared in his office. Except for Dobby, the other elves were all dressed in a tattered and ragged dress. After opening the package, it contained a variety of letters and gifts. In order to address the return letter, it took him a good half-day of effort. And for the 5 house elves that Dobby brought over, Felix also carefully checked them one by one, to confirm that they are truly masterless elves, then peacefully gave the green light. After some encouragement, let Dobby take them away. Their status would be similar to that of the elves in the Hogwarts kitchens, probably a little higher, at least they had a holiday and pay, but of course not much. Felix had also considered arranging internships for Hogwarts 7th years into LCA publisher, but in the end, he dismissed the idea because painting magic is not something that can be mastered in the short term. Hogwarts students knew nothing about this branch of magic, so a short-term internship would be useless, but he could connect Professor McGonagall and Andes to cooperate and train a group of talented students to master painting magic. During the summer holiday, all 5th-year students are required to attend a short meeting with their head of house to discuss their future careers. During this time, pamphlets and flyers for various professions involving magic would appear in a flurry, and many large corporations such as Little Red Books, the Daily Prophet, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, and the Ministry of Magic would send people over occasionally to advertise. Felix had also seen the goblins of the Gringotts when he was in school, which was actually a relatively rare occurrence. Usually, such events would be left to the Gringotts wizard staff. Because the goblins are not satisfied with the treatment they are receiving, there is a strong wariness and resentment towards the wizarding community. Leaving aside the historical rebellions and riots initiated by the goblins, at every meeting held by the International Confederation of Wizards, they would demand that the wizards should lift their monopoly on wands, even though the goblins invariably kept the secrets of their own magic and the crafting methods of enchanted weapons hidden. Felix guessed that their presence on campus at that time might be related to the fact that the war had just ended, because at that time someone had proposed to withdraw the goblins' right to operate the Gringotts and simply treat them as workers who minted money. At that time, the Minister of Magic, Millicent Bagnold, held a tough stance. She took over the post when the Wizard War was at its peak, and she was the one who approved the order that the Aurors could use the unforgivable curse against the Death Eaters. As an iron-blooded minister, it is hard to say whether she would go along with this proposal, so the goblins repeatedly weighed the consequences and had to make some statements, including permanent neutrality and that they would not take the initiative to start a rebellion. As part of their act to show their support, they visited Hogwarts back then. In the next few days, as the Christmas holidays approached, it became clear that the young wizards' minds were not on their studies, and many were already planning their last trip to Hogsmeade before the holidays to make their holiday purchases. And Felix relaxed as well. During the last treatment, the Longbottoms went into a deep sleep together, their brains undergoing an important self-repair and metamorphosis, and they might wake up from their slumber in a day, or maybe a month. But until the day before the holiday, when the young wizards boarded the train for home, Felix did not receive the happy news from St. Mungo. He felt some regret in his heart, but wrote a note solemnly and delivered it to old Lady Longbottom. The plan can begin. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 244, Chapter 244 Neville's Discovery. On Christmas Eve, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries is full of a festive atmosphere. The light source in the waiting room switched to gold and red crystal bubbles, which hung from the ceiling like giant Christmas balls, flashing constantly. Neville holding his grandmother's hand in one arm and clutching his book bag in the other. They made their way up to the 4th floor, and every ward door they passed through is adorned with a holly tree, which is wrapped with colorful ribbons. Neville, come on. Old Lady Longbottom told him, and Neville rushed to keep up a couple of steps behind her. They went into the Janus Thicky ward, all the way to the innermost bed, and lifted the floral curtain, where a pair of male and female wizards were lying in bed. If you ignore their pale, sickly faces and grey, dry hair, they looked like young couples sleeping soundly after staying up late, with smiles that naturally spilled from the corners of their mouths, but Neville just looked at them sadly, and rummaged through his book bag and pulled out a bouquet and put them in a vase on the bedside table. Neville just about threw away the wilted flowers when his grandmother said with a stern face, "I'll do it." She grabbed the flowers with her splintered hand and gave him a complicated look, Neville, but she left without saying anything. Neville sat quietly for a while, after he had fixed his mother's hair, tucked the quilt corners, and folded the towels for his father, but after a long wait, his grandmother still failed to return. He hesitated and got up to walk toward the door. 2 beds away, a woman with a long hairy face suddenly barked at him, scaring him and causing him to almost hit the wall on the other side. Startled, Neville opened the door and looked around, still no sign of his grandmother. The golden stars on the tip of the holly tree at the door flickered, causing him to lose sight of the distant corridor. Neville's expression became hesitant, thinking if he should go back, but he suddenly heard a faint voice at the front of the stairs, and he remembered this soft voice. It belonged to his mother and father's healer, the aunt named Miriam. Mr. Hap the Longbottom's 2 weeks. Hearing the familiar name, Neville's curiosity got the better of him, and he tiptoed over, trying not to make a sound. Around the corner of the stairs, he saw Aunt Miriam with her back to him, chatting with a healer in a green robe. No one can guarantee when they will wake up, Mr. Hap is confident, and old Lady Longbottom trusts him, said Miriam. The other young healer couldn't resist saying, but it's just according to the newspaper articles, so who knows what his real level is. Miriam said with some hesitation, Ms. Bonham believes him, too. The healer retorted, but like you said, it's been 2 weeks since the last time that Hap came over, and the Longbottoms have been in a coma for 2 whole weeks. He's certainly caused trouble that he couldn't fix, right? Miriam's expression became more concerned, but she still looked for a justification. The patient's condition is stable. Who can say what happened to the memory? Maybe they just couldn't wake up anymore. That Hap is also at best a professor at Hogwarts, not some kind of healer, after all. Miriam seemed to have convinced, you have a point, when Lady Longbottom comes over, I will persuade her. The two then walked away together. Neville leaned against the wall, the smile on his face faded away. He thought hard about what he had heard. There is only one Professor Hap at Hogwarts, so the professor is treating his parents? But why did he never mention it to him? Neville thought, perhaps he might have worried about him? But he thought of the conversation between the two healers just now, 2 weeks in a coma, his heart clenched up abruptly. He rushed back to the ward, opened the door, and dashed back to Mom and Dad's bed. They were still sleeping quietly. 2 weeks in a coma. Neville tentatively nudged his mom's arm, there is no response. He used a little force, Mom still did not move, even the smile at the corner of her mouth did not change. He suddenly panicked, the unfamiliar healer's words repeated in his mind like some kind of corrosive venom. Who can say what happens to the memory, maybe they just couldn't wake up anymore. Neville muttered, not waking up impossible. The professor never does anything that he is not sure of, he is so strong and calm. But he could not help wondering about it again, that healer's words also made sense. Yes, Professor Hap never showed healer's skills. Just like Harry, he excelled in his defense against the dark arts class, but he isn't as good as he is in his herbology class. There is a sound of footsteps in the distance, one is his grandmother, who is the other one? There seemed to be some familiarity. Neville glanced over the gap in the entrance and saw a fine pair of dark brown shoes, it is Professor Hap. He realized, as an afterthought, that he had entered in a hurry and forgotten to close the door. Neville plopped down on his book bag at the end of the bed and pretended as if he hadn't noticed anything, his ears quietly perked up. Professor Hap, we need to talk. It is the voice of his grandmother, and she sounds a little anxious about what is going on. There's nothing to talk about. I should have quit a long time ago, if you hadn't found Dumbledore, I would have never been here tonight. A man's voice said. It is Professor Hap. Neville thought to himself, how did the professor give him a bit of a strange feeling, a bit cold? But, Frank and Alice haven't woken up yet, they. Neville heard his grandmother's sobbing, and his heart speed up as the words of the green-robed healer bore into his ears once again, making it impossible to ignore them even if he wanted to. The chatter outside the door sounded quieter, and Neville couldn't help but glance over his shoulder. The gap in the entrance only allowed him to see his grandmother's profile, and she looked sad, an expression he had never seen before. In his mind, his grandmother had always been stern and tall. Don't cry. Someone will see us, let's find a private place and talk things out once and for all. The man said impatiently. A shadow swept across the room, and footsteps drifted away. Neville's heart thumped, he couldn't quite believe the conversation he had just heard, the man's voice sounded like a villain. He bolted to his feet, not even noticing that his book bag is clutched in his hand, he tiptoed to the door and poked his head out along the gap, just in time to see the backs of the two as they turned to the end of the hallway. Neville took a deep breath and ran out quickly, locking the barking witch inside the ward. An abnormal flush suddenly appeared on his face, and it wasn't until he had chased them to the end of the hallway that he realized his footsteps were so loud that perhaps the two of them might have heard it. He leaned against the wall and waited for a few seconds in silence, no footsteps heard, he breathed a sigh of relief and probed like a thief to look, it is a row of empty wards, the light in the hallway is very faint. Neville boldly walked over, he did not know which room his grandmother and professor were in, so he had to find them one by one. He pressed his head against the door of the first room with his ears pressed against it, but there is no sound inside. He tiptoed to the second door, and before he could get close enough, a clear voice heard from inside. 245, Chapter 245 Accidental Magic. What do you really want? I told you that there is a risk in my treatment. The man's voice exclaimed. But you guaranteed and assured me that you would treat them. What did you say then? Everything would be fine, and in the end, Frank and Alice already went into a coma for 2 weeks, with coughing up blood. Grandma's voice stated. What can I do? You put yourself in my shoes, those experts in the papers held me by my throat, and I had to produce test data urgently. Test data? That's 2 lives. They're my son and daughter-in-law, or that Neville child's parents. Felix Hap, you're Neville's teacher. Neville's heart felt like it had been soaked in cold water, without a trace of warmth, and his stomach kept churning. He couldn't help but clench his fists. The nasty man then said, I also hoped that everything would go smoothly, but there are bound to be unexpected situations in everything. On second thought, if you think about it, they just went from moving corpses to motionless corpses, not much difference, right? Neville's eyes went red, his teeth clacked, how dare he say that about his parents, how dare he? But the grandmother's sad voice sounded, I beg you, recheck them, you're the only one who knows best since you made it all happen. The malicious man said, sorry, precisely because I know it most well, I do not want to waste my time. The grandmother's voice became tough, I was wrong, I shouldn't have begged you, I will reveal what happened, expose what you did. The man snorted, ma'am, I should remind you that your son and daughter-in-law were already sentenced to death by St. Mungo's, I only gave it a try with the idea that if it worked, there would be a large number of people who would thank me. Is that so? The grandmother's voice said sarcastically, you care about reputation, that's your weakness, but soon the public will see you for what you are, and you will lose everything. The man's voice became hesitant. If you put it that way, it's true, reputation is a fine wine and a tempting poison, and I am always attracted by its fragrance. So, what should I do with you? Obliviate? That's too easy, I've thought of a better idea, and to be honest, you've been pestering me for so long that I'm rather bored. There are some curses that I've been wanting to try for a long time. Crucio. No, no. Neville's eyes widened, his knuckles whitened, and his face filled with fear. He heard the sound of his grandmother falling to the ground with a thud and a ho-ho groan of pain. No. Anger destroyed all his reason, and the door of the room blew open. He saw two people in the ward, the man with a surprised expression on his face, his hand with his wand outstretched stopped in midair, and an old woman fell to the floor, her pointed hat falling lifelessly to the ground. Grandmother. Neville ran over and tried to pick up his grandmother's head, but she immediately showed an expression of pain. Overwhelmed, he paused and looked at the culprit of everything before him, as his wand still pointing at her. Stop it. Professor. Stop. The man's face is hidden in the shadows, making it impossible to read his expression. Why? Neville looked at him incredulously, his eyes filled with a great absurdity that made him feel unreal, like a dream. What are you talking about? You're a professor. Why are you using that curse? Cruciatus. The man's voice stated. Neville shuddered and the man laughed lowly. Or an obliviate. Or, the other two unforgivable curses. He said calmly, seemingly like a lesson, Neville, I still have a deep connection with the unforgivable curses, having learned all three of them when I was in school: the Cruciatus curse, the Imperious curse, and the Killing curse. I always wanted to try it on someone, but I was too soft-hearted, and now that I think about it, what spell can't kill someone? Augmenti charm can do that too. Neville looked at him with a shudder, as if recognizing his face for the first time. Don't look at me like that, learn to respect the professor, don't you? The man said. You're not my professor. Neville yelled, pulling his wand out of his pocket and aiming it at him, but the next second, his wand is jerked away. Silent disarming charm, I taught you that, Neville. Maybe you could try to get a little angrier. Neville immediately pulled a second wand out from behind him. He had always carried two wands, his father's and his own. The anger caused him to silently make a stunning spell, but it got blocked by a wave of an arm, and the man said, It's too weak, Neville. You are not angry enough. A thin layer of a magic barrier flew toward Neville, knocking him straight off his feet. Neville got up from the ground and looked at him unyieldingly. I don't like the look in your eyes. So, Crucio. Crucio. Grandmother let out a painful scream. Neville's eyes widened in horror, desperately trying his best to get in front of her. The expected pain did not appear. He had no time to discern. He had to do something. Stall for time? That's right, stall for time. He is going to watch this man get arrested, just like those Death Eaters. Neville fired up his brain as hard as he could. His mind had never worked so fast. I believed in you so much. I looked up to you as a role model. And he recited what he knew best in recent times, a short story, which itself originated from this man regardless. Null is an awkward child. He was told by others that he is dumb, and over time, he came to believe so himself. Null likes to fiddle with clay dolls. He has a natural sensitivity to the properties of different kinds of clay. He likes to watch black, red, brown, white, grey, various colors of clay in his hands molding a little into a delicate, lovely shape. This kind of enjoyment without pressure, in Null's sad times, can bring him comfort in turn. His parents are very busy, usually do not spend much time with him. Even the most important Christmas is only a hurried meeting. His biggest wish is that they can spend more time with him. Neville recited regardless until he noticed the wand lowered from that man's hand, and his grandmother's low voice came from beside him. Forget it, Mr. Happ, let's just leave it. Neville watched in disbelief as his grandmother rose from the ground and the professor stepped out of the shadows. 10 minutes later. Neville sulked quietly as old Lady Longbottom coaxed him, and Felix looked at him awkwardly. Neville. Neville looked away and didn't look at him, clutching the corner of his coat in his hand with a death grip. Why did you trick me? He said angrily. It was part of the plan, said old Lady Longbottom, too. It's better if I speak, Lady Longbottom. Felix spoke up, looking over at Neville. It came from a ridiculous idea I had when I was in school. I had experienced several accidental magic riots, which had brought me great benefits, and I had envisioned whether I could artificially facilitate them. But I had never seen an actual case of it in anyone else until a few months ago, in Diagon Alley, when I met Potter. Harry? Neville suddenly asked. Yes, he was going through something very painful and exploded with a burst of magic, and I convinced him at that time to test with me until I found you again, and I presumed that your magic was not very active when you were young. In other words, there is a little tolerance for magic, which is why you struggled so much to learn magic. You're the same, aren't you? Neville blurted out stiffly. What's the same? Felix looked at him. The one you mentioned, the accidental magic riot. Neville said, frighteningly calm at this point, sounds like it needs to be hugely stimulated, and you've just tried to provoke me over and over again. So I asked you, did you go through the same process? Felix looked at him calmly, you're right, it is the same for me. Neville stood up with a stern face, so, what Aunt Miriam said was also arranged by you. Everything was an act. No, Neville said Old Lady Longbottom. Neville looked at Felix stubbornly, I want you to tell me that by yourself. I didn't make that arrangement, but Felix said, I was right next to them when they talked about it. Neville said abruptly, I'm going back to the ward, to be alone for a while. He picked up his book bag from the floor, pushed the door, and walked out of the room. A dead silence fell over the room. After a long time, Felix confessed, the moment he blew the door open, I thought for a moment that we had succeeded. Old Lady Longbottom said wearily, perhaps from the beginning, we should not. She pursed her lips, I asked too much from him in the past, I hope the boy can be like his father, become an Auror, but in fact, ordinary life is fine. I don't think so, ma'am. Dumbledore once warned me not to play with hearts. Felix said, but who can avoid playing with hearts? I do not accept this failure, we are so close, and if it could have been done better. Old Lady Longbottom looked at him and said hesitantly, Mr. Happ. I do not feel that my thinking is wrong, from the very beginning of the project, Felix suddenly stopped, his eyes bulging out, incredulously turned his head to the side to look at the air, the sight seemed to penetrate the space. Then he ran out of the room with a jerk and turned to the corner, his eyes fixed dead on the ward at the end of the corridor on the other side. Felix tapped his forehead, and in black and white perspective, a powerful, soft tide of magic spread from within, a pure white glow without a trace of impurity that continued to storm his inherent perceptions. What's going on? Old Lady Longbottom said in a panic as she followed behind. Felix did not answer, he took a step towards the ward where the Longbottoms were, and as soon as he pulled open the curtain, he saw Neville bawling in the arms of a woman, and a man with a soft expression holding the woman and Neville. They could not hide their weary faces, still in their patient gowns, but the love in their eyes almost overflowed. The rooms assorted with scattered small ornaments floated in the air, emitting a buzzing sound, and several patients in the bed next to them were bathed in a warm glow, which became the best footnote to answer Felix's questions. Accidental magic riot. He said in a one breath. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 246, Chapter 246 The Power of Love. A few minutes ago. Neville returned to the ward with a blank face, but his heart softened at the sight of his parents, who are still sleeping quietly in their bed. Dad, Mom, he called out softly. He knew he wouldn't get a response, so he just opened his school bag and took out a clay figure from it. This is Dad. He took out another doll, this is Mom. A third doll, this is me. The fourth doll, this is Grandma. Neville put the 4 dolls together and looked at them with satisfaction. In fact, he had another doll in his school bag, but he did not want to take it out now, nor did he want to see it. He only had these 4 dolls in his eyes. As he looked at them, he smiled, and he couldn't stop the tears from falling out. Daddy. Mummy. He whispered over and over again. On the hospital bed, Alice Longbottom's fingers moved slightly, as if waking up from a long sleep. She opened her eyes and the first thing she saw in her vision is a round-faced boy who is crying and sniffling. She also saw the clay figure next to the table and heard the boy's soft cry. Neil? Is that Neil? Somewhere inside her is touched, and strong emotions welled up. She remembered her little baby in the cradle, and she called him exactly as she had called him. Neville looked up, his face still covered with teardrops, which blurred his vision a bit, and he wiped the tears with the back of his hand, then blinked hard. Mom. Neville felt that his mother is different today, the tenderness in her gaze seemed to overwhelm him. Is that you, my Neil? Alice Longbottom asked excitedly. It's me, Mom. You have recovered your memory? Neville asked giddily. If the first half was a nightmare, the second half is definitely a beautiful dream, he can't wait to experience it every day. Alice Longbottom looked at the ward and the clothes on her body, she understood somehow in her heart, and she couldn't stop the tears from pouring out. All these years, is it just you? I live with my grandmother. Neville said in one breath, this is his buried words for a long time, I had a good time, met a lot of friends, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Dean, Seamus, and the professors also like me, although I'm a little stupid, don't have a good memory. Alice listened quietly, her fingers continued to tremble, and soon Frank Longbottom also woke up. He shook his groggy head, the first glimpse of his wife, followed by a rambling, crying, and laughing boy. His wife had grown thin and pale, as if she were recovering from a serious illness, and the hair on her head had lost its luster. He thought with distress. A reserved message triggered in his mind and he saw a young man with dark hair and blue pupils address him, Mr. Longbottom, I need to introduce myself. A minute later, he fully understood what had happened, including the fact that they had been tortured into madness 12 years ago by 4 Death Eaters using a Cruciatus curse to inquire about Voldemort's whereabouts, living in St. Mungo's for treatment, and some of the major events that had occurred over the years. He said softly, "Alice, is this Neville?" He looked at Neville, who looked very much like his mother. "He's our Neil." Alice said Neville's nickname. "Dad." Neville wiped his eyes. Not only did his mother healed, but his father too? Is it really not a dream? He felt the sense of unreality again. He pinched himself fiercely. It hurt badly. But he felt overwhelmed by great joy, an intense emotion that filled his entire being, leaving no place for pain, and he felt like he is going to explode with happiness. Frank Longbottom smiled gently as he wrapped his arms around his wife and stretched them out toward Neville. "Neil." Neville pounced and let out a loud cry, not wanting to hold back, but instead shouting loudly as if showing off, constantly venting his inner joy, as if he had reached some kind of limit. Boom! An accidental magic riot broke out. Felix's emotions were complicated to the extreme. His painstaking attempt did not work, but unplanned factors contributed to the success of this event. He quietly walked out. Old Lady Longbottom appeared in the doorway, staring at the scene inside and crying with joy. "Frank, Alice, you. It's wonderful." Felix looked at them from afar and his expression became very odd. He forced himself to resist the idea of getting out of here and moved a little away from the scene, only to see Dumbledore's figure. "Headmaster? What are you doing here?" Dumbledore said in a relaxed tone. "Dilys has her portrait at St. Mungo's, she was the one who informed me." "Oh, I haven't introduced her. Before Dilys Derwent became the headmistress of Hogwarts, she worked as a healer at St. Mungo's as well." Felix nodded in silence. Every Hogwarts headmaster had been an elite wizard, and their portraits were hung in more than one place. Theoretically, any portrait at Hogwarts is Dumbledore's eyes and ears. Dumbledore surveyed the wards with interest. "Although Dilys sounded like the sky is about to fall when she told me, pardon my phrasing, I think all St. Mungo's healers have a sentimental heart, but I've come at just the right time, haven't I?" "Are you going in, Dumbledore? The Longbottoms are awake, I'm sure you have a lot to say to them." Felix just wanted to leave now, and be alone. "No, Felix." Dumbledore blinked his azure eyes. "I'm not going to make a fool of myself at this time of year. Today and the entire Christmas holiday belongs to them. On the contrary, you, Felix. I'm a little worried about you," Dumbledore said. "Worried about me?" Felix looked at him strangely. "On the way here, I wondered, if you failed, will there be a next attempt? You're not one to give in easily. Young and competitive, would you set your sights on Potter? Or Weasley? Granger? Malfoy? I wouldn't. Because you succeeded, and that's one of the best endings I could have hoped for," Dumbledore said. "You mean?" Longbottom activated his own inert magic because of love, not because of hate, Dumbledore said. "I don't see the difference. Felix, love is the greatest power, but few wizards understand this. Voldemort did not, so he was defeated by an infant in swaddling clothes. It sounds like you rushed over here specifically to give me a lecture," Felix said. "Felix, I just thought that you should know the power of love," Dumbledore said. "Hate may make you stronger, but the belief in love and guardianship will take you farther." Dumbledore quickly left. "I'm going to visit Nick," he said. Felix suddenly remembered the gift he had prepared. He took a gift box out of his ring. "Headmaster Dumbledore, please pass it to Nicholas for me." Dumbledore's expression became complicated, and he said with some sadness, "Nick is not in the mood for Christmas right now, including receiving gifts. Felix, find another time." "What's going on? What can I do?" Felix asked. Nicholas had been communicating with him much less in the last month. "Nick's wife Pernell is not well and may not make it through the winter," Dumbledore said. "We were prepared for this, but when it really happened, you cannot help but be sad." 247, Chapter 247 The Origin of the Name. Old London, the city cemetery, evening, the sun still has the last trace of reluctant to go down. Felix, wearing a dark trench coat, stood in front of a gravestone. "Locke," Felix murmured, "you must be surprised to see me today. But I could only open my heart when I facing you. I did a good thing and saved a couple, but I seemed to have done something else that wasn't so good. I went to great lengths to plot and think I could manipulate hearts and minds, but it turned out to be the opposite of what I expected. I understand what Dumbledore is trying to say, it's nothing more than negative emotions and positive emotions on the magic boost, still so cryptic." He bristled. "I also used negative emotions back then to advance in dark magic by leaps and bounds, although I later gave up, I found that it was never actually far from me. When I look at Neville, I can't help but envy him. He has parents accompanying him, classmates loving him, even though his talent is not outstanding, there are friendly classmates helping and encouraging him. When he is bullied by people from other houses, there are also people defending him." Felix whispered, I know I should be happy that I made this possible, but, Locke, I feel all alone. Why wasn't I so lucky back then? His trench coat fluttered without wind, and the deep dark magic radiated out naturally, flared out behind him, yet bounded within certain limits by him. Even though Felix had always prided himself on his calmness and rationality, he still is not immune to emotions. Of all the people he knew, the only one who knew him best is Snape, who said to him, "Is there really someone who can get inside your head?" He diverted the conversation at the time. The answer, of course, is no. It got a little darker, and people passed by the cemetery now and then, but they just put down their bouquets and left quietly after a few minutes of silence, until... Felix? Felix Happ. An unfamiliar voice came from behind him. Felix turned back in surprise. He is not surprised to see a young man and woman, but surprised that they know his name. They were obviously both ordinary people. Felix stared at the man who made the noise for a moment and asked tentatively, "Jim?" The man smiled, "It's hard for you to remember me. You were 9 when I left the orphanage, weren't you? I've always had a good memory." Felix shrugged, "How did you recognize me?" Jim said, "Dark hair, standing in front of Evan's tombstone, and the right age. I tried to guess, and I did." He introduced the woman beside him and said, "This is my wife, Rebecca." Rebecca, a warm and cheerful redhead, looked Felix over twice and hammered Jim lightly on the chest. "You didn't mention that you had such a handsome friend." Jim said grumblingly, "We haven't seen each other that time, and back then he was just a little brat with a nasty taste." "A nasty taste, hey?" Rebecca asked. "Ahem, I mean, quirky. He was very famous at the orphanage at the time for bringing half-grown kids to set up traps against punks when he was very young." Felix looked at them and joked, "You guys are so affectionate. You came over today for..." Jim said, "I just returned to London, accompanied by Rebecca to visit the grave. As a result, I saw you when I come in. At first I was not too sure, specifically went around a circle, the light on the other side is a little dark, I can't see too clearly." Felix immediately withdrew the spilled magic around. Jim shook his head, "Is it an illusion? The light seems to be brighter now." Jim extended an invitation to Felix, "We are going to visit the old dean. Rebecca has not met the dean yet, will you join us?" "Sure." Felix replied kindly. The three of them got into a taxi and passed through the streets. Felix looked at the street scenery with novelty. Some orange lamps were already lit up. "Felix, I haven't asked you yet, where do you work?" "Previously at Neil's in London, but now I've gone to Scotland and I can make time to come back once a year." Rebecca said in surprise, "It's that upstart company, Neil, it's famous now, how come you quit?" Felix smiled, "I found a better choice." The taxi stopped in front of an old house in the old town, dark shadows on the walls and snow and ice covering the yard. "Dean, we've come to see you!" Jim shouted excitedly, and half a minute later, a little old man with white hair stepped out. The old man put on his glasses that were on his chest and looked twice carefully, Jim, and then looked next to him and smiled out, "Lucky Felix, it's you, weren't you just here a few months ago?" "Came back for a visit, ran into Jim, and came along." Felix said as he changed the subject, "Let's go inside and talk. Jim is here with his wife." Sitting on the old brown couch, Felix almost wanted to just summon the beer from the fridge, but he stopped the thought just in time. Good thing he stopped in time. The four of them drank cold beer and made casual small talk. Soon they talked about Felix's recent history, and Felix disguised himself as a professional manager in a company based in Scotland, running all over the world. He happens to have a wealth of experience in this field and is not afraid of being exposed. Jim asked a question, "Dean, why do you always call him Lucky Felix?" The old dean grinned, "Ha, we found him as a baby in a big tank of water, 3 feet deep, and he didn't drown, but swam happily, wasn't he lucky?" Felix in its English context does mean lucky. "What about my last name?" Felix couldn't help but ask. "Well, let's see." The old dean pondered, "You were very different from other children, you would cry out only when you were hungry or thirsty, and when nothing is wrong you won't cry out, also, when other children pooped their pants you were always eager to cry out for someone." Felix's face went dark, "Isn't it because the smell is so great that he can't stand it? Hurry up and call someone over to deal with it." "So some caregivers at the time called you, helper, the one who provides help, haha." The old dean laughed. This is the first time Felix heard the origin of his name. At that time, someone did call him helper, but the pronunciation of helper and his surname are not the same. Phonetically, it's quite right and looks like I'm ignorant. The old dean complained about himself, but according to his drunken revelation, he never went to school at all. Jim concluded, "So, Felix's name means lucky helper? What about me, what about me? You?" The old dean gave him a blank look, "It's not like you showed any difference at the time, so of course, I just picked it up off the top of my head." Jim looked hurt and went to hide in Rebecca's arms. causing Rebecca to push him out a little. The old dean kept them for a meal, and then drove them away. It's good for you to come to see me, go on, go busy with yourself. From the old dean's house, Felix said goodbye to Jim, and he walked into a dark alley and apparate the way. When he returned to his office he saw a figure standing at the entrance. He suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to cancel today's runes tutorial, Professor Hap. Hermione greeted with a cheerful smile. 248, Chapter 248 Chestnut Plate. The professor's office looked a bit messy, with 2 piles of Christmas presents in the corner, one of which is scattered with partially opened boxes. The large workbench is also cluttered with odd items, a palm-sized silver plate with runic symbols around the edge, a dozen dark green coins with a heavy metallic sheen, disassembled golems, a stack of parchment, a few chestnut wood plate-shaped objects, and a rune-carving knife, and 2 or 3 books. Felix noticed Hermione's gaze. It's all about what we've been working on in recent times, some of which you've been involved in. Hermione nodded. The silver plate is pensive that Professor found, need to be repaired. As for the coin she had also seen at the Magic Rune Club assembly, can turn into a dark green snake, she just did not expect there would be so many. Is it a new teaching tool? Or, maybe it is prepared for the Magic Rune Club? Sit down for a moment, as I change my coat. Felix went into the bedroom and changed into a loose navy blue jumper, and when he came out, he found Hermione holding a small dark green snake in her hand and teasing it with her other hand. Hearing footsteps, she explained in some panic, Professor, it's the coin you put on the table, I tried to sense it with my magic and it became like this. Felix smiled and said, you can put your wand against its head and silently chant, Infinity. Hermione looked down at the small snake in her hand. It does not look hideous, there is no reptile kind of slimy feeling, but rather like some kind of metal craft, dark green scales embedded in a layer by layer, all the way to the tip of the tail. The snake's eyes were deep and bright, swaying with her sight. She drew out her wand and gently tapped the snake with the tip as she whispered, Infinity. The little snake nodded at her very humanely and immediately moved up. She felt some tickling in her palm and then its head and tail linked on the little finger of her right hand, then morphed into a ring and remained motionless. This is the ring of Ouroboros serpent. That's right, it's sort of the symbol of the Magic Rune Club, and will be given to you at the assembly after Christmas. It has 2 forms, the coin and the ring of Ouroboros serpent. It will replace the fever nut. Felix joked, more than one person told me that the fever nut is too easy to be mistaken as money, and you have to be mindful every time that you don't pay it out. Hermione, interested in studying the snake ring on her hand, soon found the trick. She waved her hand, the ring moved, retransformed into a small snake, and then the small snake's body coiled together in a single piece, becoming the original coin. Hermione put the coin back on the workbench and pointed at the chestnut wood disc-shaped object and asked, what is this? It looks a little like the Pensieve. Close enough. The process of studying Pensieve did not go well, nevertheless I did imitate some gadgets of course. It is not comparable to the Pensieve, but in some people's eyes, it should be interesting. Felix gestured for her to try it out, and many times Hermione, who is an assistant in the Ancient Runes class, is the first person to try out the runic creations he makes. Hermione walked over and carefully examined the chestnut wood disc-shaped artifact, which looked very similar to the shape of the Pensieve, only slightly smaller, and at the edges were runic circuits clearly carved with a carving knife, and these circuits were layered and interlocked, so it looked very complex. What she didn't notice before was that the chestnut plate is covered with a thin layer of fine silver sand. When gently shaken, the silver sand flowed like mercury. This silvery stuff. Blank pieces of memory, you can see them as necessary filler material. Thinking about it, Hermione touched the edge of the chestnut plate with her wand, and one by one the runic circuits around the plate lit up, and the fine silvery sand squeezed together by invisible hands, floating up to a foot high, forming a slowly rotating cloud. She suddenly remembered the bronze-colored smoke that Professor Flitwick had shown in one of his dueling classes, that miraculous magic could also be molded into various shapes, only it required human manipulation. The silvery, fine sand-bonded cloud in front of her looked a little more delicate, like a silvery liquid light, stretching and floating with ease. What should I do? Hermione asked. Imagine a memory, hint at it, not too private, because it can read your thoughts. Hermione got startled, but since it had been created by imitating a Pensieve, it must have something to do with memories. She recalled a memory in her mind, and then she extended a finger, pointing at the silver cloud. The cloud began to churn, silver sand fell like rain. Gradually, they gathered on the silver plate and produced a 3-dimensional model. It's the second-year memory, she together with Harry and Ron in the chamber fighting with the basilisk scene. Hermione put her head on the table, carefully examined the chestnut wood plate. There is barely half an inch sized Hermione, it is difficult to describe the strange feeling in her heart. Similarly, Harry and Ron are only slightly larger, the basilisk is half a foot long, is desperately wriggling its body, tail smashed into a large stone, looked very vivid. The Chamber of Secrets structure is also replicated, including the Slytherin statue, the open space in front of the statue, around the snake stone pillar, which looks small. Everything on the chestnut wood plate is like a pocket-sized sand model, only when they move. From this perspective, the original dangerous scene also became cute. Hermione stared dazedly. The story is going exactly as she remembered, until Harry leaped down from the Slytherin statue, the small Gryffindor sword thrust in the head of the basilisk. The scene stopped. Hermione stared blankly at the fine sand slowly spinning on the chestnut wood plate, and did not regain consciousness for a long time. This can be. She racked her brain trying to describe her feelings, and finally could only say dryly, "It's amazing." Felix shook his head. He is not really satisfied, because this thing is not useful to him at all, at most helped him to develop a new way of thinking. That's because you have not used the pensieve before, which can recover all the details in your subconscious mind. If you experience it, you will be surprised to find that your memory contains such a wealth of content, and you know nothing about it. What you just saw, in fact, just the chestnut wood plate reading your recollection, and then show it, many places will not be clear. Hermione recalled the scene she saw, and gradually understood the professor's meaning. Indeed, I did not see you, Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore, but in fact, you were also in the chamber at that time. Also, some places are blurred, only too minor I did not notice it, such as the Slytherin statue. Felix nodded and smiled. You will find that you, Harry and Ron are the clearest, because you are most familiar with them, followed by the basilisk, which gave you a deep impression, and finally the surroundings. Speaking of which, your memory is good enough. If you let someone with a slightly poorer memory use it, the surroundings may be a blurred area, or simply cannot be visualized. Hermione concluded, so it just extracts what we recall on our own and shows it, without being able to reach the subconscious. You found the key, Miss Granger. Felix said praisingly. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 249, Chapter 249 Demonstration of Ancient Magic. Felix and Hermione sat opposite to each other. He tapped his index finger on the arm of the dark sofa, and the young witch who is separated by a small low table found herself in the thinking room without a sound. The professor's casting is becoming more and more untraceable, Hermione thought to herself. It had been over a year since she had first entered this place, from the very beginning when the colors and shapes were distorted and reversed, to the point where she could now be dragged in without a word. The professor's mastery of this magic spoke for itself. Hermione is very familiar with the place. She easily surveyed the furnishings of the room, and then, her brow furrowed. The professor's half of the space has not changed much, brown, black, dark green, interspersed with beige and soft grey, giving people a rich color and highlighting the feeling of calm and heavy. The dark chestnut brown carpet is soft and comfortable, with thousands of large books stacked on it, which complement the black wall-to-wall bookshelves, the square table with its dull sheen, and the heavy dark green drapery. Of course, there is a growing amount of ancient rune symbols of various colors. They are like the rhythmic sprites throughout the house, bringing vitality and magical visual enjoyment. Hermione can imagine what it was like when the professor came to the room alone, sinking himself into the soft sofa, beckoning a book. A mischievous rune symbol jumped in front of his eyes. He curled his fingers and flicked it away. But now she always felt that something is not right today. Is it the color of the carpet under the feet darkened, or the green drapery that occasionally rolls up a corner becomes quiet? Perhaps it's just her seeing things? Miss Granger. Felix gave a strange look at his assistant, who nervously looking around as soon as she entered. Hermione is rather puzzled as well. Professor, your thinking room gives me a strange feeling, like thicker or solemn. She stood at the junction of the two minds and looked suspiciously at the half of the space that belonged to her. It had distinctly modern decor, with sunlight softly spilling down, light brown carpet, goose yellow curtains, and two pots of greenery on a small circular table in the center. Nothing had changed from a year ago. The weirdness is more obvious when you look at it this way in contrast. Hermione thought, and she also finally came up with a word to describe her feelings: dark style. Felix laughed dumbly. What makes you think that? Hermione shook her head. It just suddenly occurred to me, and it looks like nothing has changed, but some details make a difference. Felix understood somewhat. He said thoughtfully, you have reminded me, this place is the external mapping of our inner world. It so happens that I have recently gained a new insight in this magic a few days ago. Let's begin today's lesson, Miss Granger. Hermione put aside her doubts for the moment and sat back in her seat as she and Felix began to explore the succession of runes. Professor, starting from individual runes, to runic circuits, and the complex loops I've seen on the runic spheres, and today's chestnut disc runes that overlap and nest with each other, does this mean there are more advanced runic structures the more complex they are? If we look at the functional implementation, it is indeed true. Individual runes have single properties, and we humans always want to realize more and more complex functions, so we have no choice but to desperately study how to combine more runes together. Let me give you an example. Felix held a rune in his hand, the flame. This magic rune itself contains quite a lot of possibilities. the effect I can produce with it, and you can produce with it must be completely different, because we have different levels of understanding of it. The magic rune in his hand kept transforming rapidly between rune and flame. Hermione also quickly built a flame rune. Her transformation speed is obviously more than a step slower, and after 2 or 3 changes, the structure of the rune is no longer stable, and finally, with a snort it turned into smoke. This understanding of rune itself, it is difficult to cheat, comprehension is comprehension, there is no shortcut. But if you simply want to increase the power of the flame, there are actually many ways. Felix grabbed some runes from the air. For example, I want to enlarge the flame. A magic rune connected to the initial one that signifies flame. The original palm-sized small fire instantly swelled to the size of a pumpkin. I also want to make it burn more violently. He grabbed one more magic rune to add. As if fuel is poured, the pumpkin-sized ball of fire began to burn violently, accompanied by a crackling sound. By this point, this magic is already difficult to control, and I must emphasize that the thinking room is not real. What I can do here does not mean that I can replicate perfectly in the outside world. Back to the point, I also want to raise the temperature. A new magic rune is combined and a surge of magic is poured into the flame. The orange-red flame became vivid, quickly transformed to bright yellow, bright white, and then turned into one with a hint of blue. Felix said in a relaxed tone, if it is in reality, without any protection, we might have combusted ourselves, so the saying that ancient magic is dangerous is not false. From what I have seen in ancient books, too many people have been ruined by their first successful spell casting. Moving on, actually at this moment we have acquired a powerful enough magic, but obviously we want more, to make it controllable, to accumulate power in magic, or to shape it. If you understand magic well enough and are very skilled at mobilizing magic, some steps can be omitted. Theoretically, all magic in the world is the product of magic mobilization and transformation. But most people, including you, and also me, are far from being able to do it at will. Hermione looked nervously at the blue ball of fire that had reached a meter in diameter in the professor's hand. The surrounding air began to distort, and despite knowing that everything here is constructed by thought, she couldn't help but feel trepidation. Felix waved his hand and made the blue fireball disappear. Well, the fun is over. What you just saw was nothing more than a demonstration in thought. I couldn't do it so easily in reality. I hope I didn't give you the wrong idea. I will repeat, ancient magic is very dangerous. Hermione obviously now accepted this statement. Next, she practiced the ancient runes step by step. In addition to learning new content, she also needs to deepen her understanding of the runes. One of the criteria for understanding is you can convert the runes into the corresponding magic meaning. She counted on her fingers, and only a few of them really reached the level of understanding, such as wild bowl strength, light, and fire. There is a long way to go. Felix encouraged her by saying, in the next Magic Rune Club assembly, I will disassemble ancient magic into small parts and integrate it into the teaching. If you progress fast enough, I will teach you that ancient magic part by part. The same goes for everyone else. Hermione's heart pounded, but she knew that the professor had been very cautious about ancient magic, and the two had had only a few discussions about ancient magic in the past year or so. Did this mean that the professor had recognized her ability regarding her studies and her level of magic manipulation? She began to think about it. In her second year first semester, she had been learning translation and practical magic runes, and had been exposed to runic circuits in the next semester, even managing to repair the broken beaded pouches before the end of the semester. During the summer, she had been practicing engraving magic runes and runic circuits with a rune carving knife. At the beginning of the new school year, she had already been exposed to the knowledge of rune transformation, focusing more on the understanding of magic rune itself, and she couldn't help but fantasize, by the end of the third year, is it possible for her to master ancient magic directly? Seeing Hermione's energetic look, Felix added, it's the simplest ancient magic, don't imagine anything lethal from it. But this did not discourage her in any way. Towards the end of the session, Hermione, in a rare moment of exhaustion, stood up and moved around, her eyes scheming over the room. The weirdness still so obvious, the more she looked at it, the more uncomfortable it became. Although the professor said it is due to the change brought about by the new perception, but it still looks gloomy. She decided to change her mind and stood in a corner of the room and kept surveying it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she picked up a pot of plants and placed it on the professor's square table that is stacked with books. She then narrowed her eyes and smiled. This will look much smoother. 250, Chapter 250 Reasons to Laugh at the Pureblood Family. Felix looked up from the dark book Magic Traits. Miss Granger, you are working in vain. This is an external mapping of the mind, not the mind itself, and everything will disappear when the magic is cancelled. The little witch said cheerfully instead, at least it looks good, doesn't it? Felix shook his head and buried his head behind the book, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. It still felt good to be cared for. And then there are those presents he opened today, which also put him in a happy mood. Although tomorrow is Christmas, some friends who are far away have already sent gifts early, but he wondered why Belby would even consider giving him a bottle of wolfsbane potion. Belby had already sent it once, didn't he? Do I look like a werewolf? Even if Belby had written on the note that he was most satisfied with this work so far, what did that have to do with him? The only consolation is that Little Red Book and LCA Comic Company sent their latest split, adding up to 8,000 galleons. The bulk of the revenue this time went to Andes, who wrote a letter that mentioned that the book is selling like crazy, and the rest of the words were explicitly hinting to him to hurry up with the new book. Felix tossed that letter aside, joking, one book a year is enough, more is not necessary. By the time his reputation as a master of memory magic became widespread, he had the intention of stretching the frequency of his books to 2-3 years. Well, if he thinks about it, he should publish his new thesis, which contains the treatment data of the Longbottoms and a set of simple treatment methods, and he believes that the whole wizarding world will dance to his quill. However, this time, he should find a professional publication. The Daily Prophet had no brand name at all. As for Neville, he also sent him a gift. As for how it will turn out, he had no way of knowing it. Hermione's figure gradually became transparent, somewhat like the ghost in the castle, which is a sign of overuse of the brain. She can no longer steadily maintain her consciousness. Felix cancelled the thinking room magic. There is no need to be anxious, Miss Granger, you already have more time than others. He said suggestively while beckoning some bottles and jars, pumpkin juice, butterbeer, honey water, fruit juice, take your pick. Hermione poured herself a glass of juice, then added 2 drops of invigoration draft to it, and took a big sip, which made her feel alive again. Hermione couldn't help but ask, why do I feel like I'm running out of time? Felix looked at her, wondering if it had anything to do with him, because he had given her all the ancient rune test papers for a 3rd-4th year, and on second thought, it indeed isn't good, his little helper has been very busy this year. He mused that perhaps he could move some paperwork to the members of the Magic Rune Club? The 6th graders are quite idle. Have a little snack, it's a holiday, you don't have to buy yourself extra time, do you? Felix said. The effect of the invigoration draft helped Hermione to relax her frown. There are new things added in I have to find information for Hagrid's hearing to defend Buckbeak. The Ministry of Magic can be worse in this area if you don't investigate. Felix's expression froze. When did this happen? In the last 2 days, Hermione said. It is said that Lucius Malfoy knew about Draco Malfoy's injury and took Hagrid to the Ministry of Magic and demanded the execution of Buckbeak. Oh dear, Hagrid was very sad when we went to see him. Didn't Hagrid ever think of paying a fine? A fine? Hermione visibly froze. I did see examples of fines in the material, but anything that is assigned to the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures Committee. The Disposal of Dangerous Creatures Committee? It is not supposed to be that department. Felix furrowed his brow. You tell me more about this. Hermione said, oh, well, it was the first day of the holiday, Harry was in a bad mood, and Ron and I thought it might be a good idea to go see Hagrid. Harry was in a bad mood. That's right, because the day before he was at the Three Broomsticks ahem. She suddenly coughed violently. I'm sorry, Professor. I mean, Ron and I overheard the conversation between Professor McGonagall and Rosmerta on our trip to Hogsmeade before the holidays, and they talked about Harry's dad, along with Sirius Black, and mentioned a lot of things. Felix wondered about something as he nodded, and then, Harry was in a bad mood. We went to Hagrid's hut and Hagrid made a mess of himself by being drunk, and he showed us a letter from the Ministry of Magic along the lines of accepting Lucius Malfoy's offer of a formal complaint and referred the matter to the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. The hearing is on April 20th, at the London offices. Hermione finished, and watching Professor Happ in deep thought, she added, Hagrid said that the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures Committee are a bunch of weirdos. Felix laughed. How to say? All of them are edge characters, doing disagreeable jobs. You can tell by the name, the odds that the magical creatures being put there will not be spared is high. Then, isn't Hagrid doomed to lose? Hermione said angrily. Nothing is absolute, but I know at least one thing, the procedure is not correct. What? The procedure is incorrect, Miss Granger? Normally, I mean, according to the laws set by the Ministry of Magic, even if someone appealed, the matter would first go to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, the parent department of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, who would then be responsible for it. Unless the case is more severe and there is little room for consideration, then it will be referred to them. And this practice is the outcome because this department isn't very pleasant. Hermione remained silent for a few seconds and said angrily, it's Malfoy. They influence the Ministry's decision, and I've heard that the Malfoy donate a large sum of money to the Ministry every year. Fair enough speculation. Felix said with a nod, taking a sip of his butterbeer, there's no need to get upset, purebloods have always had an extraordinary amount of influence over such insignificant little things. Hermione stared at him blankly. The professor seemed to look down on the purebloods. The pureblood family is like a group of spiders, weaving a huge web by years and years, so they know a lot of information, have many eyes and ears, and accustomed to seeing the situation. When they encounter some small bugs, even some smaller birds, they will devour them cleanly. Even if they encounter the danger that they cannot fight, they would be able to hide in the shadows in the corner and quietly wait for the danger to pass. Professor, you are saying that they are simply incapable of fighting against huge creatures. Hermione felt she understood the professor's train of thought. No, I'm mocking them for not thinking ahead and making the webs indestructible and formidable. I am going to open P_Atrian with 30. 251.